Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn hanging out with you. Boy, I thought we were getting a full show today. I thought for sure with like the pitch clock and even with the Giants winning yesterday, and we got to get into Logan Webb's performance as he took a no-hitter into the seventh. I thought for sure we'd be right about 2 o'clock today. Instead, the Giants hang 20 hits and 12 runs on the Brewers, who, by the way, put up 4 more and make it a 12 to, well, it put up 3 more, right? Was it 12-8? Was that the final?
12-9.
Oh, 12-9. That ball that was hit at the end could have been a game tire, a 3-run homer.
And let's be honest here. The way that Joe Rizzo, great call by Joe Rizzo at the end there, when we all thought that maybe the game was tied, we were all like, oh, no.
Well, dude.
Oh, no.
Once Wilkin Ramos is in there with the bases juiced and he's walking in runs and all that.
I'm calling him the other Ramos at this point.
Yeah. Wilkin Ramos, as I said the other day, he sounds like a Tolkien character.
Yeah.
Wilkin, dude, came in walking runs in. And by the way, that's still a major issue right now for the Giants, is the pitching side of things in its entirety, save Logan Webb and at times Landon Roop. And he's hit a little bit of a road bump lately, but he's been very good in total this year. The bullpen is just kind of a shot in the dark, dude. You're just kind of rolling the dice on that.
Yeah, man, that's the way it's been all season.
And so much so that once Hauser got into a jam today and they get him out of there, even with all the runs they put up, it was a 3-run ball game at one point. Then they put up, 7 in 1 inning.
Yeah.
So they explode again in another day game like they did in the final day in Colorado. This
6
time,
in 1 inning in the 7th.
6. This 6 in the 7th. Yeah. This time to salvage a split in the series. And good on him. I mean, that was a really good performance. And what Logan Webb did yesterday is what aces do. There are people who push back on him being an ace. And I know things haven't gone his way this year, and he kind of looked out of whack all season. I know you've talked, Derek, a lot about how you thought it might have been the World Baseball Classic, the World Baseball Classic. And look, there's no like tangible way.
There's not. I'm just coming up with excuses because that's not the Logan Webb we've seen.
Yeah, and I think there is something to a guy like Logan Webb who's not like a flamethrower, who doesn't come in striking out, 230 guys a year or anything like that.
Right.
How he gets prepared is his buildup over the season and throughout the preseason and throughout spring. He's clearly got a system that works, which is why he's led the league in innings pitched so many years. Mm-hmm. It's not just about his style of pitching. It's about the timing that he's nailed down now to get ready for the start of a season. And there is something to the idea that maybe getting ready at a quicker rate or at a higher intensity to pitch in the WBC played a role in the knee bursitis that he dealt with. And bursitis, to me, it's not like, he pulled a hamstring and he got it a whack. That's something that no matter what he says, I imagine he's been pitching through a little bit of discomfort or pain for some time. So once he had the time off, goes back and pitches well in AAA in the rehab. Wasn't terrible in Colorado. Gave him a chance to win. I think he gave up 4 hits and
he was fine.
4 innings and 1
His first start in a while.
And then he comes out yesterday and shoves. That's what aces do, man. In seasons where you don't have the depth in pitching, you don't feel like you're going to be able to put up enough runs, and even just one yesterday on Barracoto's first career home run. Mm-hmm. He got all of that one. Good for him. That's what aces do. They come out and they say, even if I get 1 run, I give you a shot to win. And we know aces better than almost any organization over the last 2 decades across Major League Baseball. But Logan Webb, man, that's an intangible that can't be measured. That's the guy when you talk about a stopper, and you used to say, Jason Schmidt could be that guy. Mm-hmm. When the Giants had Lincecum, and in 2008 and 9, they weren't very good, but you knew every 5 days you had a chance to win with Kane or Lincecum, Kane, and pray for rain for a little while, right? Spawn and Sane and pray for rain is the old saying. But Logan Webb, man, that's the guy that you want to go to battle for. And even when you put up 1 run, he gives you a shot to win it. So, and Keaton Winn nailing it down to the 9th. I mean, I've told you, he's got closer stuff. Does he have the makeup to do it? But he was phenomenal to get out of that yesterday as well. Today they hang 12, got dicey at the end, and this is a problem. It's so hard to win big league games when you don't have the relief pitching.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the starting pitching, You get more of the relief pitching that you don't have.
Well, I mean, we've seen the pitching not be the same of late.
Yeah, even in 12 runs, I mean, look how hard it is to win, even when you hang 12.
No, exactly. But maybe there is a correlation with the way the way that Later Roop and the way that Robbie Ray pitched of late, with Patrick Bailey not being there anymore, and you have less experience behind the plate with Daniel Susak. But
shout out Haas, by the way.
Oh, another grand slam. We got 4 on the season.
I'm a backup catcher guy. I always mention that. I always love backup catchers because to me, I'm like, they can do no wrong. They're there to support the starting catcher. And if you have a good one, like the Giants had for a long time with Buster, if it's the backup catcher, you're like, anything he gives you is a positive. We loved our Hector Sanchez. Right? We love your Vitor Alba. But I like a backup catcher that will perform. Even guys like Hundley and Casale were guys that I think were beloved. But anyway, Eric Haas, a great game today.
No, I mean, a great game offensively. It was similar to the game we saw last Sunday in Sacramento. And it got dicey at the end there, obviously, with the bullpen. But you want to see good performances from Matt Chapman. Obviously, Jung-Hoo Lee's on a tear right now. What is it, 13 straight games with a hit?
Yeah, was yesterday 12? I know he had tied his career high.
Hang on. 12 game hitting streak for Jung-Hoo Lee. 4 for 5 on today.
He's 4 for 5 today. By the way, he's hitting like 600 on the road trip.
Dude, in the last 2 series, he is 19 for 31.
That's insane.
So there was.
And by the way, shout out Bryce Eldridge on the road trip too. He's hitting like over 400, and his average is up to 290. The approach that he is coming to the plate with, and by the way, batting him in front of Matt Chapman today. Yeah. His first at bat, dude, he comes up and he's sitting curveball on the first pitch, and he's sitting on it because he hacked big, had good extension, and fouled it off. 2 pitches later, he fists a single into the right center field gap. They score a run, and then later on in the game, he knocks another one in off of his hands, and he's really, really strong. And it's weird that he's as tall as he is because it sort of seems like his arms aren't as long as you would think for a dude who's that height. Yeah. He can get to the inside pitch, and he can keep that pitch fair. But what he's done on this road trip, and Jung-Hoo Lee, I mean, he's over 300. He might be close to 315, 320 on the season now. His average, I know Casey Schmidt let off of the home run today, but I feel like you're losing some of that when you put him in the leadoff spot. I'd like those home runs to come with a guy on base.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. Maybe they need to change that up. But
why not back to Lee in the leadoff is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'd be open to that. But yeah, I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee, there was a point in time this season where he wasn't doing much, and I was like, the Jung-Hoo Lee chance at Oracle Park, I was going overrated. Yeah. And that was most of the offense. They're getting into their groove right now. But I don't want to say I don't want to overreact when they win these type of games because they never turn a corner. We talk about, is this the turning point? But it never is. So last Sunday,
2 games is not a corner.
No, it's not. But we saw last Sunday them put up 19 runs. And that's great. But it might be the ballpark in Colorado. And then you come back and you lose 16-2. Kyle Harrison shoves in your face 12 Ks. And you're thinking about that whole trade from a year ago. And then last night's great. Great win by Logan Webb. And then today is great too, but it's just not consistent enough for me to buy in that something's actually happening here.
No, and I think this is why days like today frustrate me, because Colorado I never believe in. It's a fantasy land. It doesn't. Yeah. Again, the full Colorado experience was felt last weekend, where you got the Friday night 5 runs, bottom 9 walk-off, multiple home runs in the final couple innings. You had the lead. And then you get the game on Sunday where they scored 19, but then sort of reality hits. You go up to face the number 1 team in the Central, in the Milwaukee Brewers, and they put up 16 on you. What I will say, and I think this is my emotion after this game, because I'm with you. I've told you, until you show me the same thing over and over for weeks, that I can believe that you're capable of this repetitively, why would I think any different about this team or this season? Is that days like today, and again, they didn't face any frontline pitching today. Right? And here's what's also disconcerting. The Brewers gave up on the game. They emptied the bench, like in the 7th inning or something like that.
But still had a chance to win,
and still almost lost the game by like 3 feet. You know what I mean? Like they emptied the bench and still had a chance to win.
Right.
I think the feeling for me from the Giants today is, man, when everybody puts it together, they're pretty good because they seem on paper like they could be and should be a much better team than what they've posted. And that's why I see it today and I go, how come all this comes in one game every 7 or 8? Why can't they do this consistently? And that's an issue that remains to be solved.
That's
a riddle that remains to be solved.
That's the most baffling thing on this season, where you and I coming into it, the expectations were minimal for you and me, where it's like,
I said hope for a wild card, and I was hoping for 85 wins, but I thought, again, they're 23 under since they got Devers.
Exactly. So I thought they would be, 82 wins, 83 wins, whatever. I never thought it'd be this bad. Like, I remember JD and I talking about it in February, where it's like, it could be a disaster. I'm like, not with this roster. And you look at who they have, they should be better than what they are right now. Like, before last night, they had the worst record in the National League, worst record tied in baseball.
Sounds like you owe JD an apology.
I do owe JD an apology.
Call him now, then. Call him right now.
But we were talking. I'm not calling JD right now. But
get him on the line.
Yeah. But when that conversation was in relation to Tony Vitello, and that could you fire him at the end of the season if it's a disaster? It has been a disaster, but I don't think that's going to happen. It really is the construction of the team. It really is like the fact that they overlooked the starting rotation and the bullpen and thought they'd get by on the offense. Wasn't good enough. So I think we're thinking big picture here, and we should with this team because it's been the same thing for the last 5 years now. But for the rest of this season, look, I'm resigned to the fact that probably they're going to trade away Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray at some point.
Yeah.
And it probably will be by the trade deadline. I'd be surprised if they do it sooner. But Buster Posey has done that in the past. I think at this point, this season is just look at what they're becoming. Look at Casey Schmidt. Look at the guys that they bring up. Look at Bryce Eldridge. It's not about winning for this season. And maybe Buster will tell you otherwise in a couple weeks where he'll say, like, we're still trying to win. But the reality is, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised at the end of the year if John Shea asks him, like, why is Tony Vitello coming back with 100 losses? I'm sure Buster Posey will say, like, going in
100?
Well, I don't
Jesus.
know. I'm just giving you a number. But, like, let's just say Tony Vitello comes back.
It's on the table, yeah.
And it's going the way that it's been for most of the season. And John Shea asked him, why is Tony coming back? I'm sure Buster will say, like, look, we knew going into the season was going to be kind of like this. So that's the one thing we're upset about. No one hates Buster. Giants fans love Buster Posey. It's just frustrating when we know what's going on, and he comes on the radio and says, like, we'll figure it out.
Well, and we'll talk more about what Zach Manassian said this morning with Murph and Marcus, but it's still a lot of GM speak, and he said a little bit more, I guess, but I remember about the 3-week mark or the 1 month mark or whatever it was, and Murph and Marcus were asking him, like, hey, man, things aren't going well. I was like, well, it's been a couple of weeks. We got to evaluate, when we get to about the 3rd mark. Now we're 61 games in, and he's like, well, we got to give it 162. I'm like, well, how many, you got to give it 3 years for this to play out.
I mean,
What I'm with you on is what am I focused on as a fan right now? And that's, dude, Bryce Eldridge at bats right now.
Yeah.
That's been really fun to watch, and that's where I'm finding my hope right now in the Giants and the future of the Giants. I'm still hoping Landon Roop can be a dude who's like a number 2, number 3 at worst, but it looks like when he's at his best, he could be a number 2 starter behind Logan Webb. Casey Schmidt, dude, just continues to impress, and then Jung Hoo Lee. And those 4 dudes, Derek, I'm going to coin it right now, right here on The Sports Leader. Casey Schmidt, Jung Hoo Lee, Bryce Eldridge, and Landon Roop. I'm calling him the Farhan 4, dude. That's what I'm behind, dude.
It's accurate.
Are you with me? It's the Farhan 4, dude. Those are the guys I'm riding right now.
Fans will love that one.
Yeah, the Farhan 4, Casey Schmidt, Jung
He's
Hoo
a
Lee,
mole, Copes. How dare you?
Bryce Eldridge and Landon Roop. Buster, just give me some dudes around him. I got faith in Devers. I told you I do. Yeah. I believe that can be somebody. Casey Schmidt continues to impress me. We'll talk more about this. 808-KMBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Here's my question to the callers. Is Tua a streak? We'll get into that next. Dirty work on a Thursday. Giants win it.
I mean, kind of.
12-9. They salvage a split. And I'll give you this. I did not see them getting a split after that second game Tuesday night against Kyle Harrison. You tip your cap to Logan Webb and you tip your cap to the bats. And Bryce Eldridge and Jung Hoo Lee, who got it done today, as well as Casey Schmidt, 3 of the Farhan 4. We'll talk more about it next on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, something we've been talking about more recently is the scams that people face and how dangerous that is, how scary that is, and really how sad. But is there anything you can do on your taxes if you've been scammed to help protect yourself?
Absolutely, if you qualify. And first, for any of you that have been scammed, my heart goes out to you. I've seen people lose their life savings. It's horrible. But you may be able to deduct that from your taxes. And if you can't, you may get a tremendous amount of money back from the IRS. When the casualty loss area changed, most casualty losses were taken away from us. But there's an exception. And the IRS was actually kind enough to write this long memo with details explaining how you can write this off and who qualifies. If you are a victim of a scam, call us. Let's determine if you qualify under this IRS memo. And if you do, let's get money back from the IRS. This could make a tremendous difference in your life. We have a free consultation. Let's find out if you qualify. And if you do, let's get back a good part of what you lost. The only thing you have to do to call for your free consultation is say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants split the series in Milwaukee thanks to Logan Webb last night in today's 12-9 scoring bonanza that saw Casey Schmidt's 13th home run of the season. They got the win, but let's admit, we all thought they were blowing that one in the ninth, right? On to Chicago to take on the Cubs tomorrow for another matinee. Pre-game at 10:20, first pitch at 11:20. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
2 on, 2 out. Chapman in on the grass at third. The 1-0 pitch. Hamilton swings. It's a high fly ball, deep center field. Cox going back. Now at the warning track. He'll stop. Reaches up. Makes the catch.
You were scared. You were scared. No, you were scared.
That was all of us. That was all of us.
Is that 8 Mile?
Yeah, 8 Mile.
No, you were scared, dude.
No,
you thought it was
you
going
were
out.
scared.
Also, when that was hit, Derek and I were standing in the control room next to Danny. And so,
oh, no.
Everybody should know, and I think you do, radio's ahead of TV. So there's no delay on that. We hear Joe Rizzo on the call, and and that ball's hit. Well, and then you see the actual swing, and you're like, boy, he might have gotten all of that.
Yeah.
Jonah Cox goes back in center field for the final out as the Giants got the win. But the way it was portrayed by Joe Rizzo, a beautiful call.
Beautiful
on
job
that.
by
But
Rizzo.
Derek and I were standing there, and we hadn't seen it on TV yet, so we're listening. And I grabbed Derek's bicep. Didn't I grab it and squeeze it for a minute? And then the out was made. And I was like, nah, you were scared, dude. I didn't think it was.
Impressed by that bicep.
I didn't think it was good. Yeah. I was impressed by your sep. Couldn't get enough of D's sep.
Yeah.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text if the Giants get a win today to salvage a split. And I got to say, I'm pretty surprised they got a split, and it wasn't easy in the way it came after they lost those first two. The 1-0 win yesterday.
Yeah.
Logan Webb shoving, taking a no-hitter into the seventh, doing what an ace of a staff does, being the stopper, letting them know you have a chance to win a ball game, even if it's just one run, which didn't inspire a lot of confidence in me and the team, more so in Logan Webb.
Right.
And like, okay, this guy's here. He's still the same dude that I've grown to know, love, and trust as the ace of this staff. And then they come back today, and immediately they start off putting up runs. Jung Hoo Lee's going the other way. He's pulling the ball. He's doing exactly what he's done since he came off the IL. I'd love to see him atop the lineup.
I think so at this point,
You
I'm
get
with you on that
2
one.
hits and a rib from Willie Adames. You get a couple of knocks and RBIs from Matt Chapman. You get the home run from Casey Schmidt. You get a great day from Bryce Eldridge, who was on base 4 times, and his average is up to 290, over 400 on the road trip. All that's positive. The Giants just don't have a lot to show for it, but you got to start somewhere, and salvaging a split with a 4-game series against the top team in the National League is nothing to scoff at. That's not nothing.
No, not at all. And I think
it's been really hard to win these games.
No, man. I mean, like, you take anything you get at this point in this season. It's been hard. It's been a hard season. It's been a hard season for Matt Chapman. Like, reading that Susan Slusser article earlier this week, I didn't like hearing that. That's terrible. So when he has a good performance.
About the threats and all that?
Yeah, terrible. Absolutely terrible. So 3 for 5 today. I just want to see the Matt Chapman we've seen of old. Like, honestly, like, for the majority of the season, it felt like since the time that he kind of yelled at Casey Schmidt, he just hasn't been the same guy offensively or defensively. I just want to see him back in form, and I just want to see this team just, get back to, being respectable again. Because honestly, like, it's been terrible. It has been terrible for the majority of the season. But games like today make you believe they could actually do something. But when I say do something, it's like
it doesn't make me believe. It makes me be like, why aren't they capable of doing this consistently?
Like
that's where the cognitive dissonance comes for me, where I'm like, how come you are? It's seemingly by the sum of their parts, they should be able to do this more regularly.
They should, and
they haven't in any sort of regularity since they acquired Rafael Devers. That's why they're under 23 games under 500. Since that acquisition. And that's the most frustrating part to me. Now, the pitching is still a major problem. And you can't be a great team if you don't pitch. It's the nuts and bolts of the game.
Most likely it'll be like that the rest of the season. But as far as the offense, you've seen it at times, like just last Sunday where they put up 19 runs in today. They have, four grand slams on the season?
Maybe 5 now, something like that. I think they're tied for the league lead, but what do they have to show for it?
Yeah.
One of the worst records
they are
in baseball.
capable of having those performances. It's just playing to that level consistently. I'm not saying they didn't make the postseason at this point.
No.
I'm not expecting that. I just want them to get to a point where it's like, you know what? We're not expecting them to lose 16-2 or get swept all the time. Sweep a series. You got the Nationals coming up at home past this weekend.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. John is in Sacramento. John, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
What's up, John? We're doing well.
I'm doing good. Hey, I've been a Giants fan since 2008. My teacher from high school, freshman year, got me into baseball. I was so happy to be part of the 2010, 12, and 14
Nice,
run.
man. Hell yeah.
And I like how the Giants' young prospects are coming up, too, right now. Schmidt, Jung Hoo Lee, Suzette, how they've been tearing it up lately.
Yeah, me too, man. I appreciate the call, John. I mean,
No, I appreciate it.
Look, that's what I'm saying is if you're looking to avoid frustration in the result of the game, it's looking at what the future of the team holds.
Yeah.
And that's why it was frustrating when they weren't playing Eldridge. Now they're playing him, and look what's happening, right?
Yeah, they need to do that every day now.
He's walking,
every day.
He's drawing walks. He's on base. He seemingly is putting together really good at-bats. He doesn't look fooled at the plate. Like, it's easy to see when a guy doesn't really know what's going on up there when he's out of the minor leagues. Like, think back to when Joey Bart came up. And it was like, boy, he's just waving. He doesn't know what's coming. He looks uncomfortable in the box. Right now, it looks like Bryce Eldridge is up there with a confidence. Seems like he knows what his approach is. He knows what he's swinging at. He's knowing when to lay off. Like, that wasn't something he'd cut down on a bunch. And again, there's going to be another window of adjustment. This is what the game of baseball is. It's figuring it out, then they figure you out. Then you figure it out, they figure you out, or they never figure you out, and you become one of the great hitters who's tough to get out in the game. But right now, he's a tough out. And right now, he's covering parts of the plate inside, which is what they do to young players sometimes. They'll pitch you inside, make you uncomfortable, make you figure out how to attack that pitch. But right now, that's not bothering him.
Yeah.
What I want to see more of is him against lefties, but he had a knock against a lefty the other day. He doesn't look uncomfortable, so that's something that's exciting. That and Casey Schmidt at bats, I'm like, cool. These guys are young. They're going to be here. That looks like a couple of guys you can build around. If that's your 3-4, if Casey Schmidt ends up being a 25, 30 homer guy, and he's got 13 right now, I don't know why we'd think that trajectory would stop. It doesn't seem like he's caught lightning in a bottle. It seems like he's kind of figured something out as a big leaguer.
No, I would agree.
And so that's kind of what I'm looking at. Jung Hoo Lee, another guy who will be here long term. Adames and Chapman were kind of who they were before they got here. But we're looking at guys who are here, are starting here, and look like they're making a jump to the next level. And those three guys right now are the most exciting, I think, propositions offensively for the Giants at the big league level.
No question about it, Copes. Where I think the lineup going forward should probably be Jung Hoo Lee leading off. You get Casey Schmidt second, and you can pick your, whatever you want to do there with Willie Adames and Rafael Devers. But as far as Bryce Eldridge, he needs to be playing every day. I don't care about the matchup anymore. He's proven to me that he has that power, and once Elliot Ramos comes back and he's back in left field, then it's no question to me that Bryce Eldridge should be the DH every single day going forward. And we'll figure out, Casey, well, you've got to figure out what Casey Schmidt, his position at that point. But I would say Rafael Devers has proven to be a pretty good defensive first baseman. So I don't know. I would probably have it where, Bryce Eldridge needs to play every day. And you'll figure it out later with Casey Schmidt and him, but he needs to play every single day.
By the way, shout out Casey Schmidt, playing 3 positions today, getting a couple of knocks and a bomb.
Yeah.
He played left, he played second, and he played first base by the time this one came to an end. As FP said on the broadcast, a 2-hit, 3-glove day. Left field glove, infield glove, first base glove.
Right.
510 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, on Jung Hoo Lee, my sweet Korean prince is cooking. Yes, dude.
He is,
dude. He's quickly becoming our sweet Korean prince. Another texter here, 707, checks in and says, love this discussion about the lineup. Copes, I want your lineup with all the hot bats. I just feel like I feel like you're losing a little bit on Casey Schmidt's power and ability to drive in runs when he's hitting leadoff.
Yeah.
Like, I love that he hit that home run. Again, it's the best possible result. First pitch of the game, he leaves the park off the top of the wall. But if Jung Hoo Lee's leading off and then you've got Arise, I know that's 2 lefties. You probably want to split them, but why not go Lee?
Yeah, Arise too, yeah.
Why not go Lee, Casey, then Arise, then go Devers if you want. They have a lot of lefties is the issue. They got a lot. Because you got Devers, Arise, Eldridge, and Jung Hoo Lee are all everyday guys seemingly who all bat left-handed. Right. So you're trying to figure out a way to split that up. But against a righty, who cares? That's savage stuff. That's a tough 4 to go up against or 5 to start a ball game if they're swinging the way they did today. They just haven't all year. I would just like to see Jung Hoo Lee, who has some speed and has been a hot hitter and is going to all fields, get on base to start the game. I don't like top-loading the lineup, but I do like the idea that he's getting on base and you've got some length to it now with Eldridge.
No, it's a good problem to have. They'll figure out the lineup, but I think we're maybe like a week away or maybe 2 weeks away from Elliot Ramos returning. Probably a week away at this point, but that's, that is a conversation to be had, is what's going to happen once he's back. How do you decide who's the DH every single day? At this point, Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge need to be there. So I don't know. And they'll figure out once Elliot Ramos comes up. But it's pretty clear to me that both guys need to be playing every single day now. I don't care about the matchup with Bryce Eldridge. He's proven at this point that he needs to be in the lineup. They can afford not to have him.
808-KBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and text. We'll get to more of your calls. Also, Sam Amick of The Athletic going to join us at 3:50 talking some NBA.
Sammy.
Thank you, dude. Talking some NBA Finals Game 1 as the Knicks come back down 14 in the second half. come back to win that game against San Antonio last night.
Fun game last night.
Hell of a game.
Me and Dan Dunn were watching it last night at the old GPS, the Glen Park station right over here.
Shout him out, dude.
Yeah. No, dude. This series is living up to the hype. I got to imagine the Spurs bounce back because they have to before they go up to MSG in that environment.
Also, Susan Slesser joins us at 4:50. We'll get to more of your calls, talk some NBA Finals Game 1, and then Sam Amick at 3:50. Plus, I'll let you avenge my loss against Derek and Danny's Double Dips a little bit later this afternoon at 4:50.
Don't screw me, Dan.
Yeah, well, who knows?
I need my own streak going here.
Who knows what the rules are today in the Double Dips? Anyway, more on the Giants, your calls, and then some NBA Finals as Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. The Giants going to win today 12-9, the final in Milwaukee to salvage a split. They're now 3-4 on the road trip as they start a 3-game series with the Cubs tomorrow before coming home Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to take on the Nationals. 11:20 first pitch tomorrow in Chicago for Game 1. Let's go back out to the phone lines before we check in with our guy Sam Amick of The Athletic to talk some NBA Finals. Game 1 last night as the Knicks steal Game 1 in San Antonio, trailing double digits in the second half, come back to win that game by 10. Larry is in Brentwood, wants to talk about some of the Giants' offense this season. Larry, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
What's up, gentlemen? How we doing?
Chilling, man.
Doing
How are
well,
you?
Larry.
You know what? I really, really wish I could be happy right now, but the Giants, explain something to me.
Yeah.
They're 5th in the MLB team batting average. Padres are dead last. We're like 13 games back of 500. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Yeah, dude, as I've said for weeks, I don't see, like, unless this group of guys turns it around, and I don't think they have the pitching to do so.
No.
I don't see an obvious change or result for this season. They've dug their hole too deep at this point that even if they went 500, to go 500, they've got to play 600 the rest of the way, right? Or better. Like, I don't know what they're going to do, bro. Larry, I don't know, man.
Don't know if the pitching's there.
The pitching's not there. They don't have the depth, especially if they move on from Robbie Ray.
Logan Webb's there.
Yeah.
But everybody else isn't.
That's it, man. That's exactly it, dude. Like, they don't have the bullpen to get through. You got to pitch to win. I'd almost rather be better defensively and pitching than I would offensively because you can try to manufacture runs. You can't manufacture outs, you know?
Exactly. I know. And it's rough. Like, I want to see us win. You know, we got talent on the team, but just the bullpen's not there. We're 5th. We're 5th in the MLB team batting average. That's great. But
first in doubles, first in grand slams.
It's just a rough road.
Yeah, it's rough. I appreciate the call, Larry. I mean, that's it. First in doubles, first in grand slams. It's weird.
It's very weird. And a year ago, what you're saying, you rather have better defense and great pitching than...
Not always. I mean, that's frustrating, too. And the Giants went through some of that.
But if you're going to pick one, I mean, that was the case last year where the pitching was great. The bullpen was great. And then, the offense was... at times, okay, but for the most part, I remember the stretch they had where it was about 17 straight games where they couldn't score five runs or more.
Yeah.
So you make the move to get Rafael Devers. You substitute Kyle Harrison and what he's not doing to get that type of player. I know, like, revisionist history a couple days ago, I get it. He had 12 strikeouts. It was great. But also, like, you do that deal every day, so I don't blame Buster Posey for that one.
Yeah.
It is what it is at this point. You're not going to trade away Matt Chapman. You're not going to trade away Willie Adames, and you sure as hell are not going to trade away Rafael Devers. So... you're stuck. You are stuck. You weren't planning on having a great bullpen. You wanted to get by with the rotation that you have right now. So it is what it is. It's not time to go. I think it's time to be patient and see what happens next year.
It's time to sit right there and wait. Yeah, it's time to. That one doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. But that's the truth.
Buster gets Devers. He's like, all right, everybody, it's time to sit right there and wait and be patient for a little while.
Well, you know what?
It's not as fun.
It was time to go because I remember when they acquired Rafael Devers.
They were a game back in the Dodgers.
That Monday show, I think Kerry Crowley joined us in the last segment, and we were like, they should be a playoff team. They should win, a series and get to the NLDS. But obviously that did not happen. And since that time, as everybody has said, they're 23 games below 500. It's maddening. Like, Zach Benazzi was asked that this morning, being like, Why? How do you explain that? He's like, there is no
I
explanation.
think what Murph said was, how would you put into words how flabbergasted you are about being 24 under since the acquisition of Devers?
Hoodwinked.
Yeah, hoodwinked. It's a crock, dude. As I told you, man, it's a crock. You know what's not a crock, dude, is the service we provide to the people. And we try to do it on Thursdays and Fridays, but especially on a day like today where the sun's out, we're looking forward to the weekend. We know Union Street Fair is this weekend, but you know what people don't know what they're doing? How to spend their weekend, and that's why every week we provide to you the KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area unsponsored weekend sports calendar, sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. Why don't we start with a long weekend event? We'll start with tonight. How about that? You know, the San Jose Giants tonight start a 4-game series against the Inland Empire 66ers. Question, Derek, what MLB team are the Inland Empire 66ers associated with?
I don't know.
Go ahead. Give it a guess.
I have no idea.
Give it a guess.
Well, we put him on the spot of their calendar. I don't
That's
prepare
what
for
it
this.
says. What is it? So give it a guess. You won't guess an MLB team that they're associated with?
Who is it? Sorry, say again.
The Inland Empire 66ers. Who are they an affiliate of?
The A's?
No, it's the Seattle Mariners. Come on, Derek.
Okay, whatever.
First pitch tonight at 6:30, 7 p.m. on Friday, 6 p.m. Saturday, 1 p.m. Sunday. Get out to Excite Ballpark in San Jose this weekend. First beer is on Mike Holler. Friday, San Francisco Giants in Chicago this weekend. Check out the games at one of the best Chicago sports bars in the city, The Bar on Dolores Street in Noe Valley.
It's called The Bar?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
Pick any 4 draft beers for $15 or try to earn a free flight. Blind taste the bartender's choices. Name all 4 correctly and get upgraded to a free flight. The Bar on Dolores, where it's called The Bar on Dolores.
Oh, gotcha.
Where adventure lives and dreams come true. Also on Saturday, Ariana Grande's Eternal Sunshine Tour kicks off at 7:30 at the Oakland Arena. Grande's 5th concert tour and her first tour since 2019. In March 2024, Ariana Grande released her 7th studio album, Eternal Sunshine. 4 months later, during an interview on the Shut Up Evan podcast, she said that she planned a mini sampling of shows supporting the album, adding that it would be a really lovely idea to be able to trickle in some shows between the releases of Wicked in 2024 and Wicked for Good in 2025. Thanks for all that, Danny. Why did he give me that? On Sunday, the Oakland Soul SC takes on Pleasanton Rage at 3 p.m. at Merritt College. On Merritt College Pride Day. Pride Day is an annual celebration by Oakland Soul FC to honor the LGBTQ plus community, reflecting the club's commitment to inclusivity and social good. And that is the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside.
Well, we got trivia in there and Ariana Grande little tidbits there. Come on, Dan.
Why don't you come up with a guess, Derek, and know your calendar, bro.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come on back, we got to get into some NBA hoops. NBA Finals Game 1 goes down last night. The Knicks steal Game 1 from San Antonio, and they made Wemby not look very good, dude.
No, they did not.
I mean, he led the team in scoring, but most of it came at the free throw line. We'll talk about it with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Next, it's Dirty Work on a Thursday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you love 49ers mandatory minicamps, well, I got some bad news for you. Kyle Shanahan canceled next week's mandatory practices with everyone showing up this week. After today, the team will be off until training camp. For everything 49ers offseason, keep it locked to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Last night, NBA Finals Game 1 goes down in San Antonio, and the Knicks steal it after trailing by double digits in the second half, and kind of made Wemby ineffective near the end of that game there. He had most of his points at the free throw line. Heard he talked about it. Sam Amick covers the NBA for The Athletic and is in San Antonio. Was on hand for Game 1. Sam, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, Sam?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I keep missing you on the old video, the playoff schedule getting the best of me, but we are out here on the streets of San Antonio enjoying a little Tex-Mex, so good to be with you, boys.
Okay, you're with Marcus Thompson, right? What did he order?
We just got rolling. I don't know what he's doing.
Okay.
I think he's got to get it in quick because the happy hour end is coming.
Sounds like Marcus.
Sounds like Marcus, yeah. He ain't ordering after happy hour's over, dude. You're picking up the rest of that. Yeah.
Just tell him to text me back, Sam, if you could, please.
Nice. Are you getting ghosted, Derek?
He's just a hard man to get a hold of. We do this every week with Marcus. And he just never responds to his text messages.
See, I'm trying to be a good partner here. Like I get back to you.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
You definitely do, Sam. You do.
Yeah, you're one of the best, dude. Sam Amick with us here from San Antonio on the UMA guest line. So, Sam, I'll start you with one of Russell Westbrook's favorite questions, dude. Did San Antonio lose that game, or did the Knicks win it? How did you see last night go down and the Knicks pulling that out?
Is that actually the question that created the meme?
Yeah, I think it was did you guys lose it or did the Jazz win it? It was something like that. And then he was like, what are you doing?
So funny.
That's so funny, yeah.
That's hilarious. Oh, goodness gracious. Which way do I want to go? I'll say the Knicks won it.
I think so, too.
I mean, it's funny just because I'm so West heavy, I just haven't seen the Knicks in person that much this year. And so I'm watching that game, and I'm actually talking to one of our podcast hosts on Press Row, and he's showing me this graphic of Jalen Brunson's playoff fourth quarter scoring in the past 12 games. And all you needed to see is that this is like an all-time visual graphic. And there's the name Michael Jordan with a little mugshot of Mike, and then there's the name Jalen Brunson above it on this chart. Like his fourth quarter clutch scoring is literally, above MJ levels, and that's what we saw in Game 1. And then conversely, Wemby, he did come on strong at the end. I mean, I wrote about it a little bit with about 3 minutes left. He did what he, should have been doing all night, which is try to plow through Karl Anthony Towns. But for most of the night, he was getting pushed out. He was getting bad looks. The Knicks are legit, and it really was kind of a carbon copy of what we saw in the NBA Cup title game, right? Like where Wemby was, I think, a minus 18 in that game, and the size of Towns and Mitchell Robinson and OG Anunoby caused problems for him. So we'll see where it goes, but I'll say the Knicks won it.
Sam, you noted, as you just said, you wrote about how the Knicks' size of Karl Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby give them the unique ability to match up with him. And what did you make of Karl Anthony Towns' defense last night? And is that going to be the biggest factor to you in this finals?
No, it's good. I mean, he's not really considered a two-way player, but, size is a factor in this series. You're talking 7 feet, probably 30 pounds-ish bigger than Wemby, but athletic enough to keep up with him. Obviously, nobody's long enough to match him in that department. But, no, his defense was good. Robinson coming off the hand injury, not playing huge minutes, but he was good. The OG thing, to me, is kind of the X factor because it's funny because I'm trying to think, someone in the league compared me. They were talking to me about OG and the fact that he's I'm blanking on who the comp was, but the point was that he is just taller for wings defenders than most, and he's very strong, and that it's not a problem for him to guard a guy like Wemby, and he's so physical. So it's just a lot for Wemby to deal with. As great as this young guy is, you see that his energy it seems to kind of ebb and flow more so than most players. That it's almost like that gas tank kind of goes to E real quick, and then they got to get him on the bench and hit the recharge button and then try to get him back out there. But I think the physicality and the size and having waves of defenders who are not overwhelmed trying to contain him is the kind of thing that chips away at his superpowers.
Yeah, I really thought Towns had quietly one of the better performances of the game. I know it wasn't like a massive points game, but 12 boards out there as well. I thought he played really well. Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line, what was more significant in the game last night? Was it Brunson's fourth quarter closing and the notes you were just talking about, or was it the San Antonio kind of collapse down the stretch?
I have more vivid memories of the Knicks closing. I mean, the collapse. I mean, listen, and this is not just a fourth quarter thing, but if you're breaking down where the Spurs fell short, the same thing that helped them in Game 7 hurt them in Game 1, which is that their others, did not step up. De'Aaron Fox is 3 of 13. Dylan Harper gets off to a banger of a start, 12 points in the first half, I think. Has 4 points in the second half. Julian Champagnie, I forget what his numbers ended up being, but, Game 7, he's knocking down every three that comes his way. I think overall the Spurs were, I want to say, 11 of 42 from three. So it was a little bit of a make or miss league type of thing. But, so, I mean, as far as memories, I would say the Knicks closing is bigger than the Spurs, choking it away. But again, kind of not under the radar, but probably still not enough conversation about like how historic this Knicks run is in these past 12 games. Like, this doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, this team caught fire at the right time. And we talk about this series like it's very even, and I think we should, because I think it is. But you see last night, you're like, I think our initial game story that we published literally had a lead that was like, are the Knicks ever going to lose again? Because that's how it feels right now.
Did Mike Brown or Brunson elaborate a little bit on the injury last night? I know that he was dealing with a knee injury and that happened in the first half, but he powered through and played a great game. Any concern, or, obviously he's going to keep playing in this series, but any insight on how much he was hindered by that injury last night?
No, I didn't hear all of Jalen today. I was in there for some of it. Actually asked him a question about Mike Brown, but I don't have a great update there. I certainly saw very closely with the old binoculars, like how hampered he was twice in that game. And by the time halftime came around, I was almost bummed from just a competitive standpoint that it felt like, Jalen was going to get all the way to Game 1 of the finals, and then his body was going to fail him a little bit. But then obviously that, he pulls off the heroics in the second half. So I don't know how banged up he is. To be honest, some of the stuff that got covered today was a little bit more of the silly stuff. It was the fan who, ran out and took the picture with Wemby. It was the fan who was trash talking with Jalen and said something that bothered him enough that he met with Scott Foster after the game to kind of deal with that. So, but yeah, as far as his body, I assume he's ready to go because he sure looked good in the second half.
Talking to Sam Amick, a few more minutes here, covers the NBA for The Athletic. We were talking about a piece you were part of, you contributed to a couple of days ago, talking about where we are with Giannis and how as we get closer to the draft, based on the sort of self-imposed Bucks deadline, that we may know what the future holds for Giannis. I know you noted in that article that Miami's still maybe one of the loudest contenders to land him and saying they were willing to be aggressive this offseason. After what happened with OKC in Game 7, it feels like if they wanted to get in those sweepstakes, there's nobody that could contend with the offer they could come with. Do you anticipate that OKC would be in on Giannis?
For now, I don't. No, I mean, it's, I kind of enjoyed laying out the possibility just to kind of, like you just said, Adam, like tell people that like they have the goods, that's a check that they can't cut if they want to. I would tend to think a couple things. Like I alluded to their long interest in Evan Mobley. If you go back to the draft, it was kind of widely known that Sam Presti was a big fan of Mobley's. I would think something like that would be more their cup of tea, just because Giannis is 31 and the risk factor is pretty high when it comes to giving him an extension, given his, his health history. So for now, I have not heard that. I think the question that you're asking and that I was hinting at in the story is just that this summer it will be interesting to try to learn more about OKC's level of desperation. Do they have any? Do they think they can run it back? And they could really say, hey, we had no J-Dub, Jalen Williams, and we had no A.J. Mitchell. We win that series with those guys and probably sleep well at night, and maybe that's what they do. But again, when you have 12 first-round draft picks from now until 2032 or whatever it is, and 13 second-rounders, that money is going to, burn a hole in your pocket at some point, and you're going to want to do something with it. You're not going to want to just keep adding young players. So, long way of saying somebody that would be more of a Mobley profile because he's younger would, I think, be of interest to them. But Cleveland, by all indications, is not looking to move Mobley, and the list of guys that would kind of fit that job description is pretty short.
But would Chet Holmgren fit that description, Sam, for the Bucks? And I know that he's very young in his career, and it was a bad series against Victor Wembanyama, but do they look at that series and say, if he can't hold his own against the best player in all of basketball, then maybe it's time to move off of him?
They could. They certainly, that scenario is in play. If I'm handicapping it, I'm going to say no, because he's a fantastic matchup against 28 other teams.
Yeah.
And you can bank on that for the season. And then I think you'd basically just give your hat tip to Wemby and say, schematically, when we play San Antonio, what do we need to change roster-wise to augment and support Chet Holmgren and not treat this thing like a 1v1 boxing match, and just, strategically figure out how to survive, what Wemby does, given the fact that Chet clearly cannot do that job by himself, or even with help. I mean, that was, not to belabor the point, and all my years covering this, I really can't think of a more kind of embarrassing playoff finish than what Chet went through. And, it's pro sports. These guys are big boys, and, the Thunder have to take that into account. But I also think that they're invested in him, and like you said, he's still pretty young, so they probably just keep moving forward with him.
Last one for you, Sam, on Giannis. You mentioned all the Eastern Conference teams that could be in the mix for him, the Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics, Orlando Magic, and Cleveland Cavaliers. Would you anticipate Giannis would be opposed to going to the Western Conference? I know there's a lot of competition there, but I look at a team like Minnesota that, for the last 3 years have been close but not gone to the NBA Finals. And Gina McDaniels is a great player that they could move, but do you see any, I know the Warriors will probably always be in the mix, but do you see a Western Conference team actually having a chance to pull off a trade for Giannis?
For now, I don't. I mean, the Bucks, I will say, the major disclaimer I'll give is that the Bucks are going to do what is best for them. I don't anticipate them, taking a bad deal because they want to do right by Giannis. As much history as he has with them, that message has been sent pretty clear. So could a Western Conference contender come and say, we're comfortable not knowing if you're going to sign an extension, and rolling the dice, basically a la Masai Ujiri and the Raptors when they went and got Kawhi Leonard and won the championship? Like, yes, that could happen. In terms of what Giannis wants and the reality that he can put his foot on the scale and kind of signal where he wants to go by indicating whether or not he'll sign the extension, as far as, that dynamic, no, I don't see a Western Conference team getting the blessing. And Minnesota is an interesting one because, yeah, he'd be a great fit for him. Number one, Jaden McDaniels almost got too good during the playoffs to where the Timberwolves appear even more married to him now than before. Like, you might have been able to get him at the trade deadline in February. Now I don't think that if you tell them you could have Ant and Giannis, but you lose Jaden, I don't think they want to do that. And then secondly, it's the opposite of the Thunder when it comes to draft capital. The Timberwolves don't have it.
Yeah.
And so as far as enticing the Bucks, they're kind of up against it there.
Sam Amick, the voice you hear, covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Sam, appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy game 2. And, dude, I hope we didn't screw you from getting in on the happy hour with Marcus Thompson. I don't know what the time's like now.
Nah, you're good. I'll just go make sure I, tell him to come correct and text Eric back.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
Thank you, Sam.
No
I appreciate that greatly.
Yeah, no texto, no queso is what you say, dude. That's how you give it to Marcus, dude. All right, Sam. Talk to you next week, bro.
I love it.
Thanks, Sam.
All right, good deal, man. The great Sam Amick of The Athletic. We do with him each and every week. That's a tough deal, man. Sam will get back to you. Marcus takes a minute.
Oh, Marcus is notorious for that. It's like going back to the other station. I used to text Marcus, and he's known for a day or two.
He'd be like, my bad, man. I was at home. You're
Dude,
like, I know. Why didn't you get back to me?
Dude, there's plenty of shows where I'm like, maybe he'll pick up at 350. I have no idea, but we're going to promote it.
And then he's like, yeah, of course, I've been waiting for you to call. That's an excuse. You'll call Marcus like 40 times, unless you're Tim and you don't call Marcus on the right number.
Yeah, eight times in a row.
That was the time where Marcus really was ready and waiting for us. And Tim was like, I'm calling him. He's not answering. And it wasn't the right number.
Dude, sometimes Marcus is scheduled to co-host a show with you, and you don't even know who's going to show up.
Yeah. I have done a show with Marcus, and hey, if it's a Black Friday, my man coming in. I know he's coming in on Black Friday if he's with me. Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll take a quick break, but when we come on back, man, the people clamor for it. They've been asking really weekly ever since Danny started on the show. They're like, yo, are you guys dipping today?
Copes. We doing dips.
They're going Dan's. Are we dipping? Yeah, Danny's double dips. Every week, Danny gives us 5 topics. We each get 1 minute to debate the topic, and then Danny awards the points. There are other rules. We just don't know what they are until the dips start.
Damn you, Dan.
We'll find out today in the next edition of Danny's Double Dips, which is next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
take a sixer of old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. Giants get a win today to salvage a split in a 4-game series in Milwaukee. Nice split after they dropped the first two. They're 3
nice
and 4.
split.
What's that from?
I don't know. I'm
just saying it?
Yeah,
you ever said that yourself?
Hey, nice split there.
Nice split.
Ooh, the way you split that series?
Nice. Beaver, yeah.
Thank you. I just had it stuffed.
Thank you, dude. Danny Dunn each and every week. By the way, Susan Slessor is going to join us in about a half hour at 4:50. We'll talk some Giants ball with her.
Via train. She's going from Milwaukee to Chicago.
All right. Giants are taking a bus, I think, huh?
Are they? Nice.
I think it's not a far drive.
No, I want to say maybe an hour. Could be wrong.
I don't know. Good guess.
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Something that we will not be guessing is how Danny comes up with the rules for Danny's Double Dips. Each and every week, the people clamor for it. Danny gives us 5 different topics. You and I get 1 minute each to debate them. Danny then awards a point. We have a running tally going of our points and our overall record against each other. I believe we're 1-1 head-to-head. Danny, why don't you get us started with a little Danny's Double Dips?
Dirty Work presents Danny's Double Dips.
You double dip. Just take one dip and end it.
Whatever happened to that actor?
But the guy who came up with Double Dip?
Yeah, God, there's just a powerful read there.
Yeah, dude. That's one of my all-time favorite Seinfeld lines.
Just take one dip and end it.
Just take one dip and end it. Dude.
Danny, whatever happened to that guy?
It was a one-off for him. He never thought it was going to take off like that. So they didn't ask him to come back.
By the way, I've been watching Pop Culture Jeopardy with Colin Jost on Netflix. Yeah. Final is tomorrow.
How is that?
It's pretty enjoyable if you like pop culture. I think you'd really like it.
Okay, all right.
In one of the finals or semifinals, dude, Rochelle was one of the answers to a question.
Oh, Rochelle.
They give the description a
girl's erotic journey from Milan to Minsk.
Dude. It was because it was all movie titles or answers with double.
Yeah,
it was like whatever it was, the exact same.
Oh, Kramer versus Kramer. Or?
It was, something like that. But like Rochelle was one
Kramer
of the answers.
Kramer, not Seinfeld related, by the way.
Not Seinfeld related. All right, Danny, you're starting us off with the Double Dips. Dude, you want to give us a standings update or what's going on?
All right, standings updates. It's an easy one today. You guys are both 1-1. Hopes you have a total of 6 points. Derek, you have a total of 4 points.
Okay, all right.
Not far behind.
All right, get to the playoff.
Right, Dan.
The playoff hunt is on. Our playoff hunt is on, dude.
All right, and I took into consideration one of the things last week when you said maybe don't make it a one every game where the first player that goes gets the point. I will move it to a different number today, though. I will still award a point for someone that goes first. I just won't tell you what question it's on.
Fair. What? That makes no sense.
Makes zero
sense. Damn it, David. This is topsy-turvy. Come on.
All right,
hey, it makes you pay attention. So it will never be question number 5. So it'll never help you win the match like if it's 2.
Okay, I got you. So it's 1 through 4.
And it's 1 through 4, but I'm going to pick a different one each time. So it'll be like, maybe 4 today or maybe 3 today.
Just start these
Again,
damn
there
dips.
are other rules. We just don't know what the rules to the dips are.
There are no rules. Just start this ridiculous thing.
All right, we're starting where everyone loves to start, our weekly Aaron Rodgers watch.
What?
All right, Steelers backup quarterback Will Howard spoke to the media over the past week and said he already learned so much from Aaron Rodgers at practice. Well, not a lot about his wife. But, yeah.
Nice,
man. And over the years, Jordan Love has also expressed that Rodgers has helped him early on in his career. So, with Rodgers being in the new Yoda role at age 42, can we pencil in Will Howard as the future face of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I'll go first. Okay. I'm going to say no. I don't think Aaron Rodgers talking to Will Rodgers and working with him makes him the future face. Just like I didn't think that Zach Wilson would become the future face of the New York Jets because, would emerge again as a starting quarterback because of working with Rodgers. I think if you're a quarterback in Will Howard's situation, the best thing you can do is soak up as much knowledge as you can from anybody who's played the game as long as he has. And if Rodgers is willing to pass the game on to young guys, that's the best thing you can do. That's what anybody should do, is to leave the place or the world in a better place than you found it. If you can pass something on, that's awesome. I don't think he's there to be a guy who's an a-hole. I think he's there to play football. He's probably going to play more free this year and is going to impart some of that wisdom and knowledge onto the next guy. But make no bones about it. Just because a Hall of Famer hangs with a young dude and talks to a young dude and treats him in a way that is respectable and maybe treats him or shows him some of the tricks of the trade, that doesn't make that guy a better quarterback. He'll go as far as he will take himself. Aaron Rodgers can be a part of that, but I don't think this is far and away. No, Will Howard's the guy now.
No chance in hell, Danny. I know you're asking this question because you have Pittsburgh Steeler family ties, but no, Will Howard, they wouldn't have drafted Drew Aller if they feel good about Will Howard. Drew Aller, I think, tore his ACL or broke his leg during the college football season? So they wouldn't be asking Aaron Rodgers to come back if they felt good about Will Howard, too. No one has talked about Will Howard or any Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback the way that they talked about Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre was the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers back in the day. No one's nipping at Aaron Rodgers' heels. They're also talking about, like, Brendan Sorsby, the guy that was ostracized from college football for gambling, being a potential pickup in the supplemental draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not buying Will Howard at all. I think that he was a good college quarterback, but I don't think he's going to cut at the next level. The Pittsburgh Steelers are more inclined to get Mac Jones next offseason when he's a free agent. So, no. I don't think just because Aaron Rodgers is imparting wisdom from Yoda to Grogu, Aaron Rodgers to Will Howard, that he's going to be the next quarterback for the Steelers.
Dude, does he think that Yoda's Grogu's dad?
Well, what the hell is he?
I don't know what he is to him, but he's not
his dad.
You mentioned Aaron Rodgers as Yoda, so Will Howard be Grogu,
He's closer
right?
related to an artichoke than he is to Grogu.
They're not related at all?
I don't think so.
It's the same species, I think.
Star Wars makes no sense.
Yeah, so why'd you use the reference?
Because he said Aaron Rodgers is Yoda.
Okay, all right. Danny,
All right.
point?
I'm going to award the point to Copes on that one.
It was because of the Grogu thing, right?
Because of the Grogu and because you implied that I only brought up the Steelers because of my family.
Oh, yeah, dude. So you don't know what the rules are, dude. It's over. I thought he might give you the point just because you mentioned, like, Sorsby. I was like, damn, that was a good point.
Damn, this doesn't make sense like the whole Yoda species.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, we'll find out. Anyway, KMBR, is there any relation between Grogu and Yoda?
There has to be, right?
I don't know.
He's called Baby Yoda.
I don't think that's what people called him, like, affectionately by not
Before
knowing.
they knew his name was Grogu.
His name was Grogu, yeah. So you didn't even watch, dude.
No, you nerds. I'm not watching that.
Careful, man. I'm not looking to do anything that will lose me a point in the dips. What do you got, Danny?
All right. Sticking it with the NFL, A.J. Brown had a quote earlier this week on being with the Patriots where he said, obviously, I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it. Now, he may have been using a little hyperbole there, but I'll ask you guys, if you had to choose a place in the world that isn't quite heaven but comes close, where would it be?
Ooh, man. What is close to heaven? You know what? Not to gloat or anything, but like last year when we went to Hawaii, that was awesome. I know, like, you know, it's a nice perk we get here at KMBR. I don't know if we'll have it again. See, I know this is not gonna go in my favor, but like the tropical paradise, it's always great weather. And Danny's getting mad about this one. So yes, the closest thing to heaven to me was Hawaii last year. But as far as like other places, I don't know. There's beauty all over this fine land. I don't know. What's close to heaven? I'll just say Hawaii because I've never been there before and it was a good spot. I'm probably losing the point on this one.
All right. Copes?
You better hope this one was the one where he gives the automatic point just for going first on number 2. I'm going to go with a place that I always think is like my favorite place to go. And I know we talk a lot of crap about what's going on now, man, but there is one place that I clamor for when it is closed for half the year, and that is 24 Willie Mays Plaza, man. At the corner of 3rd and King. I used to think that if you blindfolded somebody who'd never been to a baseball game and you walked them into the ballpark and you sat them in the third deck in like 310, 311 behind home plate and you unblindfolded them, it looked like you were on a baseball island. You couldn't see any land that was connected to you. It's a place where memories are made, where you get to spend with your family. If you're a season ticket holder or somebody goes a lot and sits in the same section, you get your summertime family. You commiserate together, you laugh together, you win together, you smell and experience together. There's nothing better than the common bond of being a fan and getting to do it at that ballpark after the years of the fog and the cold and the wind of Candlestick. Even though that place had soul, this place is one of the most beautiful places to watch any sporting event in the world. I'm going with 3rd and King.
All right. Once again, I will be giving the point to Adam Copeland.
Oh, my God.
Derek, I didn't like that. I didn't care for that Hawaii.
Dude, you spent like 20 seconds saying Hawaii, bro.
Well,
do you even prep for the dips?
No, not at all. I have no idea what the hell's going on here.
It shows. I mean, it shows you don't prep.
Do you?
Yeah, of course, dude. I pour over all kinds of stuff that Danny might be into. I had to look over my Star Wars Grogu lineage to know.
So what? You brought up Oracle Park as heaven? Come on.
We got one judge here, bro. You know what I mean? I'm looking to.
Yeah, I know.
We're all at the tea to Dan done. You know what I mean? We're all sucking the tea and trying to get a.
It was a very passionate speech, Derek. I mean, you can take down a note or two on.
You know, he's criticizing you in the dips. Dude.
All right, let's go, Grogu. Come on.
All right, moving on here. Ben Johnson got a little ticked off when a reporter's phone went off at a press conference.
Saw this.
So I ask you guys, where has your cell phone gone off that landed you in a bit of hot water, or at the very least made for an awkward situation?
Ooh, where's my phone gone off that has landed me in an awkward situation? See, I'm pretty good about that. I think my phone's rang on the air before, but that's not that bad. You can just play that off. I'm not going to get a point for this one, I think, because I don't really have I don't know that I have an embarrassing phone moment that comes to mind.
I got one.
Go ahead. Let's hear it, Derek. Let's hear yours.
First day at NFL Network, I'm touring the facilities, and I have my phone with me. And it's not so much that my phone went off, but my phone has all of my music on there.
Oh, no.
So I'm touring the facilities. I'm meeting some of the producers and at the studio and some of the hosts. And then out of nowhere, I hear like this really profane rap song playing. I'm like, where's that coming from? And everybody in my group's like, what is that? What the hell's going on here? And like, there's F-bombs, N-bombs, everything. And I'm like, oh my God, who's playing this? And I'm like, oh crap, that's my phone. And I didn't want to be that guy on my first day where like, I'm meeting like Rich Eisen. He goes, hey, what the hell are you playing there? I like slunk to the bathroom.
He's
like,
oh man, Uzi Vert? What do you got, dude?
Yeah.
Rich Eisen?
I was like, oh man, I have to go to the bathroom. Then people are like, oh, somehow, some way that music went away. It was me, 100% me, and it was embarrassing, and nobody caught on, which was kind of weird. But yes, I would say first day at NFL Network, where my phone was playing rap music. That was embarrassing.
I actually had that happen to me in public also, but it was like at the Cannabis Club, and it was
not a big deal.
But I kept hearing it. I thought it was the music from the Cannabis Club, and it was like, yeah. It was like Usher, yeah. And then I walked out, and I was like, damn, I still hear it. And I was like, oh, it's because it's in my pocket. It's me.
All right, I give that point to Derek.
Yeah.
Derek, I like the slinking away story. It's better than just fiddling with your pants.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Slinking away is good. Let me ask you, Derek, when words maybe that are not appropriate for us to speak about on air come up, do you, like, if you're singing the song in your head, you're listening to headphones on your way to work, do you say them in your head?
In my head?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, it's a song.
Yes, did you say so in the song in your head, never on your lips, but in your head, you say all the words
Look,
to the song.
Copes, when I'm in the car by myself and I'm singing these songs, of course, I'm going to censor myself. But in my own head, I can't control my own thoughts.
So all words in your head when a song plays are on the table.
Yes.
Fair enough. That's
yes.
I totally.
We are people.
Yeah, dude, I hear you, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't that brought up in like the movie Old Dads or something with Bill Burr? They asked like
something similar to that. Something similar to that.
The N-word in the car.
Whoa, you were talking ends?
He was talking something else, Danny.
No, you're right, Dan.
The N-word, natural.
Yeah.
Great reference, Dan.
Nice pull,
great.
All right, so I'm up, 2 points to 1 now on Derek? Okay, I
2 to
can win
1
it still.
2 to 1, question number 4. AMC had its highest domestic and global May theater attendance since May of 2019. That's pre-pandemic.
Okay.
CEO Adam Aron attributed the strong attendance to a healthy film slate combined with established blockbuster franchises and successful new intellectual properties. So I ask you guys, did either of you watch a movie in the month of May, or do you plan on seeing a movie this summer?
I do plan on seeing a movie this summer. I'll go first on this one because it's the last one that's not number 5. So I think I'm going to win it on this point here. Number 5. I am going to see a movie this month because I definitely want to see Disclosure Day.
Yeah.
That one looks good. But I also saw, and I think this was in May, I saw Project Hail Mary.
Okay.
I think that came out in early May. Dude.
Was it?
Was it May or was it late February? Was it late?
I think March.
Was it late March?
Yeah.
March. You think it was that long ago?
I think so.
Several months ago? I thought it might have been in like
Let me
May.
look it up. Let me look it up.
I think it might have been late April, early May. Bottom line is I'm a frequent movie goer, and they're right about the intellectual property, like news story, like the Odyssey's coming out. Intellectually, of course, previously owned by Homer. I think that comes out this month. I'm going to see that as well. But I've seen something else more recently. Michael came out.
Oh, yeah.
Michael, the Michael Jackson movie.
And
there's another one that's coming out that I can't remember that I just saw. But yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing movies. There's a bunch of big summer blockbusters out. Spider-Man's coming out soon.
Yep.
That's this month. Supergirl comes out, I think, this month. So we got a good summer slate.
I think so.
What's the last one you saw?
In theaters, it's been a minute. Maybe like Marty Supreme, like last year, but I'm going to the theater. By the way, Project Hail Mary released in March, Cope, so it doesn't count.
Oh, I'll tell you what definitely doesn't is
I'm just
Marty
saying that
Supreme.
point.
You haven't been to a movie this year?
But I'm going to go, hold on. I'm going to go see a lot of summer blockbusters because we need to go back to the movie theater.
You say this song.
But it needs to be movies.
You were the one up in arms about Netflix buying.
That's enough, Dan. It's my time now. There needs to be movies worth my while, okay? So for the next couple weeks here, we're going to have movies that I want to see in theaters. I'm interested in scary movies. It's probably going to be crappy, but
I'll see The Backrooms.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that one, Dan. I'm going to check out Disclosure Day. We got Toy Story 5 coming out, even though I think it's too much at this point. They could have ended the series at Toy Story 3.
You're taking the time to take down Toy Story now?
I kind of want to see Toy Story 5. We also got The Odyssey coming out in July, Copes. We got Jackass, I think it's 5. And people need to go back to the movies when it's a good movie to watch. Time ran out.
All right. Well, Copes was right. Automatic point goes to number 4. So
yeah.
Copes wins 3-1.
We still need to keep track of the points.
We still need the overall total. So for blanks and giggles, let's do number 5.
I got Project Hail Mary out in May, and this, according to this, dude, I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, it says right here, March 20th.
I don't know. I'm not believing you. What source you going to?
Wikipedia?
Yeah, no, I'm out on you.
Yeah, March 20th, and yeah.
I don't know why this says May. Anyway, I've seen a movie this year, I'll tell you that.
Have I not seen? Yeah.
You said not since Marty Supreme? The Oscars came and went in like March.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Go ahead, Danny. What's the last one?
Worth my while.
All right, last one. Adam Sandler was seen around the city this past week at Valhalla, watching the Valks, and at various Original Joe's locations, no doubt trying to track down Marty Lurie. My question to you guys is, what is your favorite Adam Sandler movie, or what bit role would you like to have in his upcoming movie Timeout?
Ooh, okay. Favorite Adam Sandler movie, I think, has to be Happy Gilmore. And that's a classic. Other ones that I love, Billy Madison. Underrated one, Anger Management. It was later, but him and Jack Nicholson, that famous meme of him just like, yes, go on. Hilarious. If I had to be Adam Sandler, like in a movie with him, who would I be? I don't know. I'd be like his weed dealer, or I don't know, like a bartender, like... I don't know, he always has like these weird cameos, like he's got like Dan Patrick in every movie, or who else? Like all of his college buddies. So I would just be grateful to be in a movie with Adam Sandler. Maybe his son. I play his son in a heartbeat. What was it, Andy Samberg back in the day when he was in the movie together? I Love You, Dad. What was the question, Dan?
A role you'd like to play in his movie, or his favorite, or your favorite Adam Sandler movie.
By far it's Happy Gilmore. Like the first couple ones, Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore. Wedding Singer's underrated one, but yeah, the classic one everybody goes to is Happy Gilmore.
All right, Cope.
Okay, I think Happy Gilmore's got to be my number one too. Billy Madison, of course, I told you I watched it last weekend. I want to give a nod to Click. Click is a solid movie. Click gets emotional too at the end.
It does.
Click will make you shed a tear, man. I remember I got a little misty. The phone was like, no, I love my dad too, man. I got a little misty out at the end
his
of Click.
father stereo blows.
I'd also like to shout out his performance in Spanglish. Also a very good movie. Spanglish is a role you wouldn't expect him to have, and he really shows his acting chops. I think he went to Juilliard, didn't he? I mean, he was like a classically trained actor. As you see in a scene in Billy Madison, to me to die, when he's competing against Eric in the academic decathlon. Do you see that guy's balls? Yeah, they were weird looking.
Yeah, they were weird looking.
You mentioned the Waterboy. Uncut Gems. I don't know how he got hosed on any nomination
Best acting
whatsoever.
performance, yeah.
I don't know that he should have won it that year or whatever for Best Actor, but that's an overlooked, that's an awesome movie. A really, really good job. I think the guy's got more range and doesn't get a lot of credit because of his SNL bits, but I'd have to go with that. I don't know enough about the upcoming movie to say what role I'd like to have in it, or what role I would play in it, but I'm down with the Sandman. I ride with him.
We all are.
All right, I'm going to give the point to Derek on that one. Derek, I liked how you talked yourself into forgetting what the question was.
I just liked how he said he wished he was Adam Sandler's son.
No. I would play his son in a movie. That's what I was saying.
Adam, take him.
Yeah, by all means, take him off my hands.
By all means, you can pay for Shed Boy yourself.
What was the name of that movie where he's the father to Andy Samberg?
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
Something like,
That's my boy.
That's my boy.
Yeah, you're thinking of the other Andy Samberg movie. I love you, man.
Yeah.
Not I love you, Dad.
I said I love you, Dad. Which I never heard.
So I wanted 3-2 there, Danny. So I moved to 2-1.
Yep, Derek, you're 1-2.
And I gained a point on the differential there too.
Yep.
So now up
9-6.
Yeah, there we go.
All
2-1.
9-6. Okay.
All right, that is another edition of Danny's Double Dips. 5 topics, 1 minute each to debate. There are other rules. We don't know what they are until we find out what the score is. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Zach Manassian was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, the San Francisco Giants general manager. Do we think he's taken more accountability than Buster Posey has to this point? Does he need to? We'll talk about that next before Susan Slesser joins us at 4:50. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday on the Dip Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop hanging out with you. Susan Slusser going to join us at 4:50 today talking some Giants baseball. But earlier today, the Giants won in Milwaukee to salvage a split of a 4-game series, put up 12 runs. They did get a little dicey there at the end, a ball that was hit. Final play of the game to Jonah Cox in center field on the warning track. Had it left the park, would have tied the game at 12. The Giants had a 7-run lead entering the, 8th inning or the 9th inning at 12-5. It ends at 12-9. Things still a little dicey for the bullpen, but they do salvage a split in Milwaukee. So Zach Manassian joined Murph and Marcus earlier this morning as part of their Giants executive show, the Giants general manager. You put this on the rundown, Derek, and I think it's a good question to ask after the interview today. Is he taking more accountability than Buster? Let's get into some of the sound here. First, from Zach Manassian, the problem with the team right now, is it roster construction or player performance? That was what Manassian was asked. Here's what he said.
I am never going to skirt responsibility. You know, we think there's talent on there, but on the roster, but if it doesn't mix, or, you know, we don't have enough depth, or so on and so forth, I think those are things that we're constantly going to evaluate. I'm going to evaluate with our baseball operations group. And I think that's the part about, you know, being a part of a team, is each and every person looking in the mirror and it's, hey, what can I do? You know, and reviewing, you know, what could I have done? Now, I do think it's important, you know, 62 games versus 162, or it's a big difference. So, you know, it's difficult to have a verdict before the trial is over, but it doesn't mean you're not evaluating. So we're evaluating everything all the time. I don't think that's news. And like I said, it's disappointing where we're at, but you kind of put it behind you and focus on today and go out and give a good effort and hopefully win a game.
So it's not like Zach Manassian didn't deflect questions today or act like a GM, but it was more so that he's reflective upon the season, where he is a front office executive, and he can say, like, I take responsibility for what's happened this year. And
he didn't. He said, I'm not one to skirt responsibility. Right. Then he started talking about something. He didn't say, make no bones about it. He never said that. He just said, I'm not one to skirt responsibility. and then went on to say it's a team effort. It's not one guy. So I agree. I think we all agree it's not one guy. And it's okay also to agree that there are guys at the top who are responsible for assembling what's happened. So, again, it's a whole body of work. It's Buster, it's Manassian, it's everybody else in the front office, as well as the lack of performance by players, right? They don't get to be free of this either. It's not like we didn't think, if we keep going back to the Devers trade, you and I, or even signing Chapman or Adonis, we liked them when they happen. But when they don't work, then there has to be some responsibility. But, like, I'm with you that I do think that was sort of a mouthful of some GM speak and saying it's a body of work. I guess my question, and this isn't something I think they followed up with, is when you say, well, I think it's a little unfair to give a verdict before the trial is over, I would say, yeah, but sometimes that trial's over long before the end of the season is over.
No question.
And also, like, then what do you think? Saying we're evaluating every day is the cop-out answer to me. Because every team is evaluating every day because we all watch it every day.
I know. He's going to give cop-out responses, though. That's just his job. Like, in comparison to Buster Posey, Buster's a former player where he just wants to move on to the next game and say, like, well, it is what it is. We have to go back to the ballpark and try to figure this thing out. It's not like that Buster Posey's not taking accountability. He'll tell you that he's disappointed. But I think Manassian's realizing, he's not going to say, like, we're going to sell at the deadline or anything, but he knows that this season has not gone the way that they anticipated. Where I thought that Buster became more defensive with all the questions.
I think so too. That was like I said to you last time Buster was on with the morning guys. I don't think we'd heard him with that tone before, where it felt a little bit like he was pushing back rather than the Buster we'd become accustomed to as a player, even.
Right?
Or before things got really tough this year. Here's more from Zach Manassian. And again, this isn't stuff I didn't expect to hear him say. I don't expect any GM to say or president to say, I take full responsibility. Like, that's a Bob Myers type thing. I just don't expect that to happen in season, or I take responsibility. Because if you do that, then you're saying we've failed or this player's failing. And I get it. You're not going to do that externally. That's just not the way guys operate in general. But also to say, 2 weeks into the season to Murph and Marcus, well, it's 2 weeks in and we got a long way to go, talk about it a little further down the road. We're over a third of the way through. So I would question him and say, well, what point do you believe we've come far enough to evaluate that this isn't gelling in the way you've talked about? Because he's saying, well, the verdict's not in yet. I'm like, but at 85 or 100 games, right, that this isn't working. It kind of
is.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, aren't you saying that?
Like, I know the season's not over, but, like, come on.
The decision on to sell or not is you're up against it now.
And that'll be a conversation they have closer to the deadline where, I remember when Farhan was on with you and Tom years ago saying, like, we're getting to the point now where I'm going to have to sell here. And that was a warning shot to the rest of the team. I don't think Buster's going to do that. I don't know if Zach Manassian's going to do that.
Well, the sell pieces are kind of obvious. There's not really...
Of course.
They're not in a place where they're going to sell a bunch of other stuff, I don't think.
So,
right? Like Doval last year.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to ever get to the point where Buster or Zach are like, yeah, you know what, we failed this year. And that probably is the end of the year press conference. It's just that I think Zach is more reflective and realizing, yeah, we may have screwed up along the way, but I'm not going to say like the season's over, where Buster's just going to kind of come across like, so what do you want, Murph? And when Diaz, that was never happening.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't something that seemed like they were talking about anyway.
Exactly.
Right? So here's more from Zach Manassian. He was asked then, who makes the lineups? Because this is something we've discussed for a while. I asked Andy Bagley about it a couple of weeks ago, because remember that was the whole thing with Farhan, is everybody's very upset that, he's given Gabe the lineup. And I think there was a lot to that. I think that there's a lot of teams that have that going on. But Bagley told us a few weeks back, he said he thinks Buster's, involved in that decision-making. But then a couple of weeks ago, or last week, Manassian was talking to Jim Bowden.
Yeah, Jim Bowden.
And said simply like the lineups are Tony's deal. He's the one handling that, which sort of seemed like it was a wash his hands of it. Here's the question from the guys this morning. Who makes the lineups and who makes the draft picks? Who makes those decisions? Here you go.
We let the manager make the lineup. So no different than my time here with Bob Melvin and other managers. I think Tony's got a great deal of support around him. He's a fantastic communicator. We will talk the lineup every day. His coaching staff, we have support staff in the clubhouse that talks to him, but we want him to feel that he has that autonomy to determine, hey, this is the lineup I want today. And he's with these guys 24 hours a day almost in that clubhouse. So, he's got a sense of how guys are feeling physically and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of collaboration. I think there's a lot of collaboration across the organization, probably no different than, Michael Holmes has got the fourth pick coming up and we'll talk to Holmesy and, even someone like Tony, given his experience, will talk to Holmesy. But at the end of the day, nobody knows the draft better than Holmesy, and it'll be his pick to make. So not unlike other organizations. There's a lot of communication and a lot of talk, and Tony's great about bouncing things off of us. But yeah, at the end of the day, we want him to feel comfortable that it's the lineup he wants out there.
Okay, first off, he's talking about Senior Director of Amateur Scouting, Michael Holmes.
Excuse me, Holmesy?
Well, yeah, Holmesy. And that's interesting. Where is he going to have final say in who they take?
It sounds like that's what Manassian's saying.
That's very interesting.
Sounds like Manassian's saying we all give our input, but ultimately it's Holmesy.
And I may be wrong here, Copes, but wasn't the perception that the last few years that Farhan Zaidi was the one that made the lineup for Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin? Unless I've heard otherwise.
I don't know for certain. I know that is. I mean, I've been told things about that, and there are people that would
It's been debated,
would suggest. But it was interesting that he said in his time here with Melvin, and I forget when Manassian got here, how long he's been here. It hasn't been all the way back to like Gabe Kapler's start or anything. I don't think.
Right.
He's been here for a while, but I think he was. I know he was in the organization with Farhan when Buster took over, and then Buster promoted him to general manager.
Yeah.
Because he'd had experience. But I mean, I can't speak to like, I know for certain that Farhan was walking down lineups to Gabe Kapler and Bob Melvin. I don't think that's maybe exactly what happened, but I do think it's important that they are making it cut clear that the on-field decisions and the lineup decisions are coming from Tony Vitello.
Right.
I do think that's significant. So it's interesting, too, in the handling of Bryce Eldridge. Like, of course, there's communication and conversation about that. GMs are sitting in the office with the manager every day talking about, okay, how are we going to navigate this next road trip, and how are we going to line up the starting pitching? Do we need to get somebody else up here? Of course, that is constant communication. It's like saying, is Danny in on the show? Yeah, of course, dude. He's not telling us what to say, but he's a part of the planning and the organization of what happens on the show. Absolutely. But I do think it's important that they're noting this isn't some Tampa Bay Rays fly-by-night situation. We're letting Tony write the lineups, and I think there is something to that into his development. That said, there have been some questionable things in the last couple of days.
Oh, of course.
I mean, the Landon Roop leaving him in for as long as he did, even going to Tristan Beck in a one-run game in the 8th inning or whatever it was the other night. That was a tough situation. Sitting Bryce Eldridge for Buddy Kennedy was a tough deal, I thought.
And everyone keeps bringing up the support system that Tony Vitello has and Boch and Dusty Baker, but they're not going to be with him all the time. And he has, the assistant coaches and Ron Washington and Jace Tingler. But at the end of the day, it's Tony's call. So we knew there was going to be growing pains with him. It's just, yes, when it comes to the lineup every day, I get it. Initially with Bryce Eldridge, when that's forced upon you and you're trying to win games, that's tough because you don't have a spot for him. But now I think it's pretty cut and clear that he gives you a chance to win every single day, so he should be there. But yeah, they're making it known that it's Tony's call every single day when it comes to the lineup. Maybe not the coaching staff, but definitely the lineup.
We got to take a quick break. Susan Slesser is going to join us. She covers the Giants from the Chronicle. We'll get more of this sound if you want from Zach Manassian in the Sound Soiree, which we'll do after we catch up with Susan Slesser, who I believe is on a train from Milwaukee, headed to Chicago.
Yes.
How about that, dude? How about Celeste on a train on Dirty Work? She joins us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants split the series in Milwaukee thanks to Logan Webb last night in today's 12-9 scoring bonanza that saw Casey Schmidt's 13th home run of the season. They got the win, but let's admit, we all thought they were blowing that one in the 9th, right? On to Chicago to take on the Cubs tomorrow for another matinee. Pre-game at 10:20, first pitch at 11:20. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Joining us on the UMA guest line is Susan Slusser. She covers the San Francisco Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. And I believe, Susan, are you on a train from Milwaukee to Chicago now?
I am heading to the train station. Right
Okay.
now,
okay. I want to see how many. I liked the idea of getting you on a train, but I guess it's probably better if you're before you have to jump on for your ride to Chicago. How long is that ride? It's a close one, right?
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half.
Nice.
It's
There we go. Okay.
nice, yeah.
Not bad. Well, I would say, and I said this to Derek earlier, what's frustrating for me sometimes, or I realize it today in a game like we just saw after Logan Webb was brilliant last night, does what an ace does, even with one run, gives you a chance to win a game, and they do. He was the stopper and his best start, obviously, of the two since coming back from the injury and looked really good. But it's days like today offensively that leave me wanting, going, how come this isn't more regular? Seemingly they have the tools to do it, but we're not seeing it consistently enough. But a nice salvage of a split considering the way this series started.
Yeah, I think it's great, especially against a team like the Brewers. The Brewers are such a, methodical, really well-run team. They just, right now, they're one of the most fun teams to watch in the majors, really consistently good. To take 2 of 4 here, I think that's excellent. It really is. So, very good results. And I think we saw some good things. Logan Webb, obviously completely different game last night with a 1-0 win, but he said, look, I need to be a better leader. I need to be a better leader of this pitching staff. And okay, the pitching was not necessarily phenomenal today, but I do think Logan saying something and stepping up like that yesterday, I think that does set a tone for everybody.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. Also a great performance today from Matt Chapman, 3 for 5 and a home run earlier in this series. And you caught up with him earlier this week, Susan, and it's been a frustrating season, but no one wants to see what's going on with him with, social media and the threats he's getting online. Just with talking with him, and you've known him for a long time, just how frustrating has this season been with the numbers he's putting up and just some of the off-the-field stuff as well?
Yeah, it's been enormously frustrating. He wants to win as much as anybody. He's harder on himself than anybody. It's funny because it really was just one really, really terrible 3-week stretch that has sunk his numbers. And he started off the season actually okay the first couple of weeks. And then the last couple of weeks, he's actually been okay. He's been taking his walks. He's been hitting in sort of the 280-ish range over the last 2-3 weeks. But people only really remember that. I mean, that 3-week stretch really was abysmal. It seemed like all he was doing was hitting into double plays or popping the ball up in big situations. Those things seem to stick in people's minds. Now, look, the numbers weren't good, but he's coming around. No matter how somebody's performing, it's not okay to threaten somebody's family or wish harm on someone's family. And Chapman wasn't complaining. He basically said, look, fans can say whatever they want. That's fine. People can criticize me. I'm okay with that. Just don't bring my family into it. And, that obviously threats are completely, not acceptable. And that's all he was saying. He wasn't complaining. He wasn't ripping the Giants fans by any means. He said a few times, I want to win so bad. I want to win for the fans. He loves the fans. He doesn't want, the few maybe unhinged people suggesting things like harm to his little toddler daughter.
Susan Slusser joins us on the UMA guest line. By the way, Susan is sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. Just a quick one for you before I get into some other player stuff. I know Gary Pettis has joined the team officially. I saw he was out there today before the game with Ron Washington and Bryce Eldridge getting in some of the pregame fielding work. When will he officially start serving as third base coach? Do you know?
He's up and running tomorrow, which is
nice.
super fast.
Yeah.
But you know what? They scored a lot of runs today. Got to see how well a lot of guys run. That's a bonus. I was thinking because he came in yesterday with the first game, and I was thinking, well, you didn't really necessarily get to see a lot of guys on the bases yesterday. It was Maricota's home run trot. It was kind of most of it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's such a smart. Look, the fact somebody like this was available is extraordinary. It really is. His resume is amazing.
Right.
He's coached for a lot of years. He's coached in World Series. He's coached for great teams. He coached for Ron Washington. He coached for Dusty Baker. Then you add in, he is a Bay Area guy who grew up a Giants fan, idolizing Willie Mays, wore 24 because of Willie Mays, and he played as in youth league with Ricky Henderson, Dave Stewart, Boyd Mosby. I mean, this is a Bay Area baseball guy, and he was available somehow with all of this in his background. Incredible.
Yeah, it's an awesome addition. That's what Susan says. Gary Pettis should be up and running tomorrow. He's already joined the team in Milwaukee as they get ready to start a 3-game series in Chicago tomorrow. Something else that's been seemingly sort of regular, with the exception of Buddy Kennedy coming in the other day and playing at DH for Eldridge, is when Eldridge is in, man, he is hitting. I loved his approach today. The first at bat, he hacked at a curveball first pitch. He fouled it off, looked like he was sitting on it. Then he muscled a single, had another muscle hit later in the game. His at-bats look more and more like he's comfortable. He's got an approach. He knows what he's looking for. And he can seemingly, for a tall guy, get to the inside pitch, which is sort of a rare thing. He doesn't have the longest arms, I guess, which is sort of helpful.
Yeah, and he's taking his walks.
Yeah, he's walking.
That guys on this team don't do. And he's so big, you think like, okay, he's just going to be a, swing at everything, high strikeout rate guy. He's not. His on base percentage during this streak, I think the last 11 games of reaching base, it's well over 500. I mean, he is creating opportunities for other guys. When we talk about like the game at Colorado, the big explosion in Colorado, finally, we talked about today, he's really a guy who's right in the middle of it because he has patience to go along with hitting the snot out of the ball all the time. This is a really good, polished hitter for 21 years old.
A topic of conversation that's been happening lately, Susan, has the Giants pitching taken a dip since the Patrick Bailey trade? Do you see that as something that would naturally happen with inexperienced catchers, or is that kind of making excuses from Landon Roop or Robbie Ray on their latest outings?
I don't really necessarily. We were having this conversation in the press box. I'm not sure how comfortable I am laying it at the feet of the catchers. If you talk about game calling, well, pitchers are just as able to call their own games. They can shake, or they can do what Logan Webb did last night, use the pitch count. Either way, but as receivers, they both are very good. They've both shown that they can throw runners out. And look, when you look at the catcher's ERA, it's a little bit unfair, right? Because Patrick Bailey was matched up with the Giants' best starters when he was there, and from what I can, especially both coming from the Brewers. Hauser's April was awful, and every time Pops was paired with Hauser, and I believe Susac often was getting Molly. So that's a little rough. I'm not going to say that that's on them.
Yeah, that's a bit frustrating and maybe a little bit skewed, but there is something to some comfort in that. But I wouldn't put too much into that either. I think part of it is just the performance and this part of the schedule. Part of it has been fairly difficult for them. A few more minutes here with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line as the Giants split in Milwaukee, a 4-game series. They get ready for a 3-game series in Chicago. In terms of more from Logan Webb and his performance yesterday, I mean, I don't know what knee bursitis feels like or what it does, but it's not like pulling a hamstring and you're just out for that period of time. Do we think maybe there was something to his performance or lack of success early on because of that injury, and maybe now that's going to help him get back to form now that he's healthy?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I'm here now at the train station, and people are being unloved. That's hard. Yeah, certainly. I think any lower body injury affects a pitcher nearly as much as an arm injury. You're talking about going through your push-off leg or your landing leg, and one does one thing, one does another thing. But he definitely was feeling the effects, and he's healthy now. We saw what he could do healthy.
Kyle Harrison dominated the other night with 12 strikeouts and striking out Rafael Devers 3 times. And, you can do the whole revisionist history on the trade from a year ago. But the reality is they're 23 games below 500 since that trade. Almost 1 year removed. How do you view that trade, Susan, with Devers and everyone?
Well, it's hard to say, right? I don't think it's possible to put it all on Devers. Maybe he wasn't the best fit roster-wise. I mean, he remains a guy who's dangerous. He's a dangerous hitter. I think by the end of the season, he's the type of hitter who will wind up having, pretty close to career numbers. That's usually how these things work. He's still young. He's not a washed-up old sluggard by any means. So part of it is when nobody's hitting around you, you're not getting a lot of good pitches. If the Giants keep getting on base the way they have, if they keep kind of moving the line the way they have, he's going to be just fine. But yes, it's hard to say. I mean, this doesn't seem to be a team that does well with high expectations. They had high expectations coming into the season. They flopped that first month. They had high expectations after the Devers deal last year. They were playing so well, they were in first place. They make the deal and they go south. Now, look, I said at the time, and I think people thought I was crazy, but Wilmer Flores was a big part of that team up to that point, and then he disappeared. Don Smith was really contributing, later in the season. And, Devers takes away at bats from a lot of good players, and you could argue maybe that Price should be playing first base. He actually looks like he's getting a pretty good knack there. So maybe with the actual roster and their needs, maybe not the best fit, but it's hard to say. You don't want one of the more dangerous sluggers in the game.
Susan Slesser, the voice you hear. She covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. She joins us each and every week. Susan, enjoy the train ride to Chicago. Enjoy the weekend in Chicago, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Susan Slesser on her way from Milwaukee to Chicago. Yeah, it was a nice game today, but again, it still comes down to they did have a 7-run lead, and the tying run was at the plate with a hell of a swing and a chance to tie the game there at the end. The bullpen is problematic right now, and I'm looking forward to Logan Webb starts. Hauser was okay for a while today.
He was okay.
Had a couple of nice innings to start the game, and they gave him a cushion early too. Casey Schmidt hitting the first ball out off the top of the wall.
Real quick, do you think there's something there? Because Greg Silver brought this up with John Shea the other day, and this is the first time I've thought about it. Do you think there's something there with the performances of Robbie Ray and Landon Roop with Patrick Bailey not being there anymore?
I mean, the numbers would indicate yes.
Yeah.
But also, Robbie Ray was talking pitch tipping and things like that.
Right.
What I would say is there's absolutely something to pitchers and catchers being in rhythm together. And if you're effective and you're on your best game and you get into a sync with your catcher who has done his homework, and that is something they talked a lot about with Patrick Bailey, that he did tons of homework. He loved to prep for the catching side of the game in terms of not just defensively, how do you approach calling the game for your pitcher? And if you're getting a lot of shakeoffs and you're not in sequence with your guy or you're not on the same page, then it becomes sort of a hassle. Then you've got to get into communication. Johnny Cueto did not want to throw to Joey Bart. That became a thing. They had to get other catchers here. They started Casale more and more frequently in the 2020 season, even because I think it was Casale because he didn't want to throw to Joey Bart. So I think there is something to the homework you do, but the pitchers still have to execute, right? He can put the numbers down and you can be on the same page as your catcher. Still got to make the pitches. And just because he puts it down doesn't mean it's the right thing. So I don't know. I think there's something to it, but I don't think there's any one. I don't know that we'd look at that and go, oh, boy, they were way better before they got rid of him. I don't know. If that's the case, then that's kind of on the pitcher, too. Then you've got to readjust. Yeah, the only catcher.
Yeah, 100%. I also say, that's not a reason to stop you from making that trade at the same time.
Agreed. Adam Copeland, Depop, Dan Dunn hanging out with you on a Thursday afternoon. You missed any of Susan. All available, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. How about we get into a little sound soiree? Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, and it features, how about this, some 49ers, Trent Williams and George Kittle show up in the soiree. So does new L.A. Ram Myles Garrett, as well as L.A. Ram head coach Sean McVay. How about that? Sean McVay shows up in the soiree. Also, Wemby and Kevin Garnett. We'll get you a sound soiree coming up next. Dirty Work on a Thursday. Greatest show in America. And it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Giants got a dub today. How about that? They got a dub last night, too, behind Logan Webb. We took a no-hitter into the 7th.
He looked good.
How about Logan Webb, man? I like that guy.
I know.
Derek wants to trade him, not me.
I knew we were going to bring this up. I don't want to trade him. It's just a topic of conversation.
I never brought it up once. You just keep bringing it up.
I'm not the only one.
You keep bringing it up like you keep saying we should get back to the movies until you admitted today you haven't been to a movie this year.
Name one movie that was worth going to the movie theater for prior to
Project Hail Mary. I saw that. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I liked it. Did you see that movie?
I'm not a sci-fi guy.
I saw it in theaters.
How about Derek's going to tell us there wasn't a movie worth seeing as he didn't see one? How do you know?
Hey, man,
if you
the
didn't
summertime is for movies.
Derek, see what I know is he's not a risk. He won't just like take a chance and go see a movie. He's like, I'm not seeing that movie. That's a lie to him. Not until there's something that blows me away.
Damn right.
I think he didn't watch Project Hail Mary because it was a book first.
What? What
does that mean?
And you don't like to read. So you just
right,
skip the movie entirely. You're like, it's too much.
I think you're getting a little too comfortable with this show.
I noticed that Derek didn't like fight back. He just said, "All right, Danny."
All right, Danny.
He didn't take exception.
What's the last book you read, Dan?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
I thought so.
A couple of guys who don't read. You know what they do, Lou? They pull some sound for the show.
Yes, we do.
Some of the best sound from across the sports world that you probably didn't hear it because you were reading a book. It's the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Work.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, your Dirty Work Sound Soiree for June 4th, 2026. You really don't know the last book you read?
Last book I read? Not an autobiography, but the Pedro Gomez book.
Yeah.
What's the name of the title? It's going to bug me right now. But
yeah, me too. I have that book.
Remember Who You Are.
It's a bunch of letters and things written from sports writers, isn't it?
Yes, and I've
compiled for Pedro Gomez family.
I've read it a few times through the years.
That's a good book, man.
I bought it after Pedro passed away, and my dad highly recommended it. Obviously, they were close friends, and Every now and then, when you want to put life in perspective, you read that book and remember who you are.
Derek reads one. Stop! Don't you
No,
latch
seriously.
onto that. Derek reads one book and then he just keeps reading it. The same one over and over. He's like, "Yeah, I read that one last year. I think I'll start it up again."
No, honestly, in the last few years, I've read that book and the Seth Rogen autobiography. Well, not autobiography, but
it's more of a memoir.
Yeah,
I read
memoir,
that too.
yeah,
It's called a yearbook.
Yearbook, yeah.
By Seth Rogen. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It's a collection of stories written by him, and a lot of it, dude, if you're a big fan of Superbad, you get where a lot of it's literal stories of things that happened with him in high school as a kid that were pretty funny. Danny, you don't remember? It was like C Spot Run. What was your last one, dude? What was your?
It's just Rogan Radio.
Yeah.
C
No,
Spot
the last one I read was like a collection of like short stories. It's called "What If This Were Enough." I forgot who the author is.
Collection of short stories. When was that?
Last year, I think.
Right. Okay. We got to get you boys reading more.
Yeah.
We're going to get you guys on some books.
It shows.
It was on my under 30 list to read 30 books, and I failed.
Instead,
Wait, like in your life or in a year?
In life, I had an under 30 list, but I made it at like age 29.
Okay, you started late.
So I kind of retconned it, and I kind of made it into an under 40 list.
You have to tack on.
fair.
You have to tack on 10 more
Instead,
reads, bro.
Danny did his Halloween list where he wanted to watch 30 Halloween movies before October 31st.
Yeah, dude. I was. If you ask me, like, I'm asking Danny when's the last book he read, but if he asked me, like, well, when's the last scary movie you saw, I'd be like, oh man, I don't know.
Seriously.
It's a little further back for me.
Everyone should go to the movie theater, but it should be for movies you want to see. So I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum. You want to go see Project Hail Mary by all means, but it's just not something I'm going to see in theaters.
Yeah, just that's nobody's got a problem with you not seeing it. We have a problem with you saying we got to get back to the movies, and you're the one who's not going back to the movies.
I will this summer.
Nobody's got a problem with you not going. It's
Honestly, dude,
you're like, we got to get back to the theater, and you haven't gone all year.
I know. I'm bad about
that's
it.
bad.
I am bad about it.
See that, man? We work next door to a movie theater. You have to pass it every day.
I asked you last year. I was like, "You guys want to see Naked Gun, the new one?" You're like, "No, I'm busy tonight."
Well, every day you asked me for one movie, one time last year.
All right, we'll go see Disclosure Day.
I will.
All right.
I'm not waiting for you. I've seen that on my own time. All right, here, let's get into some. I was like, what are we doing? The sound soiree.
Oh, yeah, soiree.
The book soiree. By the way, library's free, everybody. Sign up for your library.
Yeah, you should.
Free. I was there the other day. It's great.
We need to go back to the library more, everybody.
Dude, no, dude. I'm telling people to go, but I'm like, stay away from me. I go to the library.
Yeah.
I like going to the library and have my space and my time. You know what I mean?
It should be quiet.
It should be. It should be quiet.
But it's not.
You got all these kids there. Kids at the library.
What are they doing? TikToking?
Just being kids, you know? I don't know.
Oh, come on now.
Having reading time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't like
Getting
that.
read to.
Get out of here, kids.
Danny, you want to read a book, go to the library. They'll read it to you, Danny. Just sit on that half circle on the floor, dude, and they'll read the book to you, bro.
I was thinking books on tape.
Is that 808 KMBR? Is that reading a book?
That does not count.
If you listen to a book on tape, does it count as reading the book?
No, it does not.
You heard the book.
You're not reading, though.
I don't think it's
You're
fair.
listening to a podcast.
I don't think it's fair to say I read that book, but you only listened to it.
That is not reading.
No,
not at all.
All right. Good. I'm glad we settled that. No debate for any of us. And if you disagree, 808 KMBR. All right. Trent Williams in the Sound Soiree. Niners canceled minicamp next week.
Yeah.
Because they got 100% participation, which I guess means Brandon Ayuk wasn't a part of the bottom line of numbers to show up. Kyle was happy with that, so they canceled minicamp.
I think it's also related to them getting some time off. It'll be like 50 days from now. Today's the last OTA practice. So from today until training camp will be about 50 days. And Kyle wants them fresh for the Australia trip. There's also a lot of things going on with the World Cup at Levi's. So
You know who's livid about minicamp being canceled?
Krug?
Got to be Krug.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody more... What am I going to do next week?
Niners nightly, got nothing.
I thought we were going to have some minicamp to talk about. Here's Trent Williams. They asked him, hey, dude, you know Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. He's now joining the NFC West. You got a reaction?
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to go out there and play. Myles is the scary part is he's still a young player, so he's still going to get better. And I know it's scary after seeing what he did last year, so I'm never expecting to run into the same player. I know that we see him week 1 in Australia. He probably will be a little bit better than he was last time I seen him. And, just got to buckle up, man. It's going to be tough. I ain't the only one got to block him here. It's 31 other teams got that same news. So, it is what it is.
But when it comes to the Niners, he's going to be matched up with him. So, or they'll move Myles around maybe on the defensive line for the Rams. But that's going to be a hell of a matchup. And you have Trent Williams, who, God, what's his age now? I think he's 37.
Yeah, he's up there, 37, 38.
But he still blocks some of the best pass rushers in all the football. So that's going to be.
Did you think he declined last year? What did you attribute his
injuries,
seeming lack of high, like Trent Williams like performance too last year? Because I don't think we'd say like we know he's on towards the end of his career, but he's not like ineffective. I'm just like he just didn't seem like himself last year.
No, I mean like he's just getting older, and
is that where you think we are now? We're just kind of.
He's not going to be the same guy he used to be. He's not going to be the same guy you saw in Washington or the guy that got to the Niners in 2020. He's just going to get older, and yes, he's still their best offensive lineman by far. But when you're going up against, the Seahawks and who they have right now, these younger, faster pass rushers, it's going to be tough for him. It's not going to be where he's going to get just bulldozed. Like he's not that type of offensive lineman, never was. But is he going to be the same guy that could just block a Myles Garrett or Aiden Hutchinson? He's going to have problems with any of those guys. So it's just where he gets older, and you may see his flaws when they get to the postseason. He still is, again, their best offensive lineman. But if they play the cream of the crop of the NFC, it might be where you say, like, damn, yeah, Trent's kind of getting old.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that last year, but I think part of the injury is a tribute to that too. You get older, you break down a little bit. I'm hoping he's got one of those like Buster Posey final years, like I got to push and I can empty the tank type of year in him. You know what I mean?
I mean, of course, like
he's still one of the best. He's why you're paying him to be that.
He's still going to be a Pro Bowler and All Pro at this point. It's just yes, as we get to later on this season, his body breaks down. He missed that game against the Seahawks, Week 18. He was there for the playoff game for Philly and Seattle. But you saw in the Seattle game, and that was every offensive lineman, they had trouble blocking that defensive line. Just going to be where the truth is, Trent Williams, great. There's a lot of great players on the Niners. They're just not as good as the guys on the Rams and the Seahawks right now.
925 checks out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We were discussing book reading earlier, and they said, because we said if you listen to an audiobook and you claim to have read it, they say, tell that to blind people. I would say, dude, are you telling me a guy who reads a Braille book went through the same thing as somebody listening? And I'm standing by it. I stand with the dude reading the Braille. You know what I mean? That's a different effort. You got to learn a whole different system. So I'm standing by our take. I'm standing firm on that. No discriminatory anything. If you listen to it, it's not the same as reading the book.
By the way, people on the text line here, the 530 says, Depop's area of expertise on dirty work was Raiders and movies. And now we learn it's a sham. Cinephile card revoked. How do you not know a movie's not worth watching without watching it? It didn't pique my interest.
He's the only guy on the show to have had a movie released in
theaters.
In a theater.
A theater.
You're the only guy on the show with
It was the Alamo Draft House.
You're the only guy on a show with an IMDb page for the movie.
Yeah, that is true.
That is pretty incredible.
Yes.
You have acting credits on IMDb. Check it out.
But if you're asking me, would I see Legend of Action Man in a theater today? Absolutely not.
Would you yourself go see it, dude?
No.
I think the director of the movie, you told me your buddy.
Andy Young, yeah.
He said, I've still got boxes of those DVDs.
Yeah, yes, he does.
And you said, no, that's okay.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
I don't have anything to play it on. Well, I told you about the time I auditioned for a movie, right? When I was in third grade.
Yeah, you were trying to be in a Sean Penn movie?
I was trying real hard to be in that Sean Penn movie. I auditioned for a movie in third grade because I was a baby model or like a child model at Mervyn's.
I've heard that before.
And my sister was too. And I wasn't doing it anymore. I think I stopped doing that by the time I was like 4. I was like pretty little. And so then my mom's, like the woman who was like the agent lady who represented it, I guess she hit my mom up. I was in third grade maybe at this point. So it's been like 4 or 5 years probably 3 or 4 years since I'd done the Mervyn's thing as a kid. And she's like, dude, they're filming a movie in San Francisco and they think Adam would be a good fit for it by the type of kid they were looking for.
Okay.
So I remember I show up and there's like, 7 other kids who look like me. Like little mixed kids, with a little curly 90s haircut, dude. So I remember it was somewhere in San Francisco. I rolled in with my mom, and dude, here's the thing: the script. It was for a movie that was called. I kid you not, it came out in theaters. It was called Hurly Burly.
Yeah.
And I think I was playing like Sean Penn's son, dude. I'm pretty sure it's Sean Penn, Robin Wright. The cast is incredible. Like Kevin Spacey's in it. Could be in a Spacey doc now, man. Anyway,
I knew Spacey at a young age.
I don't think I met any of those people. I didn't know who any of them were anyway. I was 8, right? But I remember the script I had to read was the first time I got to cuss because it was a whole cussing scene of a kid. Like it was like a custody battle thing.
Yeah.
And I got to drop like a bunch of like GD, SOB, this is F and that. Like I remember I had to say it. Me and my mom were practicing in the car and I'm like 8. Yeah, I got a few callbacks, didn't get it. Check it out though, dude. The movie goes on in 1998 to win the Razzie for the worst movie of 1998.
Yeah.
God, I'm even more mad that I wasn't in that. That'd be such a good little nugget to have. I was in the worst movie I wasn't bad enough to be cast in the worst movie of 1998.
Ah, damn. Well, you know what? It's better than not getting a call back altogether. In Austin, when I was going to school, every summer, Robin Rodriguez, the director of Spy Kids and Machete, He would always film movies.
Spy Kids. Remind me to raise their allowance.
Yes.
One of Banderas' best performances.
He would film movies in Austin, Texas. There'd always be, casting calls for, do you want to be an extra? Do you want to be this guy? So me and my buddies, we auditioned for, I think it was Spy Kids 3. And
you auditioned for Spy Kids 3?
Yeah, but did not get a call back. Now, I was out of town.
To not call him back.
I was out of town, but two of my buddies went to go audition for Machete, and they wanted them to look like menacing, like gangsters or thugs. And as soon as they did that, they're like, okay, you guys are out. No chance in hell. So never got a call back. Never got a call back for any Robert Rodriguez movies.
Dude, we got to check out what Spy Kids 3 did and who had the better IMDb score between this and Hurley Burley, or the Rotten Tomato score. Dude, it was Sean Penn, Kevin Spacey, Robin Wright, Meg Ryan, Anna Paquin, Gary Shandling, Chaz Palminteri.
Jesus, this is a hell of a lineup.
Dude, this cast is insane, and it was voted the worst movie of 1998. I think Frank Somerville pops up in it, too, on TV.
Does he really?
Yeah, dude, I think it takes place in the Bay Area, at the time. I think they filmed it here.
Hurley Burley?
Hurley Burley's the name of the movie. I wasn't bad enough to be cast in what was voted the worst movie.
It also sounds like an Adam Sandler Netflix movie where he plays a character named... They call me Hurley Burley. Hey, shut up.
Why don't we continue on with the sound soiree? We'll continue on with some of the sound.
We only did one.
Don't worry about it, dude. We're talking books. We're talking Robin Wright. What's not to love, dude? We'll take a quick... Don't forget, the worst villain of any movie.
Oh,
Jenny.
Jenny?
We've talked about this, dude.
She's a villain?
Oh, of course she's a villain.
Yeah, she kind of toys with Forrest's...
Kind of toys with, sorry I broke up your Black Panther party. It's all because Jenny's, you know what I mean? We'll take a break. We'll come back. Dirty Work on a Thursday. More soiree next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn with you. The Giants won earlier today, 12-9. Got a little dicey at the end, but they ended up pulling out the split in Milwaukee as they head to Chicago for an 11:20 a.m. local time here. First pitch tomorrow, 10:20 pregame on the sports leader.
Not going to acknowledge the Baja men here?
I was going to see how long I could go if it would just fade out, but no, I wasn't going to acknowledge the men.
Yeah, Danny last night was texting me like, should we play some Baja men in honor of the Knicks? So, did you hear the sound copes where Mike Brown...
He was coaching a youth flag football team or something, right? And
back in the day when he was assistant coach to Greg Popovich with the Spurs.
Yeah, and he got a bunch of the parents of the team to sing Who Let the Dogs Out as like a war cry for their kids on the team, right?
Yeah, Mike Brown's always great in post-game press conferences, pre-game press conferences. He always has that enthusiasm. But yeah, he was singing Who Let the Dogs Out. That was like his go-to call for the kids. And he said it the other day. So he let the dogs out last night in the Knicks' victory.
Are there other Baja Men hits that I'm forgetting?
I can move it like that. I can shake it like that, or whatever the hell. You know that one?
If it's whatever the hell, then
yeah. I can move it like this. I can shake it like that. It's not as big as Who Let the Dogs Out.
No, of course not.
That was a phenomenon.
That's it. Yeah, what was that, like 2000, 99?
2000, yeah. They're playing that at sporting events.
The men came in strong, dude. Almost as strong as Gangnam Style, but I mean, they're not quite as global, but they came in hot.
Not as global.
I mean, you know how I know I didn't see John Miller in front of City Hall singing Baja Man. He was doing Gangnam Style. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, if the Giants made the World Series in 2000,
whoop. You got John out there, and Who Let the Dogs Out? Adios, perrito.
Yeah, for a while there, the Baja Men were doing like songs for each kids movie soundtrack, like Big Fat Liar or Shrek.
Yeah.
But yeah, Who Let the Dogs Out was the only one that caught on.
So we should just do more sound. Here's for Thursday, June 4th, more of the Dirty Works. Dan, you got to open up. You got to open it up again, dude. They don't know what's going on. It's the Dirty Works Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Work.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Or what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, your Sound Soiree for Thursday, June 4th, 2026, part 2. Because part 1 only got one sound from Trent Williams.
Yeah, we went off on a tangent there.
Here's George Kittle.
Okay.
You know, Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. That's what you heard from Trent Williams earlier. He gave his thoughts. They asked George Kittle about it as well. Here's George Kittle on Myles Garrett joining the division foe.
You heard the Rams traded for Myles Garrett.
Good for them. I mean, nothing I can do about it, but they traded for him for a reason. We're in a very good division. It's going to be a really fun challenge.
I always love George Kittle's responses when it comes to NFC West opponents where you know, last year the Seahawks are sparking up cigars in the locker room after they win the division. He's like, oh, good for them. We hope we come back in a couple of weeks and beat them in Seattle. So
good for them.
I mean, for George, like, he's always going to have the response. He always thinks that regardless of who they get, it's not going to be a big deal. Like, the Niners are still the Niners. They have players. They got the coaching staff. You know what's funny, actually, is Mike Evans, yesterday, he was wearing a shirt that said, I want to say it was humble over hype. I think that was not like a direct shot at the Rams, but also just being like, you know, we're going to be us. We're going to be the same team that we were day one, and we don't need to go out and make a big move to counteract what the Rams did. So even though that's a big-time move, it should make them Super Bowl contenders. I think the Niners see it as, all right, same old Rams. They go out and get Von Miller and Matthew Stafford, and we usually beat them.
Good for them.
Keep that around, dude. I like that one. Oh, dude, you see Shohei Ohtani got on base 4 times last night through 6 shutout innings and also had like 3 hits.
Good for them.
Yeah, good for them, dude. We're worried about our own stuff. We got our own stuff.
Yeah,
by the way, if Mike
the
Evans,
Giants need to worry about that, though.
If Mike Evans' humble over hype was a shot at the Rams, that's the most passive-aggressive thing I've ever
I
seen.
don't think it was. I think it was just good timing, honestly.
That's some NFL trying to connect stuff right there. By the way, people on the text line, Danny, are checking in at 808 KNBR, and they're saying 925 says, can we get some Mumbo number 5 at some point? Ooh, Danny, his eyebrows went up on that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
You're buying the club. Come on, get right.
I'm down with that.
Let's ride.
209 says Baja Men doing the theme for a Disney show, Stanley. I don't remember
Not
that
familiar.
one.
Not
I
familiar.
don't remember that one either. A lot of people checking in. 925, Danny, the Filth are a forgiving, loyal, and loving bunch. We love the members of the Filth out there who listen regularly to Dirty Work and chime in. But 925 says, Danny, where's the crap section? And look, Danny, you can't. The people make demands. You got to give them what they want.
Pat H has been giving me grief, too, on the YouTube chat about that.
Yeah, I bet, dude. I like they capitalize the T, C, and S in crap section, too.
The crap
Yeah,
section.
give it some respect.
You know what?
Maybe tomorrow.
I say tomorrow.
I think we got to do it tomorrow.
5:30 on a Friday seems good with no Giants game.
I think we've got some good crap out there to get into, too. Here's Myles Garrett, the guy everybody's talking about. Myles Garrett got introduced in Los Angeles as a new member of the Rams. They asked him what joining the Rams means to him. Here's Myles Garrett.
I see a position to solidify myself here as well, among the very greats. I still have plenty of great years in front of me, and being able to cement that legacy as not only as a football city here in LA, but as an individual, winning DPOY and a Super Bowl or more. Those things are definitely pressing on my mind, and there's definitely a bit of urgency to do it and do it right away.
Yeah, I was watching this press conference, and Myles Garrett references the greats back in the day, the fearsome foursome on the Rams defensive line, Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen.
Yeah.
So he wants to be in that same category, and he's, it's kind of like Reggie White. We're back.
Don't forget about the Purple People Eaters either.
Yeah, Alan Page.
Yeah, dude.
Jim Marshall, who did that against the Niners, the wrong way run. But yeah, this is kind of similar to Reggie White, where Reggie White was a Hall of Famer for most of his Eagles career, and then he, first free agent, really big free agent, left to go to the Green Bay Packers, won a Super Bowl with the Packers, 96 with Brett Favre. So I think Myles Garrett could do the same.
Good
for them.
Dude, the way,
Well done,
The
Danny.
way he says it so quickly is really. It just seems so like, well, good for them. I don't care.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett, out of the blue like that?
I don't care. Yeah,
Oh,
good for
nice.
them. I don't care.
You know
Yeah.
what? I'm not even going to be there week one, so who cares?
Yeah, I'm not playing one. Maybe I'll see him later in the year. We play him. Who cares? Yeah, good for them. That's too funny. That's really good.
I like that.
That's really, really. No, yeah, I don't care. Man.
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
It's totally on your mind. Yeah. It's totally, sort of seems like you've been thinking about it.
Okay.
By the way, 5-3 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line asks, when Mike Brown was coaching that flag football team in San Antonio, was he coaching the same league that Derek was coaching?
No,
in?
man. Mike Brown would have taken me to school. No.
Don't forget, Derek told us that he coached a youth flag football
You're
team.
damn right, Copes.
in Texas after his brother was supposed to be the head coach.
I
and
was the
bailed.
interim. I was the interim head coach, and then I got the title of permanent head coach.
You were like their Basasha.
Yes.
You were like their Rich Basasha, or take your pick of their cable.
They didn't. Well, basically, Rich Bisaccia wasn't picked up. So in a way, I'm kind of like, I guess
Tony Sperano.
I'm trying to make a Ron Wotus to Gary Pettis analogy here, but it's just not working.
I spelled Del Rio. I just love Derek out there running plays with these kids.
Man.
Did you say you rocked a visor?
I don't know if I rocked a visor. I didn't go full Gruden, but
Did you have a whistle?
I had a whistle, and I had it was me. It was me coaching, baby. And I was running up plays called Spider-Man or Batman for the kids to remember them. We were a damn good team, Copes.
Yeah, dude, you run the
and
veer?
then we ran into the Raiders, which was the team of they were a team you didn't want to mess with.
Oh wait, they were a team called the Raiders?
Oh yeah, these kids were good.
Wait, what team were you?
We were the
Did you have a real NFL team as well?
Yeah, but I can't remember what team we were.
You got to remember what team.
I don't
you gotta
honestly.
Think about it.
I don't honestly.
AFC, NFC.
God, we're talking 20 years ago. No,
team photo, nothing.
No, nothing. I don't recall, but I remember the team.
What's your brother? Come on, we got to get some info. There's got to be something.
I'll ask my little brother if he remembers. But the Raiders were the team that were the big bad team, and their team, dude, they would pick off passes. They had passing plays.
You were throwing forwards.
Not on my team.
No, but you couldn't against the Raiders.
No.
They were putting kids on an island.
Oh, dude, you get kids locking up defenders, they had
their own Namdi or whatever.
Seriously, like Darrell Revis out there. It was insane.
Did they blow you guys out?
Oh yeah, they blew everybody out though.
But I thought you guys said you were pretty good.
We weren't as good as the Raiders.
Yeah, that's not fair. You weren't prepared to be the head coach.
Well, I'll say the families are the parents of the kids were always like, you should have given my son more of the rock there.
How'd they sound? Go ahead again.
There was one
It's just the
family.
tone there,
yeah,
yeah.
I know.
It's just the tone.
There was one family in particular that was like, my son needs to get the ball. He's the next Barry Sanders. And I was like, we'll see about that. He was good, but I thought it was a little too much.
Were you invited to the end of season cookout?
If there was one, I wasn't invited.
Yeah, they had one. No, they had one. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had one, Derek.
It was everybody else.
All right, moving on.
No one likes the coach.
In the Sounds foray, here's a coach, Sean McVay, head coach of the LA Rams. He interrupts a question to Myles Garrett and then also answers a question about Aaron Donald. Here's Sean McVay.
Myles, what's the feeling going from a work in progress with this Cleveland team? It's been a work in progress for a while to coming to this team that is the favorite to win the Super Bowl, and anything less than that would be a major disappointment.
I mean, every team's a work in progress.
Damn, that's how you feel, huh?
Yeah.
Here's what I would tell you guys overall, too, is, Aaron's a guy that I stay really close in touch with, and I know the respect that he has for Myles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip. But here's what I would tell you guys, too. The one thing that's great about Myles, we're not going to ask him to do anything other than be himself and take it a day at a time, be totally and completely present. The last time, you guys remember who the Super Bowl favorites were last season, right? No, you don't. Nobody remembers, okay? So the point I'm making is like, hey, it's a fun narrative right now, but we're going to be inside out. We're going to earn it every single day. We had our first 11 on 11 today, and there's a lot of growth that we need to be able to have as a football team.
The whole thing, the cliche of a football coach saying, we're just going to ask this guy to be himself. Yeah, being himself is getting, hopefully 3 sacks a game. That's what you want. So that's just a ridiculous thing. But
we're just going to have him be himself. Hopefully he gets 24 this year, That's what he does. That's who he is, get 24. By the way, was he asked a question about Aaron Donald, or did he just insert that himself?
No, that was a different clip. But
it's a different one, okay.
Yeah, but he wanted to get back to the reporter saying, if you guys don't win the Super Bowl, it's a disappointment. He goes, yeah, that's how you feel? Look. For him to say, no one remembers who the Super Bowl favorites were a year ago.
I remember.
Of course we do. It's the same ones every year.
Yeah, it was the Bills, it was the Lions, it was the Rams, it was the Eagles. Probably the Chiefs were up there. I would bet I could name the top 7 odds getters for Super Bowl last year.
The Rams are perennial Super Bowl favorites every year.
The Ravens were probably in there.
They're always in the conversation. A year ago, they got Devontae Adams, and the expectation was for them to win the West again. So for that's a ridiculous thing. Obviously they don't want distractions. That's the whole point he's making. But there are huge expectations for the Rams. And yes, they're on national TV every single week. So if they don't win the Super Bowl, yes, 100% it's a failure.
Somebody on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line 530 is not buying you, not knowing what team you even coach. He says, dude, Depop knows scores from week 7 of games that happened before he was born, but he doesn't remember the team he himself coached.
I care more about actual football than my own team. No, I honestly don't. Maybe we were the Colts. I don't really remember, but yeah, and people on the text line saying well, Derek probably was like Jim Tomasula.
Well, they said you were an in-house hire like Jim Tomasula.
Well, he was an interim, but
so were you.
Yeah, well, I was really old.
Another text. Derek is Jim Tomasula here. Let's be real. I think you had more success than Tomasula.
I had more than 5 wins.
How many games you guys play? 11, 10 games maybe.
We
10-game flag season.
Maybe it was I don't know, 8 games that year. So yeah, maybe one better than Jim Tomasula and just had 6 and 2. We got to the postseason.
Did you ever fart in a press conference like Tomasula?
I wish.
Yeah.
All those kids laughing and giggling.
That's incredible. If anybody knows a real one, Derek does. Dude.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's
a real one for you.
That goes into Derek's dirty work expertise too. You claim films, the cinephile stuff, and he doesn't even watch movies. Yeah, you do. But also, we're going NFL and football scores. And is that a real boof?
I know. I know my real farts.
And is that a real ass cut or not? That's what Derek will tell you.
Yeah, and
except on the
Danny,
on the Harbaugh one.
Are you familiar with the Jim?
Danny, do you know where we keep the farts?
Yeah. do you know where the Jim Harbaugh sound is, where he cuts ass during a press conference?
I'm looking for it.
Okay, he's looking for it. Okay,
gotta keep digging, Dan.
I still say that fart is fake.
Wasn't this kind of show?
Well, it is that type of show. It is that type of show. What do you believe more? What's more real to you? The Harbaugh fart into the mic that we always play and debate over from years ago when he was in Michigan.
Yeah.
Or Aaron Rodgers' wife. What do you believe is more real? You believe Rodgers' wife is real.
I do.
So I'll
probably go the fart, even though I think that's 100% fake.
So do you think so you really believe in Rodgers' wife?
I don't think he's that crazy where he just keeps referencing his wife and she's just not there. I think after a while,
I think that is the crazy. I think that's the part that makes it so suspicious.
His brother, I want to say Jordan, is a college football analyst.
Yeah, and they even talk? Because they didn't talk for a while.
They don't.
He was on The Bachelor or something.
Yeah. So maybe they don't even talk, and maybe he doesn't even realize or know who Aaron Rodgers' wife is. I think like someone would come out and like it was like his family side being like, he's lying about this. He's making this whole thing up. Like someone that he would know would be like, guys, Aaron's full of crap. He's not married at all.
Okay, so this is Danny found the sound.
Okay.
So Danny found the sound. This is a piece of sound from you. I think I cut this. I think me or Medium Impact Brian cut this like 2019.
Did you see the visual of this?
Yeah, dude, there was a video of him standing up. Harbaugh's like, they tackle well. He's like, all right, thanks. And he gets up and he turns away from the mic. And as he walks away from the mic, you can hear it like, it's not like it's a cut in. It's like, it seems like he stands up and he's walking away from the mic. I think he lets one rip. Here you go.
What did Michigan State do to limit your two running backs that have had a great season?
They tackled very well.
It just sounds too good.
It's into the mic, dude.
And also,
he does it into the mic and just keeps
why
walking.
wasn't this everywhere? Why wasn't this leading ESPN? Why was this leading most radio shows? Why wasn't this leading the nightly news? If this was real, I didn't see it, Copes.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, you sound like the dude in Head of State when he's like, he's running for president against the guy who passes away.
Not my news.
He goes, who's this guy running against me? Mays Gilliam? He goes, what happened to Gaines? He goes, Gaines died in a plane crash. Sir. Get out of here. Gaines is dead? He goes, it was on the news. It's not my news. That's how Derek feels about Harbaugh. I was like, it was on Sports Center, not my Sports Center.
Do you remember this at all back in the day?
I think Danny might have been like an intern then.
Yeah, I don't really remember getting into whether Harbaugh was farting or not.
Yeah, I swear this was like an old pre-cooler of content, or maybe we called it the cooler of content. I think Medium Impact Brian might have come up with that name, or maybe Waterboy did. There was something. It was called something before that. I think I can't remember. Either way,
I mean, dude, like if this actually happened, like this, like is Jim Rome ever made a bit about this?
I don't care. I did. Like what? I'm not good enough for you.
No,
I'm not. My word's not good.
I think that you saw this online and someone edited this.
Dude, don't know. Come on, dude. We're running a legit shop here, dude.
This is like me years ago when I was rolling in sound where Ron Washington was like, it was obviously like AI, but he was just like, yeah, I'm tired of Shohei Ohtani, that son of a, and then we played it on the air, and then Tom's like, what are we playing? This is fake. This is obviously fake.
Yeah, that was fake. Yeah, that was fake. That's different. This is pre-AI.
Okay. Show me the video.
Show me the wife. You know what I mean? One more time, Danny. Let me hear it one more time.
Just the fart.
I meant the whole thing. You know what I mean? I meant the whole thing, dude. He just hits it, dude.
What did Michigan State do to limit your two running backs that have had a great season?
They tackled very well.
It sounds like a trumpet. It's too good. It's too good to be true.
We'll take a quick break. Larry Krueger next after we put the show
what a
to
great
bed.
lead in.
Dirty work on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you love 49ers mandatory minicamps, well, I got some bad news for you. Kyle Shanahan canceled next week's mandatory practices with everyone showing up this week. After today, the team will be off until training camp. For everything 49ers offseason, keep it locked to the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Thursday, putting the show to bed. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn. What version we got today, Danny?
This is nice, Dan. This is nice.
This, dude.
All right, today we got Ross Clayton from one of the seasons of The Voice.
Dude, nice. Not to be confused with former Giant shortstop Royce Clayton. Different dude. Anyway, we got who's out there? Is he here? Oh no, I thought somebody was coming in. I thought Krug was in the building.
In the flesh?
I thought I was going to get some Krug in the flesh.
No.
I think Krug's in tomorrow with Murph tomorrow
He
morning,
is?
filling in for Marcus, who was in Chicago at Wrigley Field.
Oh,
Marcus went out to Chicago for the weekend.
I thought Marcus would want to go out to New York for his Knicks in the NBA Finals, but that's a hard ticket. Yeah.
No, he went to Chicago for the Giants and the Cubs for a 3-game series. Should be a fun weekend for him. By the way, real quick, I get a text in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It says, flipped on KNBR after work thinking I'm going to get some Giants post-game chatter, and I'm getting, do you believe the Harbaugh fart is real? Just goes to show you how far out of it the Giants really are. Then he says, I love it, by the way. Juicy, which made me laugh. All right, we got Krug coming up next. Somebody else, Krug like this one. 503 says, do you know all the cutting the cheeses? All right, Danny, getting us ready for Krug with some Niners Nightly. Dan, putting it to bed. You got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. I can't believe Derek hasn't been to the theater all year.
Yeah, dude, that's not good, Derek. You can't be doing that.
All right, well, you know what? Note to self.
Note to self.
I can't believe Dan hasn't read a book in a long ass time. I like that one, Danny. Okay, no, real one. Note to self.
Note to self.
The Inland Empire 66ers are associated with the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah,
Did I
they
know
are,
that?
dude. Yeah, good knowledge. You learned something today, dude.
Thank
good
you,
for
Dan.
you.
Thank you, Dan, for that knowledge.
Note to self. Derek would love to play Adam Sandler's son in a movie. Was something I learned about him today in the Danny's Double
You
Dips.
ask me who I want to play an Adam Sandler movie, I'll play his son.
And I'll go one more here on the way out. Note to self.
Note to self.
I'm riding with the Farhan 4. That's what I'm calling them. The Farhan 4. Jung Hoo Lee, Bryce Eldridge, Landon Roop, and Casey Schmidt. Those are the Farhan 4. His parting gifts to us. I'm riding with him. Thanks to our guests today, Susan Slusser and Sam Amick. You missed any of that, all available. TheSportsLeader.com and the Sports Leader app. Danny, great work today. We'll see you tomorrow. Everybody after the Giants and the Cubs should be mostly a full show tomorrow, unless it's a real long game. Larry Krueger coming up next. Nobody more pissed than Krug that minicamp got canceled next week. And for anybody that needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Welcome. Larry Krueger back with you. It's Niners Nightly on this Thursday, June the 4th. We got a great hour. Todd Husak's going to be by. What did I learn in the final minutes there of Dirty Work? Well, Danny Dunn, not a big reader. Maybe could use a little Evelyn Wood speed reading. D-Pop, maybe not the most cultured, and Copes is yearning for the Farhan days of Giants baseball. So there you go. That's what I took away from that last segment. But welcome to Niners Nightly. And we got a great hour to talk Niner ball. You know, Todd Husak's going to be our guest. Kyle Shanahan did something very interesting. He canceled next week's minicamp on the 9th and the 10th, which is a little bit of a surprise. Now, why? The Niners had perfect attendance in this camp, and I'm sure he made a deal with the leaders of the team. Hey, look, if all you guys show up to the early minicamp, I'll cancel the second one, and we'll all be on our vacations. I'll be off to where I'm going. You guys will be off to where you're going. What do you guys think? And I'm sure they all said, yeah, we'll do it. And so the powers that be with the leaders of the team, I'm sure, got everybody there. Trent and everybody was in town. They had perfect attendance for the mini camp, and so we canceled the next one. So I did find it interesting because the Niners have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of change on both sides of the line of scrimmage, a lot of change at wide receiver, a lot of turnover. But you know what? This is also, I think, part of the new, approach to 2026. And I'd love to hear what you think at 808 KMBR. I think the approach is you got this group of veterans, ease off the gas pedal a little bit. The Niners have been very responsive to the needs of their players. When their players said, "Hey, we'd like a few more, some physical therapists to work through our injuries with us. We want more one-on-one attention." The Niners said, "Yeah, okay. We'll hire a bunch of physical therapists. We'll get you that one-on-one attention that you guys need and deserve." When they were like, "Hey, we'd like a little bit more, hydrotherapy rehabilitation options here," and they've spent a lot of money pouring that into their hydrotherapy rest and recovery plans, trying to help the players recover faster. And I think maybe knocking off this minicamp and giving them more time away is part of this overall plan to try to lighten the load a little bit. This thing's a freaking grind, and you plan on being there at the end in February. So if that's the case, you better take your foot off the gas pedal a little bit, especially early on. And I think we're going to see that theme carry into training camp. It's just a guess. Kyle Shanahan has not come up to me and said, "Hey, Krug, tonight on Niners Nightly, I got this little nugget for you." I'm just reading the tea leaves, but I'm pretty decent at it. At least I think I am. And I talk a big game. Anyway, but I want to get into some takeaways from OTAs because we were just there, and I thought there were a lot of dramatic things that happened out there on the practice field. If you look closely, there was a lot of drama and a lot of changeover and a lot of difference. And I haven't necessarily read about it or heard that many people talking about it. So maybe I'm seeing things that other people aren't seeing. But let's just start with some quick takeaways. First of all, the 49ers defensive line is incredibly deep and talented. Now, I'd love to see them make it deeper and more talented by signing Joey Bosa, if you can get him at a reasonable price, because you can never have enough pass rush the way you can never have enough pitching in baseball. But the Niners are 16 deep on the defensive line of guys who can play in the NFL. And they've got a really good-looking group of 3 rookie defensive tackles. Grayson Halton at Oklahoma, James Thompson Jr., who finished up at Illinois, went to Wisconsin before that, and then Bryson Eason, who finished up at Tennessee. I should say he went to Tennessee the whole time. He's a converted linebacker. But these 3 guys really look good. Now, granted, they're undrafted players. We'll find out when summer hits who's real, what's not. Austin Pleasance looked amazing last year in OTAs, and when we got to training camp, not so much. Though he did make the team, and he did start one game against the Bears and played well. But Pleasance, I thought, struggled in training camp, but he looked amazing in the OTAs. So sometimes, Dan Campbell calls the OTAs a pajama party. He's like, "All right, enough of the pajama party. We'll decide what's up and what's real when we get to camp and the pads come on and the helmets come on. Guys are hitting." It's like, okay, we get you. And he's right. He's absolutely right. Football is meant for hitting, and you take away the hitting, and it's not football, and you can see things that you're not really seeing. In these, as Dan would call them, pajama party OTAs. A couple of other observations from OTAs. The 49ers have 3 super athletic linebacker prospects. Nick Martin in year 2, Jaden Duggar, who was a handpicked guy of KJ Wright. He loves him. Talked to KJ. I mean, he's like, "Man, when I saw this guy, I'm like, we have to have this guy." So he is definitely KJ's guy. And then Larry Worth III, an undrafted free agent. 49ers, if they, have the Niners screwed up the first round? Yeah, they have at times. But, man, they make up for it on day 3 and after the draft. And they got this kid this year named Larry Worth III. And he's 6'5", about 220 pounds, and he is flying around the practice field. Playing linebacker, he played safety at Arkansas. This guy can translate speed to power with the best of them. Remember that name this summer, Larry Worth III. It's a great name, by the way, as well. But this kid can fly. He's smart. He's instinctive. I love what I see. I mean, it's just the guy's all over the place. The other thing that really stood out during these OTAs, the safety spot is wide freaking open. Wide open. Is it Malik Mustafa? I don't know. Is it Jair Brown? I'm not sure. The Niners just picked up former Cal Bear Ashton Davis. They have Marquise Siegel. And they may be still looking around for other guys. I really believe the safety spot is wide open. Mustafa should start, but he didn't necessarily in these minicamp. I don't know what it means. If it means nothing, Ashton Davis is athletic, and they just signed him the other day, former Cal hurdler. And we'll see if he makes the team, but I think it's wide open at safety. The cornerback competition this summer is going to be fierce. I mean, there's just no way around that. It's going to be an intense competition on the corner. Typically 5 or 6 guys make it. So you got Renardo Green and you got Upton Stout and Demo Lenore, but then you also have signed Nate Hobbs and you signed Jack Jones. You drafted a Fizians Prysock, who their position coach told me is really, really smart. Saron Neal's your special teams ace. You still have Darrell Luter, who looks pretty good in this camp. And Jacob Robinson is a second-year corner out of BYU, and he looks pretty good. So, I mean, they've got some serious depth at corner, and they got 9 guys going for 6 spots, and it's going to be on. The other thing that really, stands out is that the 49ers need another tight end in the worst way. George Kittle is going to try to return in week 1. I thought it was a joke, but they asked him the question. He's like, yeah, I'm trying to come back in week 1. What? This guy tore his Achilles. He ruptured the Achilles. If he comes back in week 1, he's coming back like not quite 7 months after surgery. Google it. Football players are supposed to be out 9 to 12 months. And the 49ers have not, bolstered the tight end spot much. They added a undrafted free agent that I kind of like, and Khalil Dinkins, who's a really strong blocker. And they're going to need all the blocking they can get with Myles Garrett in the division now, for sure. But I think they need another tight end. And I think it's problematic to ask George to come back in week 1. Now, he didn't say he wasn't going to do it, but, I mean, I don't want him on that plane to Australia. No way. No way, no how. If he's on that plane to Australia, something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. You can't rush this guy back. He plays tight end. He's one of the faces of the franchise. You cannot put this guy on the field 7 months after Achilles surgery. You can't. You just absolutely can't. If this guy takes the field before November, it's wrong. It's negligence, in my opinion. That's strong, I know, but I just think when you think about who he is, what he means, the surgery that he had, the injury that he had, if he's out there in week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, that's a horrible decision. And it could work out, but in my opinion, that's a horrible decision. This is a team that wants to be playing meaningful football into February. And this guy means a lot to you, or should. And you should get somebody else to make sure that he doesn't rush back. And I think they will between now and then, but they haven't yet. And, and he's still talking week 1. And that to me is disturbing. If you're looking for something to really be excited about, man, the wide receiving core is so different. O. Jennings, no Bourne, all the slow crew is out, and they've been replaced with guys like Stribling. Stribling looked great in the minicamp. Runs 4.3. He's making plays down the field. Cowing, Watkins. The Niners have a lot of speed, and the wide receivers, because of their skill sets, their routes are different than the wide receivers on last year's team. And I think the offense is going to look completely different because these receivers have different skills. I mean, you're going to see more separation. I think Purdy is going to have a monster year. He's going to become much more of a downfield passer. He's going to be much higher rated fantasy quarterback right now. I'm telling you right now, if you can get Brock Purdy in fantasy this year, do it. Do it, because this guy's going to be throwing the ball down the field to guys that can run and guys that are going to get separation. And you're seeing it. You're seeing it in camp. It doesn't even look the same. It looks like a totally different team. They're going down the field. Down the field to Cowan, down the field to DeMarcus Robinson, down the field to Watkins, down the field to Mike Evans. And there's a lot more speed out there. And, it looks different. The other thing that really looks different is CMC and Kalen Black and Jordan James are all really dynamic little receiving running backs. And that's going to, how are you going to neutralize Myles Garrett? Well, you might do it by throwing to your backs, heavy in the screen game. Try to neutralize some of his upfield push by screening him to death and making him defend these incredibly athletic backs. Black is just on a different level. I mean, the people that are talking about James as RB2, go check yourself. He's RB3. Black looks like he's on a totally different level. So quick, so dynamic, so explosive. He's going to be really good. He's going to be really good. And I think they're going to throw it to their backs. And between the horizontal spacing that they're going to get from CMC, from Kalen Black, from Jordan James in the screen game and throwing them to him at the line of scrimmage in the flat, and then the space that's going to be created by their 4-3, their bevy of 4-3 wideouts, I think there's going to be a lot more room on the football field. So those were the observations. I also think there's a very good chance that by the end of this camp, 49ers may have some trade candidates. I don't think they're going 3 quarterbacks. So if Curtis Rourke doesn't really look good, he could be traded. I don't think they're going with an endless number of receivers. So guess what? Demarcus Robinson could be traded. Heck, if enough guys play well enough at receiver, Ricky Pearsall could be traded. Austin Pleasance, Tatum Bethune, Darrell Luter. These guys could all wind up being just too, not good enough quite to make the roster, but maybe too good to cut. And they all could be trade candidates as the roster gets pared down at the end of August before the Niners get on that bird and go to Australia. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. Todd Husek's going to join us next. We'll talk about all these Niner topics and more next. It's Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
Group Sport. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants split the series in Milwaukee thanks to Logan Webb last night in today's 12-9 scoring bonanza that saw Casey Schmidt's 13th home run of the season. They got the win, but let's admit, we all thought they were blowing that one in the ninth, right? On to Chicago to take on the Cubs tomorrow for another matinee. Pre-game at 10:20, first pitch at 11:20. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to Niners Nightly on a Thursday. Larry Krueger with you. Hope everybody's having a fantastic June the 4th. And joining us on the UMA guest line is Todd Husak, former Stanford quarterback, former NFL quarterback, now an integral part of the 49er pre- and post-game show here on The Leader. Todd, how are you?
Doing well. Another busy week in the NFL. I mean, it never seems to end on NFL is 24/7, 365. So big week with some movement in the NFC West. And now it's up for the Niners to keep pace and stay healthy.
Yeah, let's talk about that. The Rams get Myles Garrett. So many 49er fans were like, oh, the season's over, phone it in. And it's like, you know what? I know Myles Garrett is a great player, and I know he's going to a great team, and I know it's going to make, winning the Super Bowl or even winning the NFC West that much more difficult. But you know what? Last year, the favorite to win the Super Bowl at this point in the calendar was the Kansas City Chiefs, and they didn't even make the playoffs. A lot can happen between now and playoff time. And I don't know. I can't be in this kind of mode of like, oh, there's no chance. How do you view the NFC West? How do you view the season through a 49er lens now that Myles Garrett's in LA?
Well, the NFC West got better, and I think that's where, if you want to have an easier path to the Super Bowl, it's about winning your division, and that becomes much more difficult with, I think, one of the best defensive players in the league, and really one of the best defensive players in the last decade. Now you're facing them twice a year. think it would be very interesting to see if the Rams can pull Aaron Donald out of retirement. That would make them even better. And he's hinted that he's working. I'm sure everybody's seen the videos of him working out. So they're better. But I think the 49ers would say, hey, this is about us and getting better and staying healthy. 49ers have added some pieces. They're a better team. If you look at them on paper now versus last September, they're a much better team now. Now they're a year older, and let's assume people come back and stay healthy, but they have some better offensive weapons. I think defenses have to prepare for them much differently than they did a year ago. And so I'm sure the 49ers are saying, hey, let's do the best we possibly can with the talent that we've added. Let's get ready to go for the season and show up on Sundays. And it's definitely more difficult now. You never like to play a team with that many really good defensive players, especially up front, because we saw what the Seahawks did with a formidable front four that pushed the interior offensive line around for the 49ers. But Myles Garrett's going to be good and a tough matchup, but they still have to contend with some of the playmakers that the 49ers have added. So it'll be interesting. You're exactly right, Larry. Let's let the offseason play out. Let's stay healthy and get ready to go in September.
I was just at the mini camp, and there were so many encouraging signs at the mini camp. To me, the ones that really jump out, though, Kaylan Black and Jordan James out of the backfield are really dynamic, underneath options. So that's going to stretch the field horizontally and make teams defend that, the backs in the flat. And those guys are, between Christian and those two guys, they've got three guys that can all catch the ball and are really, really good with it in their hands and very, very explosive. Black maybe is the most explosive. He looked incredible. But then they also have a lot of downfield speed. And to me, the 49er fans are going to see the difference starting in the preseason. They had different receivers with different skill sets than the receivers they currently have right now. And I think you're going to see a different looking Brock Purdy, who's more of a downfield thrower. I think there's going to be a much more dynamic element. I saw Stribling get deep. I saw Cowing and Watkins get deep. Mike Evans is obviously a future Hall of Famer. So the receiving core is quite a bit more dynamic, and it's going to be a lot more separation, I believe, than what we saw last January.
And Brock Purdy, he's not in the top half of quarterbacks in the NFL of throwing the ball down the field. He's the best, right? Highest completion percentage, over 10-yard passes. And we saw it last preseason in practice. He was pushing the ball down the field and making big plays. Now, his receiving core was a little different and hampered by both injury and guys just weren't available to play or didn't play, like Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson. But Brock Purdy has that skill set. And now the question is, can they protect him long enough to push the ball down the field? But I agree with you. I think the 49ers, the one thing they were missing, we talked about it all season, was the big play, both in the passing game and the run game. All of a sudden, they have some receivers who can separate and win and get those 50-50 balls. And Brock Purdy is as good as it gets in the NFL of delivering the ball where it needs to be for those receivers to make the plays. And you're right. He's had to perform with receivers who didn't have the ability to separate. So he's having to throw the ball in some tight quarters, and he's been effective. And that we saw it with Mac Jones last year too. But all of a sudden, you have guys who are winning on the outside, who are separating, who can run after the catch. That changes the whole dynamic of the 49ers offense. It'll make the run game a little bit better. I think, and we talked about it last time, Larry, if they can figure out a weapon at tight end, all of a sudden there's 4 or 5 difference makers on the field offensively in the passing game that can stretch defenses and make some big plays, which the 49ers desperately needed last year.
One of the things about football, you just can't, you can't make guys show up on the timetable that you want sometimes. They're going to prospects develop and mature at their own rate. And some guys do it in their rookie year. Some guys do it in their second year. Some guys do it in their third year. I think it's interesting because the Niners, between Stribling, who's in his first year, Watkins, who's in his second year, and Cowing, who's in his third year, you're talking about 3 guys there that all run 4.3 and all looked dynamic in this minicamp. Jacob Cowing, you forget because he hasn't been out there, and it's been a couple of years now. he is a phenomenal route runner, and he made plays at UTEP, and then he went to Arizona and made plays there in two different programs, two different systems. And Watkins, looked good last year in camp. He looks better than ever, and Stribling looks like a rookie that might be able to contribute right away. So, last year they needed all three of these guys. Obviously, Stribling wasn't with the Niners, but the other two guys weren't there to help or couldn't help. They all might mature at exactly the same time, which could be absolutely beautiful for the Niners.
Well, let's stay healthy, right? I think the talent has been there, and we talked about Watkins last year. Man, we'd love to see him out there. He could be a guy who can open up the defense or get down the field and certainly stretch vertically. He just wasn't healthy. And same with Cowing. They have talent and speed. They just haven't been on the field. And I think if you can add those pieces and Pearsall all of a sudden becomes more effective, they have a quarterback who can spread the ball around and read defenses. And I think one of the best 2 or 3 play callers and play designers in the NFL in Kyle Shanahan. You're absolutely right. This was an offense that was limited because of personnel on the outside. They just didn't have guys who could win or run by corners and safeties. Now they do. And that changes everything. It changes the run game. The safeties can't come up and play near the line of scrimmage. You're getting more yards after the catch. The 49ers had way too many 2nd and 8s or 3rd and longs. Now they were really good at converting a lot of those. Their 3rd down conversion percentage was outstanding last year, and they put themselves in some tough spots. So all of a sudden, if you can get 4 or 5 plays a game where you're not only pushing the ball down the field, but you're throwing a ball underneath that goes for 25 or 40. That just changes not just field position, but changes the whole momentum of the offense. And you're able to call up different plays, work different systems. Like if you can get a play down the field, that opens up the underneath passing game. The screen game becomes better, and all of that works together. And so having a healthy receiving core with some speed, the 49ers, Larry, we talked about it all up in the box last year. They just don't have a ton of speed. They're a slower team. And now that in one offseason, they've changed it, well, both through the draft and guys coming back healthy. I'm really curious to see how this offense looks different from the 2025 version, because there's potential now to all of a sudden rip off big plays, which they just, it was a slog. Way too many 13-play drives last year, and they did it, but that's hard. It's hard to replicate. It's hard to do consistently. I'd be much more, the 5-play touchdown drive is, I think, more favorable for everybody, not just because it puts points on the board. It puts less strain on the offense and just changes the whole feel of a football game.
It's going to help Brock, but, if Jones gets in there, it's really going to help him as well. A lot of people kind of point to Jones' his year last year, and they're like, oh, yeah, look at he didn't go down the field, and he's captain check down and this and that. It's like, no, dude, that guy's a really smart quarterback. He takes what the defense gives him. And when I mentioned to him yesterday that you've got a lot more weapons that you can go down the field with, I mean, Mac Jones is accurate. Brock Purdy is accurate. And I think we're going to see a much more dynamic, exciting offense this year because of the wide receiver play. I don't think we realized how bad that wide receiver play was, both blocking in the run game, it wasn't there, and also separating. And I got to ask you as a quarterback, how much different is the job? Or like when you're dropping back to pass, I mean, Brock and Mac are going to throw fewer 50-50 balls because there's going to be that separation. It's like in college, almost, it's like you have to have that separation before the quarterback even wants to throw it. I mean, he's almost not willing to let it go without the separation. But how do you think that it's going to give Brock a much different look when he drops back to pass? Talk a little bit to us about, how that changes the whole mindset for a guy who plays your position.
Well, there's 2 things on the passing game. When you have a guy like Mike Evans, you do feel okay about throwing a 50-50 ball because he's big, strong, and wins those more often than he doesn't. And if he doesn't win it, it's going to be incomplete. I mean, he is that difference maker down the field. The other saying that I learned early in my NFL career, if he's even, he's leaving. Meaning if that wide receiver is even with the DB, you take a shot down the field because he's going to outrun him. He's going he's going straight. The corner has to flip his hips and will be left in the dust. And we just didn't see any of that last year. Like, I can't think of 2 or 3 plays. We had in the opener, he hit Pearsall down the sideline, but that was more of a precision throw in front of the safety. There just weren't, I can't think of many instances at all last season where they just took a shot down the field and the wide receiver had outrun the corner. And that's, I think, more of a personnel problem than it was a play design problem. Now they have the horses. They have the guys who can run by corners. And you're going to see Brock Purdy take some shots because if he's he's leaving. And that makes gives the quarterback some confidence. I'm going to throw it down the field and my guy's going to make a play. And also, we talked about it, but Juwan Jennings had the one play late in the season where he caught the crossing route and ran by everybody. That might have been the longest passing play of the year. It was a 15-yard completion where he just took it and ran by everybody. But if those safeties have to play deeper, you have the underneath routes that can break, and you have a stronger, faster, quicker wide receiving core who can break that first tackle and make bigger plays down the field. So it all works together, but it does start with having the ability to take the top off defense. And all of a sudden there's not just one guy who can do it. There's 2 or 3. And the 49ers Larry, I think it was week 2 or it might have even been later. The 3 wide receivers that the 49ers were playing, I don't think caught any passes in the preseason. It was like guys that were either hurt or didn't report or they picked up off the street, and that's who they were playing with. Where now they have a full off season, they're healthy. Hopefully they're young and ready to go and can stay healthy, because that's where the Rams and the Seahawks, when they played each other, they beat one another. They scored a lot of points, but it was down the field passing game. And all of a sudden, I think the 49ers are better positioned to take advantage of that when they play those 2 teams.
It's going to be really interesting because, as you stated, Brock Purdy is the number 1 most accurate quarterback when targeting an open receiver 10+ yards down the field. He I think it was 72.5%, which is far and away number 1 in the league. And now you add a lot of receivers with a lot of speed and the ability to separate. Who knows? I mean, who knows what we're going to see? But I have a feeling that it's going to be a very, very positive situation. Now, it's obviously largely predicated on the offensive line's ability to protect, and we'll see if they have the ability to protect Brock Purdy this year. If there's one encouraging thing, I would say it's these young receivers that just look really dynamic. If there's one discouraging thing with the offense, it still seems to me that the Niners are focusing on having George Kittle coming back from an Achilles rupture after 7 months, which is unprecedented. I mean, if you Google it or, put it in AI and say, how long should an NFL player be taking to rehabilitate a torn Achilles, it says 9 to 12 months. And he had the surgery January 14th, and yet he's still talking about the potential for week 1. I hope that is just talk, because if he's even back anytime in September, I think that's a massive, massive mistake. I just wouldn't do it. I'd like to see them go add another tight end and take the pressure off of Kittle. We know he's going to try to grind it back and get back, but I know there's medical advancements, but I don't think he should be on the football field before Halloween, and I get the feeling he's going to try to be out there week 1. What do you think? What's your perspective?
Well, we'll see how he recovers. He's not young anymore. I mean, he's young compared to us, but he's a seasoned NFL veteran, which means recovery is going to take a little bit longer. If he's 100%, let's get him on the field. I can't imagine he's going to be 100%, which means he's going to be playing a little bit dinged up. And all of a sudden, if he's not healthy, would you rather him play 8 games completely healthy or 15 games where he's 75%? And then I think there's further risk for re-injuring his leg. So I'm with you. I think they need to be cautious and patient, because I'd much rather have him 100% for that second half of the season. If he's ready to go week 3 or 4, hey, let's get him out there. But I'm with you. I think adding another piece at tight end, we all like Tonjes and what he did last year in limited play. He's a much better receiver than he is a blocker, and he made some tough catches, but he doesn't have the speed necessarily to stretch. I think you had brought it up, I think, last time we talked, Larry. We'll see some tight ends around the league get cut as this preseason wears on. if they can find one piece there, a guy that can come in and be that receiving tight end who can stretch a defense, because like we just talked about with Mike Evans on the outside or some burners on the outside, that middle of the field opens up. And if you can have a guy who can take advantage of a matchup with a linebacker or catch that 8-yard over route, break a tackle and go for 25, again, all those pieces start to, snowball off one another, and this offense becomes much more difficult to defend. How do you cannot shut down 5 really good weapons. You just can't. And you have a quarterback who can recognize a weakness in a defense and make the right decisions and put the ball on the money on time. That's tough to defend. Now, we haven't talked about the guys up front, whether or not they can pass protect long enough to push the ball down the field more consistently. But I'm with you. I think adding a tight end maybe as that preseason goes along, when some veteran pieces come available and maybe a weapon or two, they should be poised and ready to pick one of those guys up.
And we're going to continue with more of Todd Husak as we continue with more of Niners Nightly next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNPR, the Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
What do you think about left guard? That's another big question. I mean, we asked Colton McKivitz, hey, what do you think about the left guard spot? First thing he said was, hey, Connor Colby's looking a whole lot better, and that his play speed is a whole lot faster than it was a year ago. But then we also had a chance the next day to do a kind of a longer Q&A with Chris Furster, the O-line coach, and I asked him, what do you think of Robert Jones? And he's like, hey, I think he's the best run blocker, of the guys that we have. So I don't know. I mean, would you rather go with the veteran, better run blocker in Robert Jones? Would you rather go with the second year, maybe superior pass protector in Connor Colby? Would you want him to share the position? It's kind of unique, but the Niners have done that a couple times in recent years. What's your thought on left guard? Obviously, we got a whole training camp and preseason to deliberate over this stuff and see how these guys really play on the field this summer. But what's your thought here in early June?
I'd like to see Colby continue to improve. I think he showed flashes last year. He's going to be a year older, stronger, better, another year in the system. Hopefully another year where he's more confident now. He's gone through it. He knows what playing a season in the NFL is like. I'd like to see him continue to develop. I think having Jones as a reliable piece there, if needed, I'd really like to see Colby step up. I think the 49ers have done a great job developing McKivitz, who has become a really good offensive lineman in the NFL. Now the project is Colby, and can they continue to grow him? I think Pooney being back healthy, I don't think there's any question he was hurt last year. Certainly in the first half of the season where he did not look like he did in his rookie season. If he can come back healthy, that should firm up that interior a little bit more. But you're right, Colby, that left guard spot is going to be one of the biggest position battles along with backup running back, and something they need to shore up, hopefully, before the start of training camp so they can have a guy run consistently with the ones. But that's why they bring in Jones, and that they push Colby. Hey, it's going to be a battle. Let's go. Let's step up or step aside, because we need a guy who's reliable and can play with potentially Aaron Donald, and that front four for Seattle that we talked about is tough, and really week in and week out. There's no weeks off for this group. So the good news is whoever it is will be next to Trent Williams, who is the best in the NFL. So that's certainly a luxury playing beside him in a future Hall of Famer, but having those 5 solid pieces is going to be critical to being better in the run game, which there are too many games last year where it was consistently less than 3 yards a carry, or too many negative rushes, and putting your offense in position of 2nd and 12 is tough. And so having a more consistently forward-moving offense where a guy's not going to get beat, it might not be a devastating blocker, but be solid, that should be enough. And I think give Brock Purdy enough chance in the pocket to read the defense and put the ball on the money. I really like this offense in 2026 compared to a year ago.
How do you best neutralize a Myles Garrett type? Is it, the one thing they do have is they have 3 backs that can catch it, and they're all pretty dynamic. Do you screen them? Do the Niners go heavy screen game? Do they try to run at him? You try to run away from him? You want to add an outstanding blocking tight end? You want to play a offensive tackle as an extra blocking tight end? You want to stretch the field vertically and create all kinds of speed? I mean, there's a number of different theories as to how to counter the dynamic, must be doubled edge rusher. And you can do it with scheme. You can do it with play call. You can do it with personnel. You can do it a lot of different ways. What would you like to what reaction would you like to see from the 49ers now that their number one rival, or one of their number one rivals, has added the most dynamic edge piece of his era? How should the Niners react to that? Should they react to that?
Well, Larry, the answer is do everything that you mentioned. It's chipping. It's having a tight end stand and block and double team. It's having the backs come out of the backfield and try to make it certainly avoid passing situations, 3rd and long, avoid at all costs, right? And so that goes back to being more effective in the ground in those early downs where you're not giving Myles Garrett a chance to know that the quarterback's going to be 7 yards behind the center, and that's my aiming point. And the good news is, again, they got some pretty good offensive tackles, but it's going to be a challenge when you're playing a guy like Myles Garrett. And Myles Garrett had more sacks than the entire 49ers defense last season. So it's going to be, he's a difference maker. And the 49ers, I trust Kyle Shanahan will come up with a number of different solutions for how to neutralize him. Now, you're not going to stop him. And I think you have to appreciate that he's going to make some plays. Some coaches like to run right at the guy, right? Let's double team him, put him on his heels a little bit early in the game where he can't just understand that he's going to peel off and get to the quarterback. It is the screen game where sometimes you chip him and let him go and you throw the screen underneath. I think all of those ways to get him to second guess and not give him a target where he knows where the quarterback's going to be. It's part of it's, play action. You run at him and roll Brock Purdy away from him. So there's less of a chance that he's able to get home. All of those things from play calling standpoint you can do. But there's going to be times, right? We're just going to take a 7-step drop and push the ball down the field. Trent, and maybe it's Farrell or whoever, maybe it's Juszczyk chipping him, or say what, Black he's a big, strong guy. I mean, I'd like to see them use him maybe in some of that chip game, because a couple shoulder pads in the ribs, Myles Garrett from Black, all of a sudden that'll slow him down. So there's a number of different ways they can do that, but it's certainly, as an offensive coordinator, he is on your list, and that's something you have to be aware of and prepare for and have an answer for. I think the number one thing is stay out of third and long passing situations, because that's where he's at his best.
Let's hit a couple topics on D before we let you go. There's a lot of speculation that the safety position is even more wide open than we even believe. We saw Jair Brown and Marquise Siegel kind of running with the ones. Malik Mustafa, a lot of people believe, is their best safety. He did have an interception of Brock Purdy in yesterday's practice. Ashton Davis has been added from the Dolphins, who's played at Cal, former hurdler, a guy that you know well, I'm sure, and know his game. He's actually, some people think that he might be in line to maybe start. He's kind of more of a special teamer, hybrid player. Is he a linebacker? I think there's a lot of things you can do with him up on the line of scrimmage. I don't know if he's a full-time starter, but he definitely is an athlete. He runs in the 4.3s. They don't have a lot of depth there. What do you think? Do the Niners need a veteran safety? How much of an issue do you think the safety position is going to be this year? And can Davis impact that thing?
Yeah, I'm still surprised they didn't go after a safety early in the draft, because I do think that's a position that they can upgrade. I really like Mustafa, and what we've seen from him, I think he's he is great in the run game. He's able to come up and he's a missile, right? He gets those shoulder pads downfield and will lay out a running back in the hole. And he's a good, solid tackler, not as great in pass coverage. I think Siegel is a much better pass defending safety. Jair Brown, we've seen him make some plays. We've seen him give up some big plays. I think the big thing for them is continue to develop, start to play with some confidence, understand the system, play together. I don't know if they're limited physically. Are they going to fly around and make the big plays? We didn't see a lot of those last year. I really like Mustafa and what he does from an attitude standpoint, and just the way he's able to come up and stuff the run. I think he's a guy who can make some plays and sort of push the offense back a little bit and not allow the runs up the middle. But we've seen him get beat deep. And so how do they balance those things? Here's what these guys do well. How do we allow them to really excel at in their strengths and limit some of their downside and the weaknesses? And part of that is scheme, but I think a big part of it is how much do they develop over the next 4 months.
A couple guys that have really opened my eyes this week. One is Larry Worth III, who's a linebacker who played safety at Arkansas. Another one is Jaden Duggar, who was KJ Wright's almost like personal favorite player in the draft. And Duggar, both these guys are unique body types. And we're talking long, athletic. Worth has got to be every bit of 6'5", 220. Duggar, the same, 6'5", he maybe a little bit heavier. But they're really, really long, really fast. They look like kind of hybrid defenders, probably second-level defenders. Those are two guys that I am really eager to see when the pads come on this summer. Is there a player or two that you're eager to see this summer when we're out there sweating, watching these guys practice?
I'd love to see Nick Martin take next step in his development. I know you're huge on him.
Yeah.
How does he come back? How do they utilize his speed, which we saw him make some plays sideline to sideline in the preseason last year, and for whatever reason, it just didn't materialize in the regular season. I want to see him take the next step in his development. And it's interesting. You talk about the height of some of these young guys. The 49ers typically like the smaller, faster linebackers, right? Dre Greenlaw and that
D. Winters. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, exactly. And so how did I will say Eamon Worry for the Seahawks last year, who's kind of that 6'4", 6'5". He's great in coverage, can come off the edge. He's super fast. There's certainly, I think that's where the defensive game has evolved a little bit, where you almost need one of those big, tall, lean guys who can play pass coverage. They're tough to beat in the flat, but also can come off the edge and make plays in the run game and get to the quarterback. That's, I think, a position to look for over the next few years with the NFL, where everybody now is big, strong, fast. How does the defense keep up with it and evolve from a playmaking standpoint? And that's so if there's some of those young guys who are the taller, faster guys in space, I think there's a spot for them to be effective and make plays. And then let's just stay healthy. I think if the linebacking core can stay healthy, that defensive front can stay healthy. I'm excited because the 49ers have drafted some youth up front, and we saw some guys make plays last year in CJ West and Alfred Collins in flashes. And let's get Bosa back healthy, Michael Williams back healthy. You have some upside, right? And it's time for the upside and the potential to be realized. And again, a huge part of it is their off season. How healthy are they? How's the rehab going? But come back. It's going to be a different look because we just didn't see a full strength defense very often last year for the 49ers. So can they come back a year better, a year healthier, and maybe a year more confident, experienced? I'm excited to see what Michael Williams can do. Let's get him back on the field making some plays because he has the body type who can be a difference maker coming off the edge. And Bosa, the same, defensive player of the year. There's potential, and that's where I think the 49ers, they've got to stay healthy. That has to happen because the conference, the division has only gotten better in the last few months, and they're playing the Super Bowl champs twice this season. So they have to get better to keep pace.
Last one, and we appreciate your time. Shanahan canceled the June 9th and 10th minicamp. First time he's done that, at least that I can recall. So now they're not back on the field until I think July 26th, or it's really, I forget when it is. It's pretty late. It's somewhere there in the second half of July. It's a lot of downtime. I remember asking Mac Jones, what did you do in your month between minicamp and training camp last year? And he's like, yeah, I put on pads and I ran the plays in Jacksonville in my backyard. I put on full pads. It made us laugh. What do you remember after your year with the Commanders, I guess Redskins back then, what you did between minicamp and training camp as a player to get ready for camp?
Yeah, I was there. I was me and Jeff George that offseason, and they had drafted a young guy. I was there working out every day, trying to get ready for the regular season and keep my roster spot. So, and by the way, the reason he gave them the week off, they had 100% attendance. And so I think I appreciate that. The injuries and some of the feedback I think they've gotten is the practices are hard. And so does a little more time off, maybe work towards keeping these guys healthy and limiting the number of snaps in the offseason, maybe get them more fresh for training camp. I think I like what they're trying to do. Let's change things up because whatever they've done the last few years, and you're never going to avoid injuries 100%, but certainly the Niners have been near the top the last few seasons of games missed and games missed by impact players. So I like it. And I'm sure the veterans appreciate it, but I feel like the culture of this 49ers team, those guys are going to be around, they're going to be working, and it starts at the top, right? When Trent Williams shows up at the training camp, the mini camp, and is ready to go, which he didn't do last offseason, it sets the tone for everybody. We've talked about this window potentially of closing, right? They have some Hall of Famers on their roster right now, maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5. Those guys will not be around in 2 seasons. Certainly not all of them. We'll see how many are still around. But those guys, I think, recognize, hey, I'm nearing the end of my career. I don't know how many years I have left. I'm going to work out today. I have the day off. I'm going to go to the facility, get a lift in, work out, and maybe watch some tape or certainly show the young guys this is how we do it. And I think that urgency is what's needed because, and we talked about it, the Rams have gotten better. The Seahawks are the champs. How are the Niners going to keep pace? And they've added some pieces, and now it's about work and working together and getting ready for that game in Melbourne.
Always great to hang with you, man. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, my pleasure. We got baseball playoffs today. Menlo in the NorCal semifinals against Alameda today.
Look at that. I just saw Alameda. They played against Northgate. Northgate beat them in Concord last Saturday. I was out there for that. Alameda is an interesting team, but good luck. Good luck. Hit them where they ain't, as they say.
That's the plan.
Todd Husak stopping by. We'll have more Niners Nightly next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you love 49ers mandatory minicamps, well, I got some bad news for you. Kyle Shanahan canceled next week's mandatory practices with everyone showing up this week. After today, the team will be off until training camp. For everything 49ers offseason, keep it locked to the Sports Leader.
faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we're coming down the home stretch. It's Niners Nightly. Thanks to our producer, Anthony Garcia. Thanks to our guest, Todd Husak. Dieter Kurtenbach's getting it warmed up in the pen. It's time for our 49ers stat of the day. How about this? Brock Purdy. That's right. Brock Purdy was the NFL's leading, most accurate quarterback when targeting an open receiver 10-plus yards down the field last year. He had an accurate throw rate of 72.5%, best in the NFL. So didn't have a whole lot of speed at wide receiver. Now he does. But he was really accurate down the field. What does that tell you? It tells you that this year could be very, very dynamic for Brock Purdy. If he can maintain that accuracy and his receivers get open down the field, you may see Brock Purdy threatened for the MVP in the NFL. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what those stats tell me. All right, that's going to do it for us. Dieter Kurtenbach is up next. Maybe he'll interpret those stats differently. I'm sure he'll have a very interesting show. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. I got to sleep fast because I'm going to be saying, hey, Murph, good morning at seriously, I set my alarm for 4:15. 4:15 to get on to Daly City in the KNBR Morning Show. FP Santangelo will be one of our guests tomorrow. It should be good. We'll see you tomorrow on The Sports Leader.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball.
Double play!
KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation's
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Yes, sir. Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday, and we don't get to say this enough, so we should enjoy it while we can. A victory Thursday for the Giants. They pulled the split right out of their ass, didn't they? Good for them. That was a good ball game today. Maybe a little spicier than I wanted at the end, but you know what? You take what you can get, and 20 hits is a hell of a lot of hits. And what those 20 hits kind of symbolized, listen, it might be past the point of optimism here for the San Francisco Giants, but I enjoyed watching today's game. They're not always going to have 20 hits. They had a hell of a game, in Colorado, close that thing out. Didn't exactly carry forward in the next two games, but boy, with Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge just hitting the bejesus out of that ball, Jung-Hoo Lee is on a absolute tear right now. 7 games since returning from injury, 655 batting average, 4 RBIs, but he's got 1 strikeout in 7 games. 1483 OPS. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, and it's encouraging when it's the young guys doing it. Jung-Hoo Lee's not a young guy, but he hasn't really done it consistently, and I don't think we're at the point of consistency yet, but you'd sure like to see him keep this up, and the way that he's going now, even if he falls down a couple of notches, he's still going to be damn good. It's nice to see some signs of life, and it's not surprising to me in some ways that the signs of life are really coming from the young guys on this team. Now, talking to so many people about the Giants over the last week or so, because I've been very, very steadfast in my anger towards this baseball team. I'm angry about it. I don't think other people are angry enough. I think that part of the reason that things have been able to get so bad is that people don't get angry enough about it. And if we were in a different market, maybe with a more tightly wound sensibility, perhaps, there'd be a lot more visceral anger, foaming from the mouth anger about some of the things that have happened to the San Francisco Giants over the last decade. And yet that's just not how we roll out here. And when that happens, it allows complacency to set in. Well, maybe we didn't get angry enough, but the Giants, they're beyond complacent this season. That's fair to say, right? So bad, in fact, that I don't think that they can just look at this and say, it'll be okay. In past years, they could look at it and say, it'll be okay. And it would be okay. It'd be the definition of okay. And that's not good enough. But, you can live with it. It's fine. Still decent enough entertainment. They're going to win some. They're going to lose some. It's a companion sport after all. Well, they've been a crappy companion all year. Not today. Not today. And we will celebrate today. And not the last two games, though. Gosh darn, can they just make it a little bit easier? just one laugher, please. Maybe we already got it in on the week on Sunday. I've been angry about it. Because they were in last place in the National League West in June. And that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. But I'm starting to get some hope, not for anything this season. This season's over. They can't pull themselves out of this hole. But I'm starting to get some hope for the trajectory of the San Francisco Giants because of a guy like Casey Schmidt continuing to be their best hitter this year. And no, he doesn't take any walks, but when he hits it, he hits it. Bryce Eldridge, looking like an absolute stud. Man, I can only imagine what this guy would do as a every now and again pinch hitter. As an everyday player, he's pretty damn good. Imagine what he could do as a pinch hitter. Last 15 games for Eldridge, this is the stat that's most telling. 10 strikeouts in 49 at-bats, 8 walks. So he's not striking out a ton. He's not Willie Adamson up there, and he's walking a lot. Last 2 weeks, Bryce Eldridge, 395 batting average, 478 on base percentage, 632 slugging percentage. 2 weeks is not a season. Boy, sometimes I wish it was when you see the nice stats. But those are big boy numbers, even for a hot streak. This kid looks like the absolute truth. I don't want to do the whole I told you so stuff. I like doing it, but no one wants to listen to it. So I'll keep this brief. It was a mistake that they didn't have him on the roster to start the season. I said it in spring training that the kid was doing enough and that the only way to handle it from that point on was to get him in the majors and let him sink or swim up there. There's no guarantee he was going to swim, but you had to find out what he was about against the top-level competition because the competition that he had seen in AAA was inferior, and the level that he was seeing in spring training was proving inferior. And all the hand-wringing and all the worrying about his strikeout rate, when he goes up to the plate, do you think he's going to swing and miss? The kid doesn't whiff. I mean, listen, he'll strike out. He also might hit the ball 178 miles per hour. And frankly, it seems more often that he absolutely tattoos one than he's actually out there. He never looks off balance. He never looks overmatched. And today was an easy day not to look overmatched. The Brewers are kind of down to their their last strings. They're calling up somebody, a little soft toss and lefty. Like, all of these things worked in their favor today. But they've had some really good pitchers on the mound against the Giants over the last 2 weeks, and Bryce Eldridge has looked the most hitterish of everybody. And maybe Jung-Hoo Lee excluded, but that's just the last 7 games. Maybe Casey Schmidt excluded, but I don't know. I think if we had to, these are 2 good things, a champagne problem. Giants don't have too many of those. I think I'll take Eldridge over Schmidt the last 2 weeks. Chapman's coming through. Matt Chapman's been hitting the ball hard lately, but we know that ball game. We know what Matt Chapman's about. 2 weeks on, 4 weeks off. I'm just glad that he's getting one of these 2 weeks on because it had been a minute. He hadn't really had one this season. Maybe he doubles up. And it's 4 weeks on, and then again the 4 weeks off. Devers, he had his little stretch, right back to striking out all the time again. Adames, yeah, he'll run into one every now and again. No question about that. What's he doing in the meantime? Luis Ariz is still doing his Luis Ariz thing. The time has, frankly, never been better to cash in on Luis Ariz in the trade market, but that's just one man's opinion. But Jung-Hoo, looking awesome, giving people reasons to feel positive about Jung-Hoo Lee being an everyday outfielder for this team. Again, we all like the guy. But ultimately, the back of your baseball card is going to tell the story when we're now a couple of years into this thing. Jung-Hoo Lee finally looking like the player who was promised. And then Casey Schmidt keeping it on 100. And Bryce Eldridge looking like just going to, he has a chance. He has a real chance to be an absolute superstar, and you're not having to squint one bit to see it. Just wait until some of these balls start going over the fence. Then we're going to have some fun. That's reasons for optimism. The bullpen still sucks. The starting rotation is still untrustworthy, though I will say Logan Webb was fantastic yesterday. Easy to say, given that he was perfect through 6. But The team's going to have issues. I don't think that they're going to win more than they lose from this point on. Even if they did, they'd still be well under 500. I don't expect some run to get this thing all evened out. But if we're just admitting that they absolutely lost any chance to win a wild card with the first 2 months of the season, and I think that's a fair belief and expectation, then we have to start thinking about 27. And if we're talking about 27, to me, that conversation starts with Bryce Eldridge. What kind of momentum can he get for the rest of this season, figuring out the big leagues? There's going to be adjustments from pitchers. What kind of adjustments can he make at the plate? Seeing at 21 years old, if he's a centerpiece of your lineup player at the big league level, that'd be huge. That'd be huge. It might be even too much to ask, but the way that he's hitting right now, it doesn't sound ridiculous. The way that he's in control at the plate, it doesn't feel ridiculous. And then Casey Schmidt, can he keep this thing going? I don't need Casey Schmidt to he'll probably make the All-Star team. He deserves to make the All-Star team. I don't need Casey Schmidt to stay thermonuclear like he has been at points this year. I just need to make sure that the floor is high, that he's not a streaky guy, and that all this is going to be for naught once we're at the end of the season. Can he consistently be the kind of guy who, in an ideal world, is batting 4th or 5th for you because he doesn't really walk all that much? He's not a duck on the pond. He's someone who drives him home. He got the glove, too. Nice little play in left field today, though it's a bit of an adventure, and you can't blame the guy. They're throwing him out there with no experience. Can those guys keep this momentum going? Can they find another outfielder to go with Ramos, who has been an all-star and was turning it around before his injury, to go with Jung Hoo Lee? Is Jung Hoo Lee this guy? He's not going to maintain these numbers. These numbers are insane. Over the last 7 games, it's a small sample size. I don't think he's going to hit 655 on the season. Ted Williams only hit 406 that one year. But boy, if you got some Jung Hoo Lee in your life and you're feeling good about that, you find that center fielder, because I don't think it's Bader. It's probably not Gilbert. They're not going to play Jonah Cox, because why would they ever do that after calling him up from Double-A straight to? And just quick aside, for all the hand-wringing about, they had to get Bryce Eldridge back to Triple-A. I mean, Jonah Cox can just come up from double, but Bryce Eldridge has to go spend time unnecessarily in triple. It was always ridiculous. It always rung of somebody who doesn't have a plan. And yet here we are, and we got to take what we got. Is Schmidt the kind of guy who you want to keep in the outfield? Is he your second baseman if you trade a Rise? And you absolutely should trade a Rise. You should cash in. Is he your shortstop? And maybe Willie Adames is your second baseman? Another fun conversation for down the line. What do you got behind the plate? Is Daniel Susac good enough to hold that job? Even as a number 2, if you kind of get a little peckish and start attacking maybe the trade market, something like that. There are reasons to look forward. You have to just look at this, and maybe this is my White Sox fandom breaking through here. You have to find the reasons for optimism. You have to find the reasons for the future. You have to find some hope. Yeah, this is what you have to do with the rebuilding team, because the wins and the losses, they're going to come and go, and they're mostly going to go. You're not going to win more than you lose. You're not winning for any real purpose or fruitfulness at this point with the hole that the Giants dug themselves into. They'd have to spend the rest of the year just to get back to break even, in my estimation. So you're looking for things that make you feel good for 27. And I think we're starting to see a couple of them, none bigger than Bryce Eldridge, looking like an absolute hoss up there. Loving what I'm seeing. Keep him in the lineup every day. Move him up the lineup if you feel so inclined. Bryce Eldridge is the story of now, and he's the story, amongst so many others, of the rest of the season. I got to see it, and there's going to be downtimes. Pitchers are going to adjust. They're going to try to find a hole in that swing. But as it stands right now, if you're thinking about what the Giants could actually do in a season where they can actually do it, which is next year, Bryce Eldridge has you feeling a little something right now, and that's just not something that we've been experiencing with the San Francisco Giants so far this year. I want you to get in on this action, though. What are you feeling good about with the Giants? Is this bull? I mean, we're not engaging on this season on the basis of, hey, do you think they can pull? No, it's over. It's done. It's done. What are you excited to see? What are you keeping your eye on? What is it that keeps you watching and listening to these games? 808 KMBR is the number, 415-808-5627. I want to hear from you on this. You can text in as well. Anthony's on the board. He's going to be running the ones and twos for us tonight. We're very appreciative of his help, as we are of all of our producers, but especially Anthony's. And can't wait to hear from you guys on the other side. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We're back with you. The sports leader. Got a lot of stuff we're going to get to later on in the show. We're going to talk some Niners to be sure. Maybe a little bit of Dubs talk. I hear a very famous fella name getting bounced around a lot with Dubs. Don't hate it. Don't love it. Don't hate it. We'll talk about that. And then, of course, it wouldn't be a Thursday night show, no Giants lead-in, no mini camp next week, nothing like that. We're talking some Sharks hockey later on in the show. But in the meantime, and frankly, in the more important time, the here and now, we're going to go out to Shane in Milpitas, who wants to talk about the direction of the Giants, and we're here for him. Shane, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing all right, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great. Better talking to you now.
I'm sorry, could I give you my question?
Absolutely. Lay it on me.
So, two questions. My first question is, what does a win like today mean for the Giants with just how they've been overall? And then my second one is, there's been a lot of talk with, we should trade Devers, Adames, just sell everybody. I personally don't like that, but also I'm a young guy. I'm 23, so I have a lot more emotional attachment to guys when we get a hold of them. But my thing is if they figure it out somewhere else, do we regret it, or is that just something we're gonna have to bite the bullet on?
That's a good question.
Because that's going to be my worry. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. Fair enough. It's a good question. Let's answer the second one first. We'll loop it back to the first one. There is plenty of talk, and it's a logical knee-jerk reaction to be like, trade everybody. I mean, I've advocated that they sell anything that they possibly can, strip the place for copper. Ain't nobody on God's green earth taking Rafi Devers or Willie Adames from the San Francisco Giants. They are this ain't they're getting 0.0 calls. Even spam callers are avoiding Buster Posey, lest they end up in a trade conversation where they end up with Rafi Devers and Willie Adames. And by the way, Matt Chapman's in on that action too. So it's not an issue. It's wishful thinking, but it's not functionally an issue. As for anyone else they might trade, if they figure it out somewhere else, will they regret it? I mean, listen, we just saw this on Tuesday with Kyle Harrison. And to be fair to the Giants, not that they deserve much accommodation, to be fair to the Giants, Kyle Harrison also didn't figure it out in Boston. But it is a demerit on the Giants player development that they felt that Kyle Harrison was expendable. Again, to be fair here, Willie Adames looked a hell of a lot better with the Red Sox than he has so far with the Giants. And to get something, you got to give up something. But then the Red Sox went and traded Harrison for a mid-third baseman. So joke's really on them. Red Sox also have, in my opinion, and I won't pretend to be a extreme expert on this, but they also stole the Giants' pitching development lab in many ways. And they're very aligned with Driveline on top of that. But they went out and got Bailey, the pitching coach. They got a lot of guys. They poached some dudes now. And those guys couldn't find anything with Kyle Harrison that was like this. And you talk to people who are really good at this pitching thing and can talk to you about induced vertical break and things like this with some level of clarity, which is not me. I understand it, I think. But, oh, boy, I ain't teaching it. I ain't running that class. That's some 401 stuff. They're skeptical about Harrison. There's a level of it doesn't really make that much sense, but the results are the results. So if you're comfortable living with the risk of it, go to town. But I'm personally not advocating. I don't think anyone who has two brain cells to rub together is advocating that the Giants get rid of any young guys, right? We're trying to clear the deck so that the young guys can play. If you're doing sort of the long-term trajectory of the Giants. The whole goal is, let's get rid of these old guys who clearly can't play. And maybe we'll play better, but they can't play, right? This is why the Giants are in the hole they're in now. They have the old guys. They sucked. Now some of these young guys looking pretty good. Let's get more of the young guys in. And, if they're not good, you keep rotating them in. Get rid of the old guys who are hanging up, the entire lineup in some cases. That would be ideal. But again, it's deep wishful thinking because Devers still has more than 200 left on his contract. Adamas's contract hasn't even really kicked in yet, and it's already looked like just a complete farce. And Chapman has many more years and a full no trade clause. And again, no one's calling the Giants to be like, we got to get one of those three. I mean, that's not it. They're looking for players. If they're going anywhere with the Giants, they're calling about Eldridge. They're calling about Schmidt. They're calling to see if they can fleece the Giants out of their good young players because, you don't have room for them. You don't know what you're doing with them. Those are the guys I'd be concerned about. But because the record is so bad now, this roster has to get younger. I don't give a damn about the price, but you got to give the young guys opportunities here to get some momentum going. And that's not the kind of guy that you trade right now. Those aren't the kind of guys that are on the market. I do fear, because you can't trust anything with this front office, I do fear that the Giants might start hitting a little bit, and Buster thinks to himself, oh man, we should just bring in another big name guy who's kind of already past his prime, or like right in the middle of his prime, but has big money already. Like, I don't think anyone would do that, but then again, there's a lot of things that I haven't thought with the San Francisco Giants that have been coming to fruition. So that's to answer your second question. To answer your first question, Shane, I do appreciate the call. What does a win like today mean for the Giants? I mean, it can mean everything. If they start rattling off wins left, right, and center, what does it mean for the Giants? In all likelihood, nothing. It probably means nothing, just in the same way that Sunday meant nothing. If I had a buck for every time I've thought this season, or I've had somebody text me this season, is this the moment that it all turns around for the Giants? I would have enough to go buy a crab sandwich in the outfield, and them things ain't cheap. So I just don't believe it. I don't believe it until I see it, and it's going to take a lot of seeing to believe that this team has somehow turned a corner. And even then, what are we getting back to? What's the best case scenario? Because this team is not playing 105 win pace baseball for the rest of this. That's never been this team. They've never been good enough to do that. And they're sure as hell not doing it for the rest of the season. All I want to see from this point on is a ton of Bryce Eldridge at bats. I want to see Casey Schmidt keep showing that this is his truth and not just an early season little run. I want to see Jung-Hoo Lee establishing himself as somebody who is trustworthy and everyday worthy in the outfield, because it's not something he's done yet, even on that contract. I want to see the other young guys come through and take advantage of opportunities that are given to them, which means that they have to get opportunities beyond, one at bat and then getting pulled for reasons that still confound me to this day after Jonah Cox gets the start and then gets pulled out after one. It's like that. It's a blowout. So you pulled the guy who needs the at bats in the blowout. Okay. Whatever you say, Tony. I want to see Tony Vitello manage some games that mean something. I want to see Tony Vitello start having a little bit of emotion. Maybe winning some games gets Tony a little bit looser, a little bit more comfortable, and we start actually seeing the Tony Vitello that the Giants thought they were getting out of the University of Tennessee. Because frankly, all we've gotten is younger, more handsome Bob Melvin, who's just sitting there in the best seat in the ballpark watching the game. I haven't seen any fight or fire. I've seen a lot of mansplaining about basic baseball plays in press conferences. I've seen a lot of oh shucks energy. I want to see Rafi Devers start playing with a little bit of pizzazz. I want to see Willy Adames maybe tone it down a little bit with the pizzazz. I want to see Matt Chapman continue on to this streak and not have the bad body language that he's been carrying around every day since the beginning of the season. Maybe start to feel like himself again, because Matt Chapman is a sharp, likable guy, and he doesn't feel like Matt Chapman, at least when I'm watching, or at least when I'm around the team right now. He doesn't feel like the Matt Chapman that I knew back in Oakland. Doesn't feel like the Matt Chapman that the Giants first got. I want to see him come out of his funk a little bit, not just at the plate, but kind of around everything else. There's a lot of things that I want. I want to see anyone in this bullpen step up. Any one human being in this bullpen, come on down. You got the opportunity to make a name for yourself. You got the opportunity to make a career for yourself. I want to see more young pitchers. I want more Trevor McDonald. I need to see Landon Root bounce back against the Cubs. I want to see what Carson Wisenhunt's got for us after they trade Robbie Ray. I want to see some damn trades, and I mean guys going out, not guys coming in. I want to see the farm system keep getting built up. There's a lot of stuff that can happen in the next 100 games for the San Francisco Giants that can be positive, so long as we're not actually caring about the wins and losses. If we get into that conversation, things get a little dark a little fast. But great call there, Shane. Really do appreciate it. Let's go to Mo in San Jose. Mo, you're on The Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah. I this front office, confuses and confounds me. And when they hired Vitello, I kind of groaned. Like, are they trying to outsmart baseball by hiring a college coach? And I mean, I don't hate Vitello, and I don't hate Devers or Chapman or how bad their seasons have been. It's just that I don't understand, why you wouldn't get better, get a better bullpen.
Yeah.
And they might have a decent record if they had any kind of a bullpen.
Yeah.
And even today's game, I couldn't fully enjoy it because it's that last batter's, that could have been a home run. It was 6 feet away from the wall. I'm like, this is not good. Somebody once said they should change the name to baseball to pitching ball. And it doesn't make any sense. Buster did not give these hitters a chance. Now, they struggled mightily in the beginning, but I just felt like when I saw the bullpen in the spring training, I just was scratching my head. I didn't understand it. I don't get it as a fan. I'm like, we've had pretty strong bullpens, so I don't really get that, and I just hope they don't blow up the team. I mean, the one guy you can trade, is Arise because he's on a 1 year, but other than that, I don't want them getting rid of Schmidt or Jung Hoo or Eldridge or any of these young guys.
They'd be fools. They'd be fools to do it. Then again, they've been fools before, so we have to prepare for all possibilities. But, that'd be enough to where I'm not sure that Oracle Park security would be strong enough to keep people out if they went and traded Schmidt.
I don't know. Bay Area fans are pretty forgiving. They don't really get upset.
Ain't that the truth, Mo?
Yeah, I mean, it's just there should be more boo birds out there. The other thing is Vitello, I don't know if this guy, how does he manage the veterans? That's my question. He's so green, coming from college. What kind of a conversation is he going to have with a Matt Chapman or Rafi Devers or Willie Adames? I mean, what kind of respect are they going to have for that guy? I felt like Ron Wotus should have been our manager. That's the guy I want to see managing the club. A guy like that.
I'll give you this, Mo. I'm not sure Ron Wotus is the right guy. Not that he would have been the wrong guy either. Bob Melvin wasn't the right guy for this team, and he had more experience than any. He's multiple-time manager of the year. They went in all things, and this is not specifically a Giants thing, and we'll get to every aspect of this, Mo, because it was a good call, and there's a lot of good thoughts there. So often in sports, and this is a classic NFL move where it's like, oh, we had an offensive coach and it failed. Let's go get a defensive coach. Oh, the defensive coach. Let's go get an offensive coach. And you always hire the opposite of what you just had. Oh, Jim Tom Sula was, Jim Harbaugh is a total hard ass who runs an actual program and is, hardcore and kind of has a little ego to him. Let's go get Jim Tom Sula, the most easygoing guy of all time. Oh, that failed. Let's go get Chip Kelly, who's an absolute egomaniacal maniac with systems. Then after that, oh, that failed. Oh, okay. Well, let's just give Kyle Shanahan anything he wants to save our franchise. Eventually, you do reach that point. And we'll give him full team control, even though he's never been a head coach, all these things. That's one thing. This was, Farhan hires Gabe Kapler. Gabe had a lot of very good qualities as a manager, but I don't feel like I'm speaking out of turn here. Kind of totally loathsome as a dude. Just a tough hang, very in his own head about how he is perceived. There was some weird energy that Gabe Kapler put out. I cannot express to you how bizarre it was when he started doing post-game press conferences in his coach's locker, his coach's office, and it was decorated like the American Psycho set. And you're like, ooh, this is, and that's where he went in with Danny Emmerman one night over nothing. He just projecting his insecurities. He was a shallow dude. And so what do you do after that fails? And it failed disastrously. The second that he lost any grip on the rope, it completely slipped away. Is you go and get a guy who is just, everyone likes Bob Melvin. No one has a bad thing to say about Bob Melvin, the dude. Great guy, great track record, knows what he's doing. You know, like there's no problems with Bob Melvin, except for Bob Melvin was just sort of along for the ride that last year. And they needed Bob Melvin that year after Gabe Kapler, to be sure, just to correct the wrongs that Gabe had sort of left. But then that second year, when they needed a little bit more going on, Bob wasn't giving it to him. So now they got Sleepy Bob in the dugout, and they're like, we need something else. Well, let's go get the most fiery guy, and I mean this earnestly, perhaps the most fiery guy in all of baseball, in Tony Vitello, who's had this. He's a firebrand. He's somebody who made a name for himself in the college game to the point where he's getting talked about for major league jobs because he built a hell of a program at Tennessee, which was not a good program before he got there. And he was a big alpha personality. The fact that you could, it's so easy to say that for a college coach because you're a bunch of 20-year-olds. So then to answer your question, how does he manage the veterans? I don't think he does. I think the question has the answer in it. How does Tony Vitello, who I have to guess this was the first time he's ever been to Miller Park or whatever the hell they're calling it now, ain't going to Matt Chapman, who's been in this game for a minute, ain't going to Rafi Devers, who's won a World Series, and being like, let me tell you how to do this. That's always going to be an issue with veterans. It's particularly an issue when you have veterans who are very long tenured and a manager who has zero tenure whatsoever. I've been to more major league ballparks than Tony Vitello, guaranteed. And that's not even a question. Take it as a fact. I've been to more major league ballparks than Tony Vitello. I've been to more major league games than Tony Vitello by probably a factor of 10. So, and that includes all of the games this year, of which they've played 60 something. So it doesn't work. It's the wrong guy for the wrong team. You have a strange brew, which is inherent in the initial statement you made here, Mo. A strange brew of, we're going to have some young guys on the team that are, we're going to see what they can do. We're going to have a lot of sort of established veterans on the roster as well. And now we're going to have a manager who's green. When you look at other teams that are, bringing in green managers, haven't managed in the majors before, this is their first go around. Maybe no one's ever been Tony Vitello, but like that's the greenest of green. That's for young teams so they can all grow together. Look at Mitch Johnson in the NBA Finals right now. Why is Mitch Johnson the coach? Because everybody on that team, outside of a select few end of the bench guys, was like 22 when he took over. Hell, they were younger in a lot of cases. So they all grew together. That's what the Sharks are trying to do with Ryan Warsawski. They're all growing together. A young team, a young coach growing together. The Giants had overripe players that were not even probably viable for the major leagues yet, and not a lot in the middle, and a manager that has never been in this game before. It was a strange brew. I think that's manifested in the poor play of the veterans because, again, how's he going to get a fire under Chapman's ass? What's he going to tell Rafi Devers to get him to stop moping? How is Willie Adames, who is a very affable, positive guy, how's he going to establish the currency as a major league manager to tell him, like, hey, I don't know, maybe stop grab-assing at second base and focus because you just lost us a game? How about that? Like, how can he have that kind of oomph that gets Willie Adames to lock in that regard? No, they're just having conversations, this and that. And honestly, that's maybe my biggest frustration with Vitello because he's been handed a crappy bullpen, again, to your original point, been handed a crappy bullpen. So it's like, how can I fault the guy for the bullpen constantly losing games when any option he chooses is likely to fail, if not certain to fail? And then two, like the other issue I have is, where is all the fire? Where's this energy? Where's this alpha personality? It hasn't manifested at all yet. And I'm not sure it will so long as these veterans are on the team because the players will always control the clubhouse. That is the first rule of baseball. And they got some veterans in there who've been in clubhouses for a decade. What's Tony Vitello going to tell any of them? It's a strange brew. I'm not sure how that's rectified other than Tony Vitello just staying in the seat for a while and getting himself some cachet. But man, tough hand to be dealt. Tough hand to be dealt. The money's good. I'll give him that. The money's good. But and I don't think that he's getting canned at the end of the year. I think someone's getting canned, but I don't think it will be him. Very strange stuff. And then I guess to answer your original question here, Mo, and I do appreciate the call. Why didn't they get a better bullpen? Beats me. Just they got a lot of guys who might pitch to it for them in the second half or next year. That's where they spent their money. It was a complete oversight in the moment. It was obvious it was going to be a huge problem in spring training, as you noted. I wrote a column saying, like, of all the positives I like about this Giants team, all of which have aged like milk, the bullpen looks like it's going to be this team's Achilles heel. And boy, who knew they had 3 of those? But it was rough, and I hated, and this is the thing that frustrated me most at the end of the Zaidi era, because I do think Farhan was doing his best and was very hamstrung by ownership, but at the same time, he also got very condescending towards the end. He got very holier than thou towards the end about, actually, you don't know as much as I do. And when Murph and Marcus had on Buster, I think it was about a week ago, and they were asking him about why didn't you go and get somebody for the bullpen, knowing that Ryan Walker was your closer, and he starts making the comparison between Edwin Diaz and like Baraki as if those are in any way comparable. That was very late stage Farhan, I know more than you, false narrative nonsense. And that's the stuff that made me say, you know what, I was number one Farhan guy, and I'm like, this guy's got to go. You cannot talk down to the fan base like that. And Buster here is already doing it by pretending that Edwin Diaz and some guy that they just called up from AAA are somehow comparable, when that's the biggest issue that your team has amongst so many issues. So yeah, I don't know what they do from this point on, other than we just bite the bullet and hope that somebody comes through a la Randy Rodriguez style in the coming months, but I'm not even sure who that would be anymore. Appreciate the call there, Mo. We got to take a quick break. We're going to come back. Rick and Hayward, John in South City. Hang out. We're going to talk to you on the other side. Kurtenbach until 9 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Sound off on the sports leader. Sports phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
We are back with you on the sports leader. Not to divert your attention away from what has been a wonderful and engaging show, as they all are. Game 2 of Stanley Cup Finals. Absolutely ripping right now. Hurricanes coming back from a 2-0 deficit at home. Just took a 3-2 lead, third period. And I know we're all big Carolina Hurricanes fans here because no one in their right mind would stand by the way that the Golden Knights go about their business. But boy, am I feeling it right now. Valkyries and Lynx in a tight one as we speak. In addition, we'll keep you posted on both of those because we do endeavor to inform. We also endeavor to reach out to Rick in Hayward, who's been waiting patiently to talk on Sports Phone KMBR. Rick, how you doing this evening?
I had to put the phone down for a second because I don't want to hear the score of the game.
Oh, apology. I apologize. I apologize.
It's all right.
We endeavor to inform, but not Rick.
You can't hear me when I'm yelling, spoiler alert! Anyways, I would not trade the number 2 pick for Adam Fox and the number 5 pick. That ain't happening, for me at least.
I'm with you.
I don't see that. For 3 years. That's what Adam is signed for, 3 years. I like Adam Fox, but not for 3 years and not on this team. The team needs to be built normal and sane, and they got to do it like they're doing it. Mike Greer is doing a wonderful job. 100%. Now on to the 40 walks in 7 games. That's what the Giants have given up, 40 walks in 7 games. For the life of me, Dieter, I don't know. I don't understand ownership. I don't care what Buster says. He's not going to throw Greg Johnson and his peers under the bus on local radio. Although, like you just said, he was ridiculous in that statement when Brian asked him about the bullpen. I don't get it though. You go out and you spend $165 million on 12 players this year, and then you cheap out and go crazy and only spend $8.24 million on 8 arms and say, "Oh, I think we could win with that bullpen." That's ridiculous. I mean, it's like saying it's like Artie Moreno going, "Oh yeah, we're just going to go out and we're going to get 3 $30 million players, and then we don't have any money for the pitching staff." I mean, I don't get it. You're a multi-billion-dollar team with multi-billionaires owning this team, but all of a sudden, the $200 million mark is where you put your brakes up and say, the wall in the sand is $200 million. We're not going over that because there might be a strike next year. Hey, there were a ton of pitchers they could have signed in the off season if they were worried about this whole strike thing going into next year for 1 year. That would have been much better than Baruki, Brubaker, Gage, the whole bullpen. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
name someone you like. Maybe Keaton Wynn.
It's Ryan Walker. Yeah, he's going to be our rebound closer of the year, right? What did he look like last year after they traded away Rodgers and Duvall? And yeah, I'm not even saying keep Duvall. Duvall's horrible with the Yankees. But the bottom line is, you go out and you sign Adrian Hauser for what, $7 million this year they're giving him. Tyler Maui. Then you're expecting Roop and McDonald to be your 5 and 6, and you're going into the season with that pitching staff, with the money you spent on the infield, and you're expecting to be a playoff team. On top of that, like you just brought up, hiring a teacher. Basically they went out and they got a college teacher to manage men. Like these men who've been doing this for 12 years are going to be listening.
Reach the major leagues.
I'm going on now. I know I'm talking too much.
No, Rick,
but
it's a beautiful thing.
I really want, because I equate you to a New York reporter, somebody that isn't going to be swayed by the minutia of, well, if I don't say the right thing, I won't get a question in. I think you do get your questions in. But I want to know, why in the heck weren't these questions being asked to Buster and to Greg Johnson in the introductory news conference when they hired Tony Vitello? Or maybe away from the podium? I mean, this is ridiculous. Everybody and their mother that knows baseball knew that he wasn't going to be able to manage men. He ain't going to be able to tell them what to do. I mean, they're going to roll their eyes. They're $25 million players being told by a guy who's making $4 million how to play the game.
It's a fair question. It's a fair question. I'll lay it on you like this. I think that the Giants, and I don't think that this is exclusive to the Giants. This might even be universal in all sports, save for like the Cleveland Browns or the Jets. But everyone gets a little high on their supply in the offseason, right? Everyone's thinking optimistically. Everyone's thinking about the best case scenario. And Tony, say what you will about the guy. We barely know the guy, but what we do know about him is that guy can talk. He
talks too much.
He can fill some airtime, baby. He's got the gift for gab. And, listen, in not too distant future, who knows, maybe 10-2, maybe 7-9. Maybe my job's on the line here. So and he can explain, that a runner can't tag up immediately from second base. And it's like, yeah, we know, Tony. This isn't. I don't know I don't know what went on with the Tennessee media that covered that team, but apparently they had to be taught basic baseball rules every night because that's how Tony Vitello approaches his press conferences. In going back to sort of the big question, like how is he going to manage big name, 10-year veterans? I just think that if things were going well, then it's not an issue. That those guys manage themselves and that he would establish a tone and a positivity and that he isn't there to necessarily guide those guys. He's there to, help this younger core come through. And I think he's there to maybe set a tone. And again, it's a complete reversal from Bob Melvin, at least in theory. It's a complete opposite because they felt like last year things just got stagnant and Bob just sat around and watched it happen, which he did. But I don't think anyone in the offseason, and I will say when it comes to the reporting, you don't want to come in guns blazing. Like it feels almost pejorative in a sense. It feels very accusatory. Like, oh, there's no way you could. Everyone has a little bit of an open mind. It's a big, bold move. I think that everyone, at least I, openly discussed the possibility of disaster. And I don't think that we're at disaster for him yet, but certainly the season's been a disaster. But that's a very vague, loose term. When things are going well, I'm sure Tony Vitello is the exact kind of manager that you want because you get a little swag about you. He feeds into the swag, all these things. But when you have the veterans specifically failing you early in the season, that's the kind of test that I don't think anyone particularly foresaw when it came to Tony Vitello being the manager of this team. Having all three of your big money infielders playing like ass for 2 months, or a month and a half if we're being fair, that's the kind of worst case scenario that even I, the most pessimistic person perhaps in the entire Bay Area, was like, well, they're not all going to suck all at the same time for weeks on end. That's ridiculous. Like, Rafi Devers is a really good player. Like, he can hit. And, Willie Adames is going to strike out a ton, but he's going to run into a few. And Matt Chapman has his off weeks, sure, but when he's hot, he's hotter than anybody. They all sucked for like 7 straight weeks, and they sucked as bad as they've ever sucked in their life. And Tony Vitello is like, wait a minute, what do you mean that this ballpark has, multiple tunnels in it? Like, he's, looking up at the upper deck and being like, this is a big ballpark. Like, he's just, to say he's in over his head is false. He's just new to all of this. And again, we come back, what is he going to say to those guys? So they're just sort of along for the ride. They're along for the ride. And if those guys play well and those guys, figure it out, and you've seen a little bit of that with Adames, you've seen a little bit of that with Devers, you now are seeing a little bit of it with Chapman, then everything's kind of hunky-dory. And then, hey, Tony Vitello can maybe find something in these younger guys and spark something in these younger guys and teach these younger guys a little something, especially someone who they're just going to call up from AA for no apparent reason. But the worst case scenario I just don't think was foreseen by anybody, and it certainly wasn't presented as in any manner in early press conferences, because I do think that we forget now. Even I was like, I don't know, maybe 85 wins, 86, 87, maybe they can compete for a wild card. I just don't think anyone foresaw it going so poorly, so early, and so specifically with those three guys, which then creates the problem that they have. Great call from Rick and Hayward. We got to get to John in South City. John, you want to talk about a good win today? And boy, do I want to too. I feel like I'm dragging this whole thing down. I want to talk about 20 hits in a day. How you doing, John?
I'm doing well, Dieter. How about you, man? It's an honor to talk to you, sir.
Oh, I would not call it that, but I do appreciate the call, and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Hey, it's a good. Hey, I thought it was a good, win today. Split the series against Milwaukee. I thought the big hit of the day was Casey Smith hitting that leadoff home run, and that's huge.
Big time.
I like Casey Smith. I'm not gonna lie, Dieter.
Yeah,
he can play left field. He's got the arm as well.
There's a little something there. I mean,
yeah.
he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's still making a couple plays here and now. There's also some plays that you're like, boy, that guy has never been out in left field. But I feel like if you kept it going for a while, he'd figure it out. He's a good ball player. He's no scrub out there as we speak.
No doubt about it. And then another thing, how about Gilbert making a play, taking a home run away from Jackson? Is it Churio? Is that his name from Milwaukee?
Churio.
I hope I didn't.
He's a hell of a player.
I mean, man, I can't believe Gilbert jumping like Superman out there today, man. He's like
he needed it after yesterday. Yesterday he let one go, so he needed it today. He's even on the series. Know who was happiest about that? It wasn't even Gilbert who kind of put out a little swagger, puffed up the chest a little bit. It was Jung-Hoo Lee. Yeah, I don't know if you watched or listened to the game, but if you were watching it, Jung-Hoo Lee was the most excited out of everybody, which is why everyone loves Jung-Hoo Lee. He's a feel-good guy, and I love it when he plays well. It's nice when nice people get rewarded with good baseball. So I'm with you. Listen, a lot of things went right today. Some things went wrong, such as the duality of baseball. I need to see this lineup keep getting after it. I need to see them doing it against really good pitching, because this bullpen is going to make every game interesting, no matter how well the Giants are hitting. So they better hit. And again, when it's the young guys, as you mentioned, Schmidt leading off the game with a home run, when it's the guys who are young and under team control for a long time, you can kind of talk yourself into, hey, they're building towards something. Even though they got these albatrosses hanging around their neck in Devers, Adames, and Chapman, maybe you get a little hitterish every now and then. You can make it work if you get superstars out of your own system. If you start developing guys that are all-star caliber players in your own system and like repeatable all-stars, and maybe Elliot Ramos gets back to that level. I'm not holding my breath. Maybe Schmidt is a one and done on this, but if he's somebody who's just kind of this player in perpetuity, and there's a lot of underlying stats that back up his performance so far. Hell, if he starts taking a walk or two, we might have something really cooking. And then Eldridge just looking like an absolute stud. There's a reason to feel like, hey, down the line, this team isn't so screwed, which is huge, just absolutely huge, because over the last 2 months, we've been looking at it and it's like, oh boy, it is bad, and not a lot of reasons to think it's getting better. Now we're starting to see some reasons that, hey, it might not get better when it comes to win-loss record this year, but it could be better in the future. And you can only sell two things in this world of sports. And we're not talking about memories. We're not in the memory making business anymore. You can only sell two things.
Not anymore.
You can sell wins, or you can sell hope. The Giants sure as hell can't sell any wins. So start selling me some hope. And today they sold us a little bit of hope. They've been selling us a little bit of hope here for maybe the last 2 weeks or so, even as a lot of things, even as those wins have been fewer and fewer. I just want to see more things that give me hope for the future, because if there is a 27, sorry, not to bring everybody down again, if there is a 27, I want to make sure that, Bryce Eldridge is the face of this team in 27, and he's got to earn that. There's nothing I can do. I can wish it into existence, sure, but that ain't my ball game. I don't have that kind of power. I think we all want that. He's going to need all the at-bats. He's going to need to make the adjustments when the major league pitchers start adjusting to him. He's got to be a pro's pro at 21 years old. That's going to be a really fun journey over the next couple of months to watch unfold. But the way that he's going right now, the way that he's adjusted since the first couple, I wouldn't even call them games, because he was getting, intermittent at bats, but since he first got called up and now that he's kind of become a regular, you've just seen him develop and love his true strike approach. Love the way that he attacks lefties. Love the way that he's not worrying about lifting the ball. He's letting that big frame do the work. He's just trying to lay the bat on it as hard as he can. And boy, when he gets that bat on it, that ball goes fast. And he broke some dude's arm today. I mean, this is some really fun and exciting stuff. And Casey Schmidt keeps doing this. That's fun and exciting, though it's certainly been, longer term over this past year. Let's start getting some more guys like this around, and we can start believing in something here for the future, because the present, probably gone, but the future could be bright with these guys, and it could even be bright enough that it doesn't matter that they have Chapman and Adames and Devers on the team. Maybe those guys don't feel as heavy around the neck if you got a guy like Eldridge who's just absolutely tattooing a baseball, hitting 40 home runs. I can only wish, of course. A guy like Casey Schmidt, who's a perennial all-star. Yeah.
Hey, Dieter, I gotta ask you a question. Should there be salary cap in baseball?
I feel more strongly about a salary floor. And if I need to have a salary cap in order to have a salary floor, so be it. That's fine by me. Every other sport has one, save for, European soccer and not exactly bastions of parity over across the ocean here. Maybe college football. College football claims they has one. They don't have one. I'm all for it. I just wish that the Giants weren't operating as if there already was one when there isn't, and they have the money to not operate in that manner. It's so ironic because I keep bemoaning and complaining about their highly paid stars, but when they have a cap, when they have a number, as Rob was telling us, like 200 million's our number. We're not going above that. When you play that game, then the Devers and the Adameses and the Chapmans, they just loom so much larger because that's money that you can't spend to fill in gaps in other places, like the bullpen or the back end of a rotation. You don't have as much optionality. So I would say yes on the salary cap, but it really depends on how it's all done. The devil's in the details there. But really, it has to be a salary floor. We need to see, as well as a lot of the teams that are at the bottom of the salary structure and the salary charts right now are playing, we need to just see more teams trying to be competitive by, maybe they have a bunch of young players that are under team control, but keeping those players, bringing in players that already make some money to help augment the team, not just so that they can, pretend like they're trying to win. I think that a salary floor would be really good. It would force up the level of competition for many teams. I think it would normalize the game a little bit when it comes to style and way that things are gone about, because right now we're just so at the whim of all the new trends, and it feels like a lot of organizations are just chasing last year's trend this year, and it's actually already over now. And then, the innovation that's happening with the lower budget teams. I mean, how long can they keep that racket going? There's a lot of questions there. I think a lot of people would say yes to a salary cap because of the Dodgers. Sure. I'm sure they'd find a way around it. They've already found a way around the competitive balance tax in so many ways. So I would say yes. It hasn't hurt the NFL. It hasn't hurt the NHL. It hasn't hurt the NBA, though the NBA has the strangest rules, and they're only making their product worse via them as it stands now, because they've just layered so many nonsensical things on top of what was already a pretty straightforward bird rule. MLS has a very strict salary structure, but then it's not in other cases. I would say yes. I feel like, as ironic as it sounds, we've socialized professional sports in so many environments in America. It's nice that baseball's separate from that. But if owners don't want to be competitive, you're going to have to force them to be competitive. And if one team can lap the field year after year because guess what? They want it more and they can afford it because of their TV deal, maybe you got to bring them back down to the level too. And let's just play some baseball and see who wins it on the field as opposed to who wins it in the offseason, who wins it with their extra spending. So, yeah, I'm for a salary cap. It's a good question, though, John. And again, the devil would be in the details, because if you got a salary cap that I can figure out within 10 minutes, ways to circumvent, then we didn't really do anything. And probably, much of next year, if not all of next year, turns out to be for naught. We got to take another quick break. Do appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, John, what's up?
Hey, thanks for the phone call, man.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you, John. some point I'll learn how to run a radio show. Good calls there. We're going to get to another call here, and Anthony, producing the show tonight, has told me that we're really looking forward to this one. So Guillermo and Sonoma, hang on. You got pretty much the entire next segment too, and I quote, "Have all the answers." That's what I thought I did here. We're going to Guillermo next. Kurtenbach with you until 9 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Back with you, the sports leader. Feeling old listening to Ludacris. Anthony was telling me off the air that having Ludacris doing Lowe's ads has made him feel some sort of a way. Just wait, Anthony. It's going to get so much worse. Because you might have been listening to this back in middle school and high school, but when they start playing songs that you listen to in college, or even worse, post-college, and call them an oldie, call it a back-in-the-day jam, that's when you realize you got a lot of gray in your hair, and, we're all just mortals. I got Trent Williams up at the podium the other day. We're the same damn age, being like, I don't know, man. I got like 2 more years of this. We're all Danny Glover and the bejesus out of this. Too old for this. Also, Ludacris. Come on now. It was never that great. Every show I have to give Anthony a little bit of knowledge here. Eddie Murphy's Party All the Time, mid. Ludacris, never any true bangers. I see why he transitioned to film. And I see why I'm transitioning off of this segment. We're losing all of our listeners by the second. I teased this before because Anthony Garcia on the other side of the glass was saying this is going to be a good one. So let's do it. Let's go to Guillermo in Sonoma. Guillermo, and this is what it says here in the box, has all the answers, and I want to hear him, Guillermo. What's up, man?
Hi, Kiki. So I think the Giants have to do what the Astros did 2014 to 2018, tear it all down, and just start working on our development and go from there. Sell off all the pieces. I don't know about this middle road that the Giants have been on since like 2017 where we kind of try, we kind of don't. We hit 500. I'm talking about getting the hope through different means, Why are we losing to the Rays and the Brewers, smaller market teams? They aren't doing what we are doing. They're not spending the money that we're spending. They're doing better. I just don't understand why we are spending all this money and getting mediocre results.
Because you hired,
so tear it all down.
You didn't do it.
Do what the Astros did. You'll get some hope. It'll be 4 years of bad baseball, but there'll be a happy ending. And as opposed to not doing that and still getting that same result.
Guillermo, I'll counter with this because I will never advocate for a full tear it down rebuild because they suck. They overtly suck. And yeah, you can find the silver linings left, right, and center, but that's all you're finding. At some point, the lining is the lining, and you got to go with the main fabric in play, right? Like, cool, you have a nice lining. What's the actual fabric here? And the fabric is brown and stained and nasty, and you have to put up with it. And yes, the Astros, and by the way, this was, coming by the time the Giants come around, it would be 20 years ago. The Astros, it worked out for them. They also did some cheating. And they absolutely sucked. They went 76 and 86, and they said, tear it all down. And then they lost 106 and 107 and 111. And wow, people were real excited about, that 92 loss season. And then they started winning some games, and they built it up. And it still took a couple years. But yeah, they won the World Series in 2017 through perhaps illicit means. And I just say this. The Astros did it. I'm a White Sox fan. White Sox tore it all down. White Sox did the hard rebuild. And then they brought up all their guys. They brought up Dayon Viciedo, and they had all their Andrew Vaughn, and they had everybody. They had all these guys that we had waited so long for, and what did they get out of it? Another rebuild. Like, there's no guarantees on the back end of this. Now, that's not to say that it shouldn't be considered, and that's not to say that that it's the wrong way to go about it. I'm not sure the situation is that dire. And by the way, the Astros, when they were going about this, they had spent a lot of money to put out a really competitive team. They won a pennant in 2005 against my White Sox, immediately got swept, as you do when the 2005 White Sox come to town. But they had their run, and they knew it was over, and things started to fray, and they go, no, we're going to do this thing the hard way. And they did think that they were smarter than everybody else in the room, and it turns out they might have been right, and it turns out they might have been cheaters. There's a lot of teams that try on these rebuilds, and then it never goes anywhere. How long have the Rockies been rebuilding? A lot of teams are trying to do how's it going for the Royals? They've been tearing this thing down and now trying to build. They got a superstar in Bobby Witt Jr. I think they're in last place, right? So the idea that those are the only two means in which to build a quality baseball team, either be the Dodgers and spend your way out of every problem and always have the best facilities and always have the best player development and just be premier, or to go the full Astros tear it down route, I just think is sort of a false equivalence in the same way, Buster Posey's comparing Brew Baker to Edwin Diaz. Like, it's just, it's not, there are other ways to go about it. There are more effective ways to go about it. Ownership will not buy into 4 down years, knowing that there's no guarantee of a payoff on the other side. And again, it's not to say that it's not something that shouldn't be considered, but I don't think that the situation is that dire as things stand, because I will give Buster Posey some credit here. Over the last couple of years, they've done a really nice job in building up the farm system. Now, those guys, most of them, can't come up and help right now, but they have found some dudes, and they're going to add some more. And they've done a really nice job of finding 2 shortstops of the future. I know Eldridge was drafted under the previous regime, but the development there has been good, even if it's been strange at times, particularly at the higher levels. They have an Eldridge. They have a Schmidt. I'm not sure if Schmidt necessarily qualifies as some sort of franchise cornerstone yet, but he could be by the end of the year. They got some pitching in the system. They're not down at the studs. This is not like when Farhan took over in 2017 or even before that, I think it was 16. And Farhan comes over and it's like, oh yeah, our team is cratering. We've had our success. We're now flailing, and we also have the worst farm system in baseball. Like, that's not the situation. And it feels over aggressive towards the negative to say that they have to tear it all down. By the way, to tear it all down would also require this team to get rid of the 3 albatross contracts that stand out on the roster. They're not getting rid of those guys. So you might as well see what you got. You got to keep playing them, I guess. I mean, I'd try to find fewer at-bats for some of them here and now. I want a lot of young guys in here, but you're not getting rid of those guys, and you're not DFAing them either so that they can go sign somewhere else. You're just going to have to bite the bullet on them for at least a couple more years. You still have Logan Webb. There should be conversations about if they should move off Logan Webb or not. They got to dump Robbie Ray. He needs like one good start, and then you move him to anyone who will give you anything that's got a pulse and double-A, couple at bats in double-A. I don't think Hauser or Mali can get traded. You got no one in the bullpen that anyone's interested in. That's always where you go first if you're trying to make some trades. Like, hey, you guys looking for a left-handed arm? Good, so are we. But I just don't see even a reasonable route for them to even tear it all down, much less to the scale of those Astros teams. And I would ask some Astros fans, if there were many, like, was it worth it? I'm not sure it is. I really am not. I'm not trying to validate mediocrity or the way that the Giants have gone about their business, which is to just be in the mix every year and play for 500. And some years it will break your way, some years it won't. I don't want to play that game anymore. I kind of appreciate, in a weird silver linings way, that this year is going to force the Giants to pick a direction, if you will, by hook or by crook. And it seems as if the direction is going to be, we got to build up through these younger guys, but they have younger guys to play. They have younger guys that we want to see at the major league level now. We have younger guys that I think are very positive for the future of this organization, with more to come in this draft. I just don't see a reason to tear it all down, because how much worse can it get? Like, what are you getting for any of this? Why jeopardize even a possibility of winning when you're already not winning? I just don't see the reasons to do it. And again, there's no guarantee. In fact, it's more likely than not that nothing good will come of a rebuild. Sucking begets sucking, winning begets winning, and that's kind of the story of the Giants this year, right? I'm looking forward to the winning begets winning part if it ever shows up. But this team is actually not as bad as their record is. I'm not trying to go full Kenny Atkinson here and say analytically they're actually pretty good. No, they suck. Don't get me wrong, but they're not like Rockies bad. They're not this bad, but losing begets losing. And when you have a bullpen that can't hold anything, you got a starting rotation that's untrustworthy, and a lineup where you don't know if anyone's going to be hitting at all. And when they hit, they all seem to hit in bunches for a day. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to put together a nice little streak or just keep your head above water. Everything feels heavy and expensive and loaded. So again, it's a fair thought. It's something that they're going to have to consider at the end of the season if they want to maybe take a step back for next year, if there is a next year, and let those younger guys get built up. It's something they're going to have to address at the trade deadline. How aggressive do they want to be in offloading things? Do they want to go beyond just the guys who are on 1-year deals who are expiring at the end of the year? Do they want to get deeper into the bag? Do they want to go towards Logan Webb? But tearing it all down Astros style, it worked out for them. Didn't work out for my White Sox. Hasn't worked out for the Royals. Hasn't worked out for the Rockies for the last 15 years. I just think that it's overly aggressive and unnecessary given and probably impossible given everything that's gone on. But I appreciate the call, Guillermo. Interesting concept to be sure. Let's go to Kevin in San Francisco. He wants to talk run prevention, and we want to talk to him. Kevin, how you doing this evening?
Great, Peter. I really enjoy hearing your impressions and thoughts about everything. I think you're very much on target and very outspoken, which is great.
I appreciate that. I can start doing more impressions if you're interested. I got a good Charles Barkley. I'm working on a few of them.
What I wanted to talk about is just simple run prevention, because that to me is something I totally agree with you. What are you going to do with these 3 albatross contracts? Nothing. They didn't fix the bullpen. There's not a lot there. But what has been troubling to me a little bit is that they don't seem to have focused much on run prevention. And that, broadly speaking, obviously is pitching, but it's also running the bases properly, and it's also making the double play and not getting a single out when a double play ball and not making a bad throw, or fumbling it, or not losing balls on the lights. And to me, that's just the kind of going to the gym every morning and working hard. It's not glamorous. It's not interesting. It's not fun. But you got to hold people accountable. I mean, the most egregious example this year was a few weeks ago when Ramos kind of ran the wrong way on the base pass or didn't know where he was or how many outs there was, and then watched a couple of balls in the outfield. And it was obvious that he should be sat down just as a leadership lesson. That would not fly with Pat Murphy. That would not fly with Kevin Cash. Period. End of story. And he should have probably spent a week on AAA. And that would have sent a message to Adames, and it would have sent a message to Chapman, and it would have sent a message to Devers that we're going to prevent runs. We're going to do our best, given the bad hand we've been dealt, to play the best, tightest baseball we can play. Teams that have done it for years have overachieved, Tampa Bay, Milwaukee. Mm-hmm. If you look at run prevention this year and you look at who's the best team in the National League, well, your LA Dodgers, right? Their chief executive is a guy named Friedman. Where'd he come from? Tampa Bay.
Yep.
Milwaukee second, Atlanta third. And the American League, the old New York Yankees, stable management, manager who lets people know that they got to play up to speed, Volpe. And if you're not playing up to the expectation, you're going to lose your job. Doesn't matter that you're a Jersey guy and you're Italian and everybody loves you. Caballero's playing better. He's a shortstop. You're not the shortstop anymore. Sorry. And I just don't see that in the Giants. I don't see that attention to setting a high standard for doing your job as well as you can do it. Not just, walking and swinging at high fast, the obvious stuff, but just the nuts and bolts of playing the game the right way.
And ain't that the
kicker?
You
can fix.
Ain't that the kicker?
That you can fix.
Wasn't that the entire premise of hiring Tony Vitello, and the entire premise of this season which is that we're going to be the most buttoned up operation. We're going to run the base paths really well, and we're going to pitch to our defense, and we're going to have a great defense. And Buster came out and said a lot of stuff, and frankly, not an ounce of it has come true. And that's the damning part, because listen, they did split with Milwaukee. You can't take away the 2 wins there. It's a nice split given the circumstances of the first 2 games, even if games 3 and 4 were a bit wonky. But when they've played Tampa, they got swept. They played the Rockies and they got out disciplined. They got out small balled. When they play lower level teams that have to do the little things right to win baseball games, Milwaukee being probably, Tampa and Milwaukee being the best examples right now, right? Milwaukee's got one player who makes more than $20 million a year. It's Yelich. The Giants have 5. Tampa Bay doesn't have anybody. Like they're just finding dudes on the street and saying, "How would you like to play for the Tampa Bay Rays?" And yet they do all the little things right. They win on the base paths, not necessarily in ways that normal stats indicate. They just the great defense, pitching. It can be a little bit wonky, but you steal runs, you put the ball in play, you don't strike out a lot. These are all the things that Buster Posey was saying that his team was going to have this year, and reasons why Tony Vitello was brought in. It's almost a collegiate baseball mentality. And I just see none of it. I see none of it whatsoever. And even in the games where it's good, okay, they win 1-0 yesterday. That was Logan Webb's doing. They get 1 solo home run. Again, great game from Logan Webb. A lot of people come on and commented here on the airwaves and as callers and texted in saying Logan Webb's not an ace. I can appreciate some of that sentiment, but that was some ace stuff yesterday. Giants needed to win in the worst kind of way, and he shoved. He shoved in a big way. He said, "The buck stops with me. Y'all ain't scoring today." And he did everything in his power to make that happen. That's what an ace does, even if he might not be top tier in that category. He worked through some stuff. I think that the sinker was more appropriate. He'd been spraying that thing around all season. He started working it in to both hands. Yesterday, it down and in consistently there. We'll see if that can maintain moving forward. But again, you're playing these small market teams that do all the little things right and play small ball and have an edge to them and, just keep the chain moving, all these good things. And when the Giants win, it's, big bonanzas of runs or, 1-0. Everything is to the extreme one way or another, and they just lose a hell of a lot. And it's very frustrating watching that because, again, expectations versus reality. And the expectations, if you're just going off what the director of baseball operations said, is the exact opposite of what this team actually has been so far. And it would be really positive if they change that. So at least next year we could believe in that idea is actually being possible, because it sure as hell hasn't been to this year. But yeah, run prevention's huge. I mean, I'm looking at it. Your best defender is Luis Ariz by fielding run value on StatCast. That's a miracle, and Ron Washington deserves a lot of credit. But Adames is a negative at short. Chapman is a +1 in fielding run value. He is bog middle, man. I'm just going to find it real fast here. I'm just looking for the number on his rank. He is the 104th best fielder in baseball this year. I mean, he's with Ezekiel Tovar and Austin Hedges and Alec Burleson. Big old burly Alec Burleson is as good of a defender this year, according to this stat, as Matt Chapman. Those are the only 2 guys who have positive numbers on the Giants. Everybody else is either neutral or a negative. It's unacceptable. And the second they trade Ariz, they're going to be the worst defending team in baseball, at least according to this metric. And I don't think the eye test tells a different story. So it's just brutal. It's just brutal because if they were out here pushing a narrative about we're going to be a big slugging team and we're going to be power, that's one thing, But when they say that they're going to be this team that does all the little things right and win on the margins, and then they get their asses kicked by poverty franchises on the margins, it's hard to take them seriously. But really did take your call seriously. It's a very good call, Kevin in San Francisco. Appreciate you. We got to take a break. We're going to come back. Safe on Third is coming up next. Kurtenbach with you until 9 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's f***ing go on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Back with you, the Sports Leader. I promised so many other segments. Not sure we're going to get to them. Good calls tonight, though. Loving that. That's way more important than anything I'm about to say, or have said, or will say. Let's go to Safe on third. He's in San Francisco. He wants to talk Giants pitching. We want to talk to him. Safe, how you doing this evening?
It's always a pleasure to be on KNBR and with you, sir. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Great show.
I am.
Let me just give me a minute to say this. I thought things couldn't get any worse until they put Schmidt at leadoff. How do you have a spree swinger leading off when you got Lee and Arias should be 1 and 2? If there's anything consistent about the lineup about the Giants, it should be those two batting 1 and 2, then Schmidt, then Devers, then whoever down the line. Those four should be set. but we just don't have that going for. I don't know what they're thinking when I couldn't believe Schmidt was leading off. Let me get to the pitching because I'm going to finish with the hitting, saying that it's going to be what it's going to be, and we'll have to deal with it. But we should concentrate on the pitching because if there's anything that's going to get us across, it's the pitching. We got to put more brain power in our pitching and find out where we can get some pitching or whatever. Trading Arias is not going to get us a pitcher because nobody's going to be crazy enough to do that. I think we need to concentrate on this pitching for the next couple of seasons so we can get better on that. And then maybe the hitting situation, consistent lineup will come around. You look at St. Louis. St. Louis was lousy for 3 years. What are they doing? They're winning. Why? Because they're disciplined and they got consistent lineup. And they got some decent pitching. So this is where I think the Giants need to go. One of the best managers, and I hate to say it, and I'll leave with this, Walter Austin. Too damn bad he was a Dodger. But he was one of the best managers ever to manage a team. And he didn't have a whole bunch of power like everybody around here wants to have. He had a man leading off or playing eighth, Junior Gilliam. He wasn't a power hitter. He didn't have 200 hits, but he knew how to play the game and how to do it. That's the type of people we need to play this game. We need bunting. We need to do is lay some slide one down first on the bunt. We all the little things involved. We don't do. How does Lee not have stolen bases? How do you do that? With that, I'll let you have it, man. I'll blow up. Thank you.
It's a great question. I'm not sure we should be replicating the 1954 to 1976 Los Angeles Dodgers just as principle. I do feel the game has changed just a smidge, just a little bit, but the merit of the argument is still stands. It is a fair question to wonder why Casey Schmidt, who has a grand total of 1 walk in his last 30 days, and if it will pull up here, 2 in his last 105 at-bats, is batting leadoff. Then again, there's only one guy who's got more than 10 in the last 30 days, and that's Matt Chapman. He has 11. He also has 22 strikeouts during the last 30 days. This team don't walk. I don't even think it's an organizational mindset. I just think they don't walk. So the idea of saying, oh, you got to have this guy or that guy at the top of the board. They're all free swingers, baby. Not a single one of them. I mean, maybe Eldridge has the best eye of anybody on the damn team. Arise has 15 walks this season. Devers has 17. Chapman has 25. Those are your 3 leaders. 15 this season for Arise. You want to talk about a free swinger. Now, he makes contact, but that boy's a free swinger. He also somehow leads this team in stolen bases, all 5 of which I believe are just him being smart. Schmidt, kind of the same thing. Schmidt has 7 walks this year. That's unbelievable. Patrick Bailey has as many walks this season as Casey Schmidt does. Patrick Bailey hasn't been on the team for 3 weeks. So we're operating with a historically bad walking team. Heaven forbid I'm someone up here saying, hey, I'd like to see more walks. No one really likes watching walks, but they are valuable. Free base runners is a valuable thing in the sport in any era. So I'm not so sure about that. As for the pitching, you got to develop your own pitching. You got to have the dudes. And I'm curious as to how the Giants address their overall pitching systems and how they develop these guys. I'm not around the team enough to have a great understanding of it, but I do know it's not something that they're pushing out on the forefront. Like, look at us. I'll also say that there's some real danger in getting a little too esoteric or maybe even a little bit too analytical, being too aggressive when it comes to pitching lab stuff. And the Boston Red Sox are a prime example. They might as well be an extension of Driveline, which is the facility up in Seattle where so many guys work out in the off season and teach themselves new pitches. And they got all the Rapsodo machines and things like that. How's that working listen, the Red Sox got some good young pitchers. Don't get me wrong, but generally their staff is not some elite operation. And they're so tied in with Driveline now. They're, you look at even like a team like the Seattle Mariners, where they've had a really, really good rotation over the years. I think they've over-tinkered with some of their starters this past year. Logan Gilbert is like adding a new pitch every year. Well, now he's not throwing the pitches that he's good at, trying out the new stuff. It's a hot mess. It's a hot mess. And there should be innovation with pitchers. You should keep pushing the realm. But when you're good, maybe lock in good and stay ahead at good and don't try to reinvent the wheel. So I'm always a little bit wary of new cutting edge pitching stuff. At some point, you got to have the stuff. You got to have the smarts. You got to just be out there and be a baseball player. And being up there as a robot doesn't really work out for you when it's all said and done at the major league level. And over tinkering is something that can ruin a great pitcher's career. That's the extreme version, but it can happen. So listen, I'm not going to pretend to know, where the Giants rank in how they develop pitchers, this and that. I'll say this: outside of Monday, Landon Roop has been somebody that you can like down the line. I'd like to see Carson Whisenhunt up here. Trevor McDonald has exceeded expectations based on his AAA stats, mainly because AAA is a joke. I'm currently watching a River Cats game on NBC Sports Bay Area, up 3-2 on the Rainiers. If you were so interested, it's a dark art. It's a confusing thing. Just get the arms. Just get the arms. And whatever you can do between now, the start of next season, whenever that might be, to get as many arms into your system as possible so that you have a surplus to need. And you got a bunch of dudes who, kind of like a Keaton Wynn, worst case scenario, you can toss in the pen and feel good about it. That's what you're doing. We've been trying to reinvent the wheel here. I probably deserve some scorn for maybe leaning a bit too much into the lifting of the ball era and saying the game has changed irrevocably. It always comes back around. That's short-sighted by me. And I'm not going to be someone who's out here saying that the Giants need to fundamentally play to their ballpark, because they got to play 81 in other people's ballparks. But pitching and defense is going to have to be the way that this team gets ahead. It'd be great if they had some elite hitting too, but if they can just string together some damn hits, get some runners on base, that could probably do it if you got great pitching and defense and you play 60-something games a year at night at Oracle Park. So much easier said than done. And frankly, that's something they said they were going to do this year, and they sure as hell haven't done. But the idea that, the idea of, overhauling the entire system, this and that, I do think that the Giants are in a much better spot from the bottom up than they were when Farhan Zaidi took over, and Farhan deserves some credit on that. But I think that Posey and his crew have done a really good job bottom up with this organization. The problem is maybe they haven't left enough for the up when it's all said and done. I want to see them continue along that path with the minor league stuff and finding young players. They got a big draft coming up here where they got the 4 overall pick. There's a lot of things that can be positive down the line for a Giants team that's at rock bottom. Well, maybe not after 2 wins, but it sure as hell felt like that on Tuesday. At rock bottom at the major league level, that's where the hope is going to come from. That's the future of this franchise, and there's reasons to feel optimism about the future of this franchise when you take a look at what's happening down at the minor league system. Meanwhile, the River Cats just scored another run. More optimism for San Francisco Giants baseball. Can't stop these River Cats. Frankly, the better team that plays in that ballpark, but I digress. And I'm late for a commercial break. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back with you, the sports leader. You know, I promised some other segments. They're not going to happen. You know why? Because we did a honest-to-God sports phone tonight. True to the mission of the show, we just took calls all night. And it was an absolutely beautiful thing. And we're going to finish it up here with Mike in Castro Valley, talking some Giants. Mike, how you doing this evening?
Fine, thank you. Well, to talk to you about the Giants.
Let's do it.
Can you hear me?
I can. Let's talk Giants, Mike. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I'd like to spend a little positive on some of these comments that have been made, but I think that, we've got a great infield. We've got outfielders coming out of our ears. I think once we get the pitching staff smoothed out, we're going to have a good team. I like this team, and it's going to take some time. We've got a good Lester Posey knows pitching, and so does Bruce Bochy, who's with the team. And they've had a rough start, I agree, but I think they're going to continue to improve.
Well, they really have nowhere to go but up. I got to ask you, Mike, we got a good infield. What stands out to you about
our infield over anybody's. We've got some good players at every position in the infield. Chapman, Adames, Devers, the Giants, of course. These guys they've got some hitters in those positions. They're having a little, they're slow starters, but Devers hit 30 home runs last year, and so did Adames, and Chapman, I think, hit another 20.
Yeah.
And Arise, what a addition he's been.
He's been fantastic.
We've got hitters.
Yeah. And then outfielders coming out of their ears. Is that? Did I hear that right?
We've got Lee out there. Ramos has been on the injured reserve. We've got some rookie players that we're looking at in center field.
Yeah.
There's some hitters. There's some hitters, and some coming up. Eldridge, what do you want? That's a nice addition to have a guy you don't know what to do with. I'd put him on first and have Devers DH.
Yeah.
I like our hitters. To me, that's a hitting team.
Okay. They're third lowest in runs in baseball. That's all just a slow start. You think that it's about to normalize?
Adames and Devers have been slow starters, I guess, in the past, we've seen. But, they sure heat up in the second half. We're in the middle of the beginning of June. I just hope we can put some pitching together. We've got two good pitchers, starting pitchers, I think, and we need a couple more. We need a closer.
Yep.
And as far as the way the infield, the mistakes, I don't see that infield making many mistakes. And, mistakes are going to happen.
Pretty sure that Adames leads baseball in errors, but I could be wrong about that. That could have changed recently. It's an interesting call. And listen, I want to buy in on your optimism, and tonight I'm going to do it. Certainly the best baseball for this team has to be moving forward. They had 20 hits on the board today. Maybe they're feeling themselves in some type of way, and maybe it will be just the pitching that lets them down from this point on. I need to see a hell of a lot more than 2 good games in a week to totally buy in, because we saw 2 months of just non-existent offense. But listen, again, nowhere to go but up. They're moving slowly up that runs ranking. They were last. Now they're third to last. Still, like 100 runs away from number 1, which is the Washington Nationals, who aren't exactly known as, a juggernaut operation yet. Lowest, second lowest OBP, third lowest OBP in baseball. We can feel good about it. That's everyone entitled to their opinion. It should be noted before we get out of here. The Giants are in second to last place in the National League West. They have the second worst run differential in baseball. So they got a long way to go to swing this whole thing around. But maybe today was the start of it. Again, I've said that a few times this year and hasn't been it yet. Hoping to be right about it this time. Maybe this was the start of it. I know this is the end of it for us. Got to appreciate Anthony Garcia. He had a hell of a job tonight bringing on all these calls. Want to thank everyone who called. If I was a better host, I would have taken down everyone's name and thanked you individually right here and now. But I'm not, so I won't. Just let it be known if you're still listening. Appreciate you, everyone who called in tonight. Interesting stuff. Great thoughts. Brought it. Jim Rome, rack you, as he would say. Really love this show tonight. We don't get enough of these where y'all just bring it. Segment after segment after segment. You don't need to hear me talking about Trent Williams and retirement. You don't need to hear me talk about the number 11 pick. We don't need to talk about the Sharks' number 2 pick. We need to hear from you. So this was a beautiful Sports Phone KMBR. Appreciative of the opportunity to do it as always. We'll do it again next week. Hell, if I could tell you who's doing it tomorrow, but there will be a show. Giants and Cubs, 11:20 a.m. Pacific time. I might be a White Sox fan, but boy, can I appreciate some day baseball in Chicago. That's always a fun opportunity. Always a fun thing. Lasky's on tomorrow night, so you're in good hands. And we'll talk to you when we talk to you. Until then, good night, Jeff Passan.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. KNBR, the sports leader. DNVR, the sports leader. KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of
San Francisco!
49ers football.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
KNBR and KNBR FM, your home of
San Francisco!
49ers football. This is Westwood One Sports on the Sports Leader. KNBR and KNBR-FS San Francisco, the sports leader. San Francisco Giants baseball.
Swing, and there's a shot deep to left field, way back there. Adios!
The Giants replay.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the ball game is over.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Love to end it right here. Big bats next. Yelich on deck. Churio after him. Brubaker wants a new baseball. Giants heading out of town right after the game here today. Drive to Chicago, get ready for a weekend series against the Cubs. 2-2 is a ball.
Ooh.
Close. Again, we're waiting all day for these Edwin Jimenez strike calls, but that one never came.
Arise, Adames, and Chapman all took 2 steps toward the dugout.
It was just a little bit in. Good non-challenge. 3-2. Fouled straight back. So going right after David Hamilton here, the 9th place hitter. Hamilton had 3 hits. The series opener on Monday, hasn't had a hit since. 2 down, bases empty. Brubaker out of the windup. 3-2 is inside, ball 4. 3-2 sinker, and that one did miss off the plate, so a 2-out walk to the 9th place hitter. It's the Giants' 5th walk of the day. And it's going to get Yelich to the plate here with a runner on. Yelich hit a double to deep right. His last at-bat, 1 for 3 today. Hamilton, good speed at first, being held on as Brubaker turns and throws over. Best crowd of the series. Brewers have announced the attendance at 32,570 for this day game. Pitch to Yelich, and it's up and in, ball 1.
Hamilton with 13 stolen bases on the year. Looks like he wants to run. Brubaker real quick on that pitch, didn't allow him to. But he's got a huge lead, and he's got a lean going.
Want to know the count. There he goes. Yelich takes a strike. The throw down to second. The tag. He's out! Throw was a little wide from a Haas, but it was into the runner. And Willy Adames coming off the bag, able to receive the throw and get a tag on. And the top base stealer on this Brewers team, David Hamilton, out at second to end the inning.
I don't think if the throw was to the right field side of the bag, they would have got him. Adames in front of the bag, reached back, tagged him on his way by. Nicely done by everyone on that play for the Giants. That was big.
On to the 7th. 6-3 Giants on the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
Baseball on your smart speaker. Just say play KNBR.
Strike 1 to Jung-Hoo Lee, leading off in the 7th. Now a swing, little bloop, shallow left center. It's going to drop. A base hit.
Unbelievable.
He is 3 for 4 today, Jung-Hoo Lee, and now 18 for 28 on this road trip.
Just a hit machine. Just flipped it out and left. Not a lot to it. Just another knock. He's going to catch Arise here pretty soon.
6-3, the Giants have the lead. Now Eldridge against Anderson, still out there for the Brewers. First pitch is a called strike. After this half inning, it's the 7th inning stretch, sponsored by Supercuts, real smart hair. Eldridge hasn't been retired today. 2 singles and a walk in his 3 plate appearances. Takes outside.
Jung-Hoo Lee's average at 319. after that hit.
And what did we said yesterday? I think it was 268 when the road trip started. There's a pitch inside, and it's 2-1.
Hey, you and I were talking during the break. I don't know if that steal by David Hamilton was well advised. You got Yelich up, former MVP. You got Churio on deck. You're down by 3. Yelich gets on there. The tying run comes to the plate in the form of a guy that's already got a home run.
2-1 pitch. And a strike to Eldridge. And he thought it was low. He's going to challenge this.
I don't know if he can see that far down. Apparently he can.
Well, I mean,
it's my theory, right?
Your theory from yesterday.
You're locked in, you're seeing the ball big, you don't miss challenges. You're scuffling, you're not seeing the ball well, you miss challenges.
I think there's something to it. Runner at first, nobody out. 3-1 to Eldridge. Now the pitch. Ooh, fouls it straight back.
That was his hardest swing of the series. He was trying to do some damage.
Eldridge's average after his hit last time is all the way up to 279. 68 at-bats this year in the big leagues. 3-2. Runner not going. Eldridge lines it off the pitcher, Anderson. He's hurt. The ball caroms back towards home plate, and the Brewers will not have a chance to get Eldridge. He's safe, and Anderson is down, holding his right arm. His forearm, maybe his wrist. He's down on a knee in front of the pitcher's mound. For Eldridge, it's his third hit of the game. The Giants, they've got 2 on with nobody out, but the Brewers may have lost another reliever.
Exit velocity was 90. I'm looking at the replay up here on the monitor. Yeah, got him right in the elbow. He put it up in defense at the last second, and he is walking off the field. Maybe the forearm. So it's the second Brewers pitcher who's left this game with an injury. DL Hall felt something in a pitch. Now Anderson gets hit on a comebacker. So we'll have another reliever out of the Brewers bullpen that gets as many pitches as he wants, but we hope both of those guys are okay. That was kind of gnarly.
Yeah, I don't think the Brewers had anybody up in their bullpen, so this new pitcher coming in, it's going to be Jake Woodford, a right-hander. He's going to go through his full warm-up routine. The Giants ahead 6-3 here in the top of the 7th. Into the late innings, the Giants have something brewing. The hits back-to-back from Lee and Eldridge. So Lee is now 18 for 28 on this road trip. That is a batting average of 643. Bryce Eldridge, with his 3 hits today, is now 12 for 22 on this road trip. A 545 batting average.
Did you say what his average is as it stands?
For the year? What is it now?
290.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have been paying attention. I was getting ready to read this and practicing it so I don't screw it up. The top of the 7th, as always, is sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Got lucky 7s in your future? Here's a pitch for your next weekend getaway. Head to Cache Creek Casino Resort. Your getaway awaits.
Well, Matt Chapman has got 2 hits and 2 RBIs today. He's going to be coming up next with these 2 runners on and nobody out. On the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard, the other day games around baseball have now all gone final. Phillies in back of Zach Wheeler beat the Padres again and swept that series. Philadelphia 6 and San Diego 4 at Citizens Bank Park. Adolis Garcia hit a home run there. Orioles were able to ride a 6-run top of the 1st to a win in Boston today. It's tough. You're down 6-0 before you even come to bat. Baltimore won it 8-2. Orioles are getting close to that 500 mark. Now just 3 under with their win today. And the Yankees with a run in the bottom of the 7th. That was the difference in a 2-1 win over the Cleveland Guardians at Yankee Stadium. As the Yankees avoid getting swept there. Well, Jake Woodford says he's ready to go. And now we'll face Chapman with Lee at second, Eldridge at first, nobody out, 6-3 Giants. First pitch to Chapman, a strike over the outside corner. Chapman, an RBI double in the first inning, an RBI single in the third inning, and then he flied out in the 5th. 0-1 pitch, taken low. Woodford, in his 15 appearances out of the Brewers bullpen this year, a high ERA of 6.20. He's given up 27 hits and 20 in a third innings. 1-1. That's up and away with a fastball, 94. 2-1 to Chapman. Giants have 13 hits now in this game. Next pitch, Chapman with a line drive right through the pitcher and into center field, a base hit. Lee to third, and a late stop sign put up by Ron Wotus, and probably a good thing. Churio making a throw all the way home, and it was on line. It's the third straight hit to begin the inning, and now the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Chapman almost knocked Woodford out of the game. I got to see the replay. I think that went between his legs. Jung-Hoo had to hesitate a little bit. Good stop by Ron Wotus. He would have been out.
That was 110 miles per hour off the bat. As Eric Haas takes ball 1 inside. Infield's in about halfway here for the Brewers. The Giants try and extend their lead. 3 runners on with nobody out. Here's the 1-0. Haas swings, hits a high fly ball out to center. Churio on the move, going back. He's at the warning track. He leaps, and it is a grand slam! Eric Haas to straightaway center. Another grand slam for the Giants. And they now lead this game 10-3 here in the 7th.
Grand slam, Francisco. Straightaway center. Churio jumping again, trying to rob a home run. That just out of his reach. Joe will tell you in a second with a sponsor that it was 4:06. And the third base dugout is going nuts. Everybody out of the dugout to greet Eric Haas. And all of a sudden, one swing, the Giants have a 7-run lead. That was awesome.
Wow. 4th home run of the year for a Haas, which he's done in only 38 at-bats as Drew Gilbert lines one into left. He's got a hit. 5 hits in a row now to start the inning. That's the Giants' 5th grand slam of the year, which leads baseball, and all 5 have come since May the 17th, when the Giants were in Sacramento. Bader hit one in Sacramento. Bader and Devers both hit grand slams on the last homestand. Adames hit one in Denver earlier on this road trip. And now Eric Haas here in Milwaukee as Casey Schmidt takes ball 1.
Last 2 day games, the Giants have scored 29 runs and counting.
Here's the 1-0, and Schmidt with a line drive base hit into left center. Churio quickly over to cut it off. He's going to throw behind Gilbert. Took a big turn at second, but scrambles back. That was 107 off the bat. Schmidt's second hit today. And now 2 on with still nobody out. And before Devers bats, another Habas Law mound visit from the pitching coach, Chris Hook.
There's some missiles flying around this campsite. Single, single, single. Home run, single, single. 17 hits by the Giants. 5 grand slams this season. It's tied for most in the majors. I mean, these are like helium balls today. The ball's going up in the air, and it's so high, and it's just carrying and carrying. Churio's home run, Casey's home run, the first pitch of the game. Now Eric Haas, just fly balls. These guys they're not going to want to get on the bus to Chicago. They're just going to want to stay here.
So now Devers with 2 on and nobody out. Devers needs a hit. 0 for 4 today as he fouls this one to the left. Our home run tracker is sponsored by Belmont Pioneer, built on relationships, built to last. Visit BelmontPioneer.com. Here's the 0-1, and that's high to Devers. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Tell you what, Eric Haas has been a nice find, huh? Catches a great game. He's got some pop in his bat. Short, compact swing. Been a tremendous ad for the Giants.
Here's one in the dirt to Devers and blocked by Contreras. 5 grand slams, tied with the Angels for the Major League lead. Giants hit 6 grand slams all of last year. Just 1 off of that now as we sit here on June the 4th.
Rafi doesn't need to swing hard here. He just needs to touch one, the way the ball's going.
Here's a swing and a high fly ball foul along the left field line. That'll slice out of play into the second deck. Ten to 3 Giants here in the top of the 7th. Gilbert at second, Schmidt at first with nobody out. And the 2-2 inside to Devers. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Luis Arraez waiting on deck. Brewers don't have anybody up in their bullpen. Woodford's pitch. Devers fouls it back. Remember, the Brewers, they're going to Denver next. This is not an ideal scenario for them. Their starter getting knocked out. A couple of their relievers having to leave this game due to injuries. I don't know if it'll come to a position player pitching later, but they're obviously worried about what's next as Devers swings and grounds one right to second. Terang will field, flips to second, and they get the out there as the ball was coming out of the glove of Hamilton as he was making the transition to his bare hand. He would have had a shot at a double play there, but he had it long enough. The force out on Schmidt for the first out of the inning.
Devers was conceding the double play, wasn't running real hard to first, then he saw the bobble and turned it on late. I don't think they needed to be in a hurry right there.
So it brings up Arraez with runners at first and third. He swings at the first pitch, hits a fly ball to left, straight away. Bauer's now back a couple of steps. He'll make the catch. Gilbert's tagging. The throw home is going to be cut off. Gilbert in with a slide. The Giants' 11th run of the day, 5th in this inning. Devers also tagged. He saw that throw coming home, and he moves up to second.
It's a short fly ball to left. Obviously, they're playing shallow for a rise, and Bowers didn't get behind the baseball. That allowed Drew Gilbert to tag at third. He took like a jab step back when he caught it, and that allowed Gilbert to go. If he comes in on that, I don't know if Drew's tagging up and going.
Willie Adames with a runner at second, 2 down, takes in the dirt for ball 1. Giants, when this inning began, had Eric Miller up in the bullpen. He has since stopped throwing. Brubaker pitched the last inning for the Giants, and it was a much closer game At that moment, 6-3. Now it's 11-3. As Adames takes inside, ball 2. Willie Adames is the 9th hitter of the inning for the Giants. 2-0 pitch and a strike, knee high. Every Giant has a hit today, with the exception of Devers in that second spot. Devers is the base runner right now at second, 2 down. And the 2-1 is a called strike. Giants have 17 hits today. Lee, Eldridge, and Chapman each have 3. 2-2 pitch. Adames swings and lines it into left center. He's got another hit. Coming around third, Devers on his way home. He'll score standing up. A 2-out RBI single. Willie Adames, 6 runs in this top of the 7th for the Giants. It's a 12-3 game.
Seventh single of the inning for the Giants. Got more singles than a dating app this inning.
And Jung-Hoo Lee, who led it all off with a base hit. He's 3 for 4 today with 2 singles and a double. Will now face Woodford for the first time. Brewers aren't going to hold Adames on at first. Lee takes ball 1, low and in.
And all of these hits have been roasted. The exit velocity this inning has been super impressive. Chapman's was 110, did you say?
110. Right through the pitcher, through his legs. Lee takes a strike. It's 1-1. Hits. It's still not close to the most the Giants have had on this road trip. They had that 25-hit game on Sunday as Lee grounds it foul right into the Brewers dugout. Strike 2. Woodford delivers, and Lee with a line drive, base hit into right field. Just past the outstretched glove of Terang, who tried to make a tumbling catch. Jung-Hoo Lee's second hit of the inning, his 4th here today. As Adames stops at second. Bryce Eldridge will bat for his second time in this 7th.
Fastball right down the middle, 93. This one could go far, heads up.
Eldridge on base all 4 times today, 3 singles and a walk. And he lines it foul off the netting past the Brewers dugout.
He's trying, trust me. You got 3 hits under your belt, you come up your 5th plate appearance. He's trying to put some.
Takes outside, it's 1-1.
Good swings right here, watch.
Giants have scored 6 times in the inning. The big hit was the grand slam from Eric Haas. Giants scored 2 more after that grand slam. As Eldridge takes outside, and the count now 2-1. Woodford coming in for the injured Anderson. He's faced 8 hitters, and he's allowed 6 hits. There's still nobody up in the Brewers bullpen. The 2-1. Eldridge takes a strike. He started to swing, but called a strike on the changeup. And it's 2-2. Adames at second, Lee at first. The 2-2 pitch, and Eldridge just gets a piece right off the end of his bat, bounces it foul. Giants putting themselves in a position here to split a series. Still have 9 more outs to get. As the pitch to Eldridge, a swing and a high fly ball to left. Bowers angling back, still going. Now at the edge of the warning track, he'll reach up and make the catch. Eldridge retired for the first time today. But for the Giants, it's a 6-run inning. They sent 11 batters to the plate in that top of the 7th. Time to get up and stretch here in Milwaukee. 12-3 Giants on the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. So root for
the Giants.
If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Ah, you're great.
Giants baseball on your smart speaker. Just say play KNBR.
JT Brubaker returns to the mound here for the Giants and throws strike 1 to Christian Yelich. Now Yelich takes one in the dirt. Ball and a strike. Coming to you live from the Chuck Chansey Gold Resort and Casino broadcast booth. Giants 12 and the Brewers 3. Last half of the 7th. The 1-1. And Yelich hits a fly ball, shallow left center field. Long run coming in as Schmidt, and it's going to drop in front of him. A base hit. Couldn't quite get there. Schmidt quickly picks it up, gets the ball back into the infield. It's a leadoff single for Yelich. So his second hit today, the first hit allowed by Brubaker.
He's now 8 for 16 in the series.
Jackson Churio, who hit a 2-run home run last time. Swings here at the first pitch, grounds one foul for strike 1.
See what I got between innings?
We got a Brat.
I got a Brat.
So we're tied now.
They're just sitting on the table in the food room. I didn't want them to go to waste.
Sure. Here's the 0-1 and a foul back, strike 2. $19 hits for the Giants today. It's matched the most they've ever had in this ballpark. They've still got 2 more innings. As Churio takes a ball low and away.
7 runs away, Joe, from tarps off in the radio booth. You know, we don't really have to. We could just say we're doing it. It's radio.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it's low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They had that whole section going here about an inning ago, and they have quieted down after the Giants put up 6. As Churio hits a high, deep drive left center. This one is on its way. It is long gone. Up over the Brewers bullpen. Second home run of the day for Jackson Churio. Now it's 12-5 Giants here in the 7th.
It was 6-3 Giants at the bottom of the 6th. David Hamilton walked. He attempted to steal a second, which is what the Brewers do, but he was thrown out. And we commented last inning that that was a big play in this game because Yelich and Churio are coming up. Yelich singles, Churio goes deep. Might have been a whole different ball game if he didn't steal. That's a key play in this game. Circle that one in the bottom of the 6th.
Have a pinch hitter here for Terang. This is Gary Sanchez. Sanchez takes a ball. Sanchez, the veteran backup catcher for this Brewers team, as he swings, hits a high, towering fly ball along the left field line. Schmidt's over into foul ground, and he'll run out of room just on the other side of the netting. Sanchez batting here, and Joey Ortiz has grabbed a bat. Looks like he's going to hit for Contreras, due up next. Pat Murphy getting some of his big bats out of this game, as Sanchez takes in the dirt. 2-1. Well, still a 7-run Giants lead here in the bottom of the 7th. Ball continues to fly out of this yard. Teams have combined for 4 homers today. Schmidt and Haas for the Giants. Churio's got both of the Brewers' long balls. There's a called strike. A high fastball, and it's 2-2. Nobody up in the Giants bullpen. Brubaker throws. Sanchez with a ground ball, foul, just wide of third, and picked up there by Chapman. Game was started by Adrian Hauser, the former Brewer, pitching against Milwaukee for the first time. He cruised through 4 innings, allowing only 1 unearned run. As Sanchez swings and misses, strike 3. Struck him out with a slider. Brubaker's first strikeout today, 1 gone in the inning. Hauser was pulled after getting just the 1 out in the 5th, gave up a 2-run homer to Churio in that inning. Henches did come in and recorded the final 2 outs. Brubaker pitched the 6th, and now here in the 7th as well. As Joey Ortiz will be the pinch hitter. Batting right-handed, Ortiz takes a strike. Ortiz, a versatile infielder, batting only 193 this year as he breaks his bat, hits a soft line drive right to Adames at short. Moves back 1 step and makes the chest-high catch. So Brubaker has come back after the home run, has retired 2 straight. And we're going to get another pinch hitter in place of Jake Bowers. It's going to be Blake Perkins. So 3 straight pinch hitters here for Milwaukee. Perkins, a switch hitter, batting left-handed. And he takes one inside for ball 1. So now Pat Murphy has emptied the bench. Nobody left. On the position player's side, there's a called strike. Tomorrow, Giants and Cubs. Robbie Ray will start 11:20 a.m. Pacific time. First pitch. Is that one low to Perkins? Yeah, traditional Friday afternoon game at Wrigley Field. Start off that weekend series. Here's the 2-1. And it's ball 3 inside. 3-1 now to Perkins. Giants leading here 12-5 in the bottom of the 7th. 3-1 pitch. And the strike, borderline there. Perkins was backing away, thinking he had drawn a walk. Instead, a full count. 2 down, bases empty. Brubaker shaking off 2, 3, 4 pitches. Now he's got one. And a curve is in the dirt.
But why? You're up by 7. Nobody on, 2 outs. There should have been 1 pitch in 1 spot, a fastball right down the middle, and he shook to a curve. And I don't think Tony Vitello is very happy about it. He's shaking his head in the dugout.
He shook, I think, 4 times. So I think it surprised Eric Haas as well, who was punching the buttons on the pitch comm. Andrew Vaughn now takes a fastball up and in, and Haas is going to use a Habeas Law mound visit here. Going to try and get Brubaker to kind of regroup. Brubaker began his day with that scoreless 6th inning. He's given up 2 here in the 7th on the Churio homer. It's definitely going to be something the Giants need to improve upon going into Chicago. Wrigley Field could be a great place to hit. They have got to cut down on the walks. There's been a lot of them here in this series. 1-0 pitch, and that's ball 2 up and in. Slider that missed. So 2-0 the count. Perkins being held on at first. And now a slider, swing and a miss. 2-1 to Vaughn, who was up in the 5th inning as a pinch hitter. Big spot. He was the tying run. Henches got him to ground out. Now it's a 7-run game. Giants ahead. As Vaughn swings, hits a fly ball deep center field. Back to his left, Gilbert. He's at the track. Gilbert with a leap. And Drew Gilbert, he caught it! Takes a home run away out in deep right center. Gilbert holding up the ball with his hand, letting everybody know that he just made a spectacular play.
Jung-Hoo Lee stood in front of him, facing him, put both hands in the air, and that was the first clue that he made the catch. Unbelievable play by Drew Gilbert. What a catch.
And it ends the inning. How about that? We're through 7, 12-5 Giants on the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
In Black on KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Matt Chapman batting here to begin the 8th inning with a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Giants are leading the Brewers 12-5. Drew Gilbert robs a home run to end the bottom of the 7th. Chapman now with a ground ball to short. 2 hops right to Ortiz, who fields it and throws to first for the out.
Well, 12-5 sounds a lot better than 12-7. That would have been kind of an uh-oh moment if that was a home run. So a huge play by Drew Gilbert, I feel like.
Brings up Eric Haas, who hit a grand slam in his last at-bat. Brewers, by the way, they're moving everybody around the field here as if this were a spring training game. Woodford is still the pitcher, and he delivers outside. Sanchez stays in to do the catching. Hamilton is moved from short to second. Ortiz stays in to play short. Churio, who started the game in left, moved to center, is now back in left. And Perkins is the center fielder. Haas swings and misses. So it's Churio, Perkins, Frelick, left to right in the outfield. Still Rengifo at third. Ortiz at short, Hamilton at second, Vaughn at first. Sanchez catching. Woodford pitching. That one outside to Haas, 2-1. Giants lead it 12-5 here in the top of the 8th inning. 6 defensive outs away. We're making it back-to-back wins here in Milwaukee. 2-1 pitch. Haas swings and misses. And now the count 2-2. Woodford from the stretch, the 2-2, and it's strike 3 called. Front door breaking ball gets Eric Haas, and that's 2 quick outs here in the top of the 8th.
The 8th inning is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. It's the power of 8. The Giants have 8 rings. You need 8 hours of sleep plus a new mattress every 8 years. Save up to 40% off select mattresses at Mancini Sleep World. Rest easy.
Tristan Beck is up in the Giants bullpen as Gilbert on the first pitch hits a pop-up. Left side of the infield, it's Rengifo at third calling for it, and even with the bag, he'll make the catch. And a 1-2-3 inning thrown by Jake Woodford. Midway through the 8th, it's 12-5 Giants on the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
The sports leader on the all-new KNBR app. Now back to the orange and black.
Tristan Beck comes in to do the pitching here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 12-5 Giants. Beck, the 4th pitcher today on the Giants side, and he throws strike 1 to Sal Frelick. Frelick, Rengifo, and Hamilton, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters here for the Brewers. 0-1. And strike 2 called. Beck could use a bounce back outing. We do have a Brewers challenge here. Right in the zone. The whole ball is in the strike zone.
If you challenge a pitch and the whole ball is in the zone, it should be an automatic 2 strikes.
0-2 pitch, and Frelick hits a ground ball to first, right behind the bag. Devers will field it, and he takes it himself. 1 out. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball.
Double play!
KNBR and KNBR-FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Luis Rengifo, the batter, with 1 out. Takes a Beck fastball high. Beck allowed 4 runs in 1 inning. It was that bottom of the 8th 2 nights ago. The game got away from the Giants late. Recalled from AAA earlier in the road trip. There's a called strike. By the way, Jonah Cox is in the game for the Giants. Giants have gotten Luis Ariz out of this game. Giants have made a few changes as that pitch fouled back for strike 2. Cox in Ariz's 3rd spot in the order is in center. Drew Gilbert has moved from center to left. And Casey Schmidt from left field to second base. Beck's pitch, a swing, and a ground ball. Might have deflected off of Beck right to the shortstop. Adames ranging far to his left, and from behind the bag slings the throw to first for out number 2. So Beck has come in and gotten a couple of ground ball outs. Now we'll face Hamilton. 12-5 Giants, bottom of the 8th inning. 19 hits today for the Giants. As Beck throws strike 1 here to Hamilton. Hamilton 0 for 2 with a walk out of the 9th spot. Back from the stretch. Hamilton hits a high fly ball out into left center. It's carrying. Gilbert back. He's onto the warning track, and this time it is gone. Gilbert robbed one last inning, and he got back to the wall and started to think, might he try again, but no chance, as that one's into the Brewers bullpen. Hamilton's second home run of the year, and it's now 12-6.
Yeah, that was only 95 off the bat, so this place has been Coors Field today.
Beck now against Yelich, and Yelich takes a strike.
You know, I forgot to mention with Drew robbing the home run, for us little guys, that doesn't always happen. It's like a dream come true for the short guys to rob a home run.
Yeah. There's one low and into Yelich, 1-1.
Fighting hydrants aren't known for robbing home runs.
Well, you could do it in this park.
Unless they have like a 3-foot fence.
Here's the 1-1 and a ground ball to second. Routine for Casey Schmidt. Fields the hop and throws to first to get Yelich. And that'll end the inning. 1 run on the Hamilton homer will go to the 9th. Here at American Family Field in Milwaukee, Giants lead it 12-6 on the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
Orange and Black on KNBR 104.5 and 680.
We've reached the 9th inning in Milwaukee, 12-6 Giants. Woodford against Casey Schmidt. Schmidt fouls the first pitch back for strike 1. Schmidt batting for the 6th time today. That's always a good sign. Going through the lineup 6 times. He swings and misses, and it was Casey that got it all started. Leading off, hit the first pitch of the game for a home run. Our call of the game today, sponsored by Ring Central, voice of your business. $12 runs, 19 hits for the Giants. Here's the 0-2, and it's low and away. Schmidt since then has singled. He's hit a sacrifice fly. So he's 2 for 4 officially with 2 runs batted in. 1-2 pitch. He swings and fouls it off his foot as the ball rolls all the way out to Rengifo at third. Down in the Giants bullpen, Wilkin Ramos, who made his major league debut here on Monday night. Called up from Sacramento. He's in the pen, and looks like we'll see him in the bottom of the 9th. Try and close this one out. 1-2 is a line drive, caught at third by Rengifo. Step to his left, into a slide, and he took it right off the dirt. 1 out. Good at-bats today from Casey Schmidt.
That was 104. I mean, he deserves a lot of credit. Whatever his managers asked him to do, he's done it. He's done it well.
Devers now on the first pitch, drives a high fly ball out to right center. This is well struck. It is off the top of the wall. Karam's over towards the center fielder Perkins. He'll pick it up, and Devers eases into second. with a stand-up double. That'll feel good for Devers, who hadn't yet picked up a hit in this series through 4 games. But he'll leave Milwaukee with that double, and now he'll call it a day as Buddy Kennedy is going to come in as a pinch runner.
Join the hit parade. Nicely done. 20th hit of the day for the Giants. Should be getting a text message. I think that's the most they've had
in at least 4 days
in this ballpark. I'm checking our notes. There's so many notes, which is always a good sign on our Giants broadcast chat group with the best PR department in all of baseball. Always on top of it.
Jonah Cox is going to bat for the first time today. Takes a ball.
Yeah, 19 hits by San Francisco tied their most ever here at American Family Field. So that's the most hits ever in this ballpark for a Giants ball club.
Strike. So chance here for Jonah Cox. He's 1 for 5 with the Giants this year. 1 hit was a double. Did come off a position player. That Sunday game in Denver as he lifts one in the air out to shallow right. Frelick's coming in. He'll reach up and make the catch. So Cox is gone. 2 outs. And Willie Adames now will bat. 12-6 Giants here in the top of the 9th inning. We say happy flight when you win the last game of a series. It's going to be a bus ride for the Giants here immediately after this game. Short trip down to Chicago as Adames swings and fouls it back.
I hope the bus driver has a helmet on and floors it the whole way. Drive to win.
The Giants are back at it tomorrow, a day game. So they'll be back at the ballpark early tomorrow morning. 0-1 pitch. Adames swings and misses. Strike 2. Robbie Ray start. Cubs haven't announced any of their starting pitchers yet this upcoming series. 11:20 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific time, from Wrigley Field. 0-2. Adames starts to swing. They'll appeal, and he held up.
Kind of want to see Jung-Hoo Lee hit again.
He's on deck and sitting on a 4-hit day. Already had a 5-hit game as the 1-2 inside, backing Adames away. Lead with those 5 hits back on Sunday, the finale of the Rockies series. Runner at second. That's the pinch runner Kennedy here with 2 down. And the 2-2 pitch in the dirt from Woodford. And so now a full count here to Willie Adames. He's kind of quietly had a nice afternoon. 2 for 5, a single, a double, and an RBI. And you know you're having a good day. 2 for 5 with a run batted in is one of the more quieter, under the radar days for a hitter. 3-2 pitch, and Adames hits it hard to third. Sliding stop on a backhand Rengifo, up to his feet, and a 1-hop throw to first for the out. And Billy knocks his helmet off and starts staring out at Rengifo, throws his arms up, as if to say, how'd you do that? That one looked like it was headed down the line, and another Giants run. Instead, the inning is over. Bottom of the 9th coming up, 12-6 Giants on the Liberty Group. Protect your assets, Giants Radio Network.
Giants baseball on KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Wilkin Ramos is going to come in and do the pitching here for the Giants. Just his second ever big league appearance. Pitched 2 innings, gave up 2 runs here on Monday night in his debut. Throws to Jackson Chourio, swings at the first pitch, grounds it to third. A fair ball behind the back. Chapman gloves his throw to first, not in time. Chourio still running hard. He's got a 2-homer day, and now he's got himself an infield hit.
Yeah, Chapman did everything right over the top. Threw it as hard as he could, but Chourio just too fast. I talked to Wilkin Ramos the other day in the dugout about his delivery. He comes up before he's set, and he has the ball in his glove.
Throws to Sanchez high for ball 1.
And it's almost like he has a bat in his hand. He waggles it at the top above his head 3 times before he comes set and pitches.
Here. Giants are leading 12-6 here in the bottom of the 9th. They need 3 more outs. There's a called strike.
When he's a young pitcher, a pitcher from Puerto Rico told him it'll distract the hitter. So he's actually mimicking having a bat in his hands before he comes set as a distraction to the hitter.
A 1-1 and a called strike 2 with a fastball. Casey Schmidt, by the way, is playing another position. Started in left, moved to second. Now he's at first base. Buddy Kennedy, who pinch ran for Devers in the top of the inning, stays in to play second.
So he's had a 2-hit, 3-glove day.
Maybe the first one ever. There's a check swing foul back.
With the outfield glove at left. Then the infield glove at second. And now the first base glove at first.
You were saying about being asked to do anything?
Yeah.
1-2. There's a sharp ground ball past Ramos into center field, a base hit. So back-to-back hits for the Brewers here to begin the bottom of the 9th. Chourio stops at second. And now Joey Ortiz will hit for the second time today.
The last thing Tony Vitello wants to do in a 12-6 game is to get another guy up in the bullpen.
Ortiz is a pinch hitter in the 7th inning, lined out softly to short. Only hitting at 192 for the year. Right-handed batter takes way outside from Ramos, ball 1. Look, Ramos was having a really nice year with AAA Sacramento. 27 innings out of their bullpen. A 2.00 ERA. Exactly 1 strikeout per inning. It's 1-0, and it's a called strike. He was added to the Giants roster when this series began after Joel Peguero had to go on the injured list. Ortiz swings and misses. He's a lively sinker at 95, low and in. 1-2. Giants having to put a couple of their relievers on the IL on this trip. Peguero and now Matt Gage. One and two. Ramos throws, and Ortiz, a ground ball, just foul, wide of first. Very late swing there on a fastball at 97 that was about letter height. That was only foul by a couple of feet.
Caleb Killian's grabbed a baseball. He hasn't thrown a pitch yet, but he's ready to as soon as that phone rings.
2 on, nobody out. And the 1-2, very high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A 6-run lead here for the Giants, 12-6 in the bottom of the 9th. Trying to put away the Brewers, split the series. There is a curve outside. Missed with that slow breaking ball. Full count. Ortiz uses his timeout. Got to challenge here with a 6-run lead. The switch hitting, Blake Perkins is on deck. The big bats in the middle of this Brewers lineup. This is that part of the order. They're all out of the game. 3-2 is fouled straight back. Terang, Contreras, Bowers. They've all been replaced.
Killian's throwing.
Ortiz hitting in Contreras' spot in the order. Back in there with a 3-2 count. Ramos to the plate, and it's fouled straight back. Well, it doesn't seem to matter. These Brewers hitters, this is what they do. Gonna fight you to the very end. Another quality at bat. As Joey Ortiz gonna see a ninth pitch now. Almost sets at the belt. The payoff is ball 4 up and away. Easy take on that fastball. 7 walks for Giants pitching today.